It is impossible within an hour or an hour and a half to cover such a vast field. But what I shall be doing, I shall deal with the beginnings of man and the African contribution to that. And I shall go on to deal with what has become absolutely critical in the reassessment of African man. Most of us are aware, and most of us are given credit for our great music, our great contributions to sports, etc., which is good. But few of us are given credit for tremendous intellectual and scientific contributions. And I want you to become particularly aware of these contributions, because Europe, so-called Western civilization, owes a great deal to many of these contributions. And I want to begin, therefore, by talking about the origins of man and to go on to deal with sciences in inner Africa before the Holocaust, before the slave trade, and to touch also on the African element in Egyptian civilization, which is greatly misunderstood, and its profound impact on Europe through Greece, and finally to deal with the impact of the Moors and the African element among the Moors and the impact of the Moors on the sciences of Europe on the edge of the Renaissance and the Industrial Revolution. Now, it has long been understood and accepted that man was born in Africa. That has never been in great dispute, in fact, over the last 20 to 25 years. What has been in dispute as to whether it mattered. Because when I was going to university in England, it was said, yes, man is born in Africa, but he came to Europe in a very low-level stage, not complete man. And then he evolved the proper man in Europe, and then complete proper man in Europe and Asia, then went back into Africa to help his benighted brothers. So the fact that man was born in Africa was not used in our favor. What has been discovered within the last 5 years is that not only was the first man born in Africa, but the last man. In other words, it is not a question of who started the human race, because the first human being is not complete, is not very advanced. There are 6 sequences before we come to final man. Neanderthal man, for example, is also African. He enters Europe, he enters Asia, but he has a lobe in the brain missing. He's not complete. What we have discovered in the last 5 years is the last man, modern man, is African. That about 140,000 years ago, we're not pretty sure of the exact date. Scientists are working on the possibility that it's between 140,000 to 200,000, but they are almost unanimously agreed now that the last man, the fully evolved modern man that peoples this planet, is African man. He has an African brain. And that he moved into Europe, he spread across Africa, he moved into Europe, he moved into Asia, he displaced Aryan types in the sequence of man, and that type, that final modern man, is caught in the ice in Europe in a period known as the worm interstadium, and about 55,000 years ago, changes begin to take place. These changes are superficial changes. They do not involve any new evolutionary phase, they involve mutations. In other words, the African is capable of producing all the races in the world, since it is through him other races spring. You have the albino type, for example, where in the ice you have the dropping of melanin, or the inactivity of the melanocytes, the dropping of pigmentation, because it becomes a disadvantage in certain extreme ice conditions, not temperate zones where we're living now. It becomes a disadvantage because in the tropic and subtropical regions where man was born, he had to have melanin shield in order to protect him from the intense ultraviolet radiation. In the ice, where light was tangential, it was an advantage for the sun to go right through the skin without the melanin shield. Hence, the albino type began to have a survival capacity over the darker type in the ice, and then you have a stabilization of that type, which is still apricoid in feature, But the first change is melanin change, which produces changes in color of skin and color of hair, color of eyes, etc. You then have superficial morphological change, which affects the structure of the face, like the narrowing of the nose. The narrow nose is more effective in warming cold air. So that you have other things that follow this, contractions, like the mouth, the nose, etc. You have a broader type of face among the so-called sun people, and a narrower type of face or narrow features among the so-called ice people. European man, that is the Caucasoid type, does not emerge until about 55,000 years ago. Okay, so though you have about 5 million years of evolution of man, you do not get the final modern man in Africa until about 140 to 200,000 years ago, and then you have European man appearing, Caucasoid man appearing in Europe about 55,000 years ago. And then you have in Asia a complicated situation because you have both the Africoid Asiatic, there are about 100 million black people in Asia today, and you also have the invasion of Europeans or the Aryan type in India, so you get an Indo-Aryan type as well with more European type features but with darker skin. So that you have explanations emerging now for the differences between races which are superficial. The differences between races today, particularly in America, do not remain superficial simply because of the fact that slavery and the denial of status to black people and the denial of their humanities created an entirely new situation. That is the reason why it has become necessary to make distinctions, and it has become necessary to discuss the contributions of the African type as distinct from that of the Caucasoid type, because every attempt has been made over the last few hundred years to deny us any significant role in history. We have been completely wiped out of history. Wherever we appear only as slaves, servants, little people. And in fact, all studies of Africa until recently, 95% of the studies in Africa are of little people. I know from my own life, you cannot go anywhere in a territory and study its people. You have got, if you want to have a sense of the complexity of a civilization, you have to go to the centers as well as the periphery. And if you smash the centers, you have no idea until archaeology recovers what lay at the center, you have no idea of what people were doing. I have lived everywhere in the world except Asia. Lived, not passed through. I spent 10.5 years in Europe. I spent 24 years in South America. I spent 1 year in Africa. I spent 20 years here in the United States. I have lived in parts of Europe where many Western Europeans have never strayed. I spent 1 year behind the Iron Curtain. I speak Hungarian. I speak Swahili. I used to speak French. And of course, I speak English very well. I went into parts of Europe where they have never seen a black man in all history except on television. I found in one village where I went into Eastern Europe, because we seem to think Europe is all one great industrialized world. I went into parts, villages in Europe, where I found as many as 12 Europeans using one outhouse latrine. They did not have flush toilets. They knew of them because it was in their cities, but they did not have it. They went to the standpipe in the morning and they fetched water in buckets, just as some third world people do in their shattered condition. And they brought these buckets and they bathed. They didn't have showers. This is Europe, 20th century. Now suppose I was to write a book about the little European away from the mainstream. Suppose I ignored all the technical achievements and advances Western Europe had made, feeding as it did upon the wealth of Africa and America. What would you think of Europe? That constituted the potential and capacity of the European. We have been made to look at that in Africa. It is only within the last 20 years that we have begun to discover that Africa had more complex technologies than we were led to believe. Why didn't we find them before? Why only within the last 20 to 25 years have we found such technologies? Because we were not looking at in the right place. We have dismissed the African. We were willing to assume that only those little irrelevant, peripheral, non-mainstream people constituted the totality of African genius. In 1978, two of our scientists, Peter Schmidt and Donald Avery, discovered Africans were smelting steel 1,500 years ago in Tanzania, East Africa, along the lakes of Tanzania and Uganda. Peter Schmidt and Donald Avery of Brown University discovered this. Now other people were smelting steel too, but what was unusual here is that the Africans were smelting steel in quantity. What was unusual here is that when they studied their minerals, they discovered that there were greater densities of population in these areas than there was in parts of Tanzania today. Few of you are aware of what happened to Africa. You know what happened to us, the transplanted African. We are aware of the horror of slavery. We are aware of the shattering of our families. But do you know what happened to Africa? Africa is a far cry from what it used to be and what it could be. Thank God it is in this century that the clock has begun to turn. Thank God that men like Mandela are free, because it is possible now to make a genuine fundamental change that may bring us into a totally different world in the 21st century. Let me make it clear to you that the tragedy that struck Africa was like the dropping of a dozen hydrogen bombs. Empires disintegrated. You cannot enter a continent and take millions of people, the young people, out of the heart of that continent and throw them across the ocean and expect to have a sane world. Africa was recrossed, its boundaries were recrossed, even people who were close together became enemies. The shock was cataclysmic, and it profoundly affected, it altered the burgeoning technologies of Africa. Look at the steel machine. When we found the steel machine, they discovered that Africans were producing steel at temperatures of 1,850 degrees centigrade. That is 200 degrees higher than any machine on earth until the 19th century. This they were doing in the 5th century. They discovered that Africans were not only producing at these high temperatures, they were producing steel in a single-stage process. To do this, it called for iron crystallization, which involves a semiconductor technology unknown in the world until the late 19th, early 20th century. They were doing it in the 5th. Even when the great German scientist George Wilhelm Siemens discovered a process for mass-producing steel in the middle of the 19th century, the Europeans produced steel in two crude processes, first the sintering of solid particles and then the final stage. The Africans were doing it in a single stage. And then came another shock. That not only were the Africans producing this long before Europe, at higher temperatures and in a single stage complex semiconductor type process, but they were doing it using less fuel. They were using less fuel because they had less fuel in Tanzania and Uganda at their disposal than we had formerly believed. We had assumed, because of the little books that were written about African primitives, we had assumed Africa was a vast jungle. Africa, according to the United Nations report, Africa has less jungle than any other continent comparable with its land space. Let me explain that. Europe, you can take 2 Europes and put it in Africa, taking out Soviet, Asia. There is more woodland and forest in those two Europe, the comparable land space, than there is in Africa. Africa has less jungle than South America, where I come from. I was born in Georgetown, in South America, in Guyana. Georgetown is a sophisticated little wooden city, but most of my population live on the edge of the Atlantic in the coastland cities and towns and villages. But when I was an infant, my father was sent into the jungle. The British put him in charge of all road and river transport in that jungle. So I grew up in a jungle. I did not come out of that jungle until I was 14 years old. There is no modern African of consequence who spent more time in deep jungle than I have. And I'm not talking about woodland and forest. I'm talking about the jungles you see in Raiders of the Lost Ark. And the one thing that made it clear, was made very clear to me for the rest of my life, that you could not study that jungle village and get an idea of what was happening in Guyana. You could not study that jungle village and have some idea of what was happening in South America. You cannot just go anywhere, study any people in a country and say, this is it. There were all these books that have been written upon the African have not caught the quintessence of the African. Why didn't they find the steel machines? The British were there long before Peter Smith and Donna Avery, but the British wrote down in their scientific journals that the Africans had only achieved 1,250 degrees centigrade. How did they get that figure? Because it's the lowest figure at which you can smelt iron, and since they couldn't deny they were smelting iron, that was their figure because they're the lowest people in the world. It's as scientific as that. Just 2 months after Schmidt and Avery discovered this, Lynch and Robbins of Michigan State University discovered Africans had built an astronomical observatory in Kenya 300 years before Christ. They found about 17 alignment points at this observatory. The Africans had made alignment points to certain stars and constellations, Sign and Bellatrix and Orion and Aldebaran, and a range of other stars and constellations, and on the basis of these alignments, they had built one of the most accurate of prehistoric calendars. It was not their first. The calendar we are using today, with 2 variations, is the African 365 and quarter-day calendar. Did not come out of Europe. Even the Sumerians did not have a 365 and a quarter-day calendar. They had a 364 and 365 day, and the Greeks did not have a proper calendar at all. It was not affected by stars. It was sometimes affected by politicians. It was as chaotic as that. But even more astonishing in terms of the African contribution to astronomy was our discovery through the French, Marcel Briot and Germain Dieterlen, who discovered the Dogon people of West Africa. They found them 200 miles from the city of the medieval university city of Timbuktu, which by the way is not a myth. I've been informed by UNESCO officials that far under the ground in dry earth they have found some manuscripts which they thought were lost forever. We have not found everything, but we have found some of them. They're still being examined. And these Dogon people were found in an inhospitable mountainous region. They had fled into this region when they heard stories of how these strange, pale-skinned men, these alien figures had entered and they were taking people up and throwing them into the ocean. Many people were disappearing in these boats, so they ran into this area. When they were studied, we were astonished by the sophistication of their knowledge. Those of you who want to follow this, there are 3 books on it. 2 of them have been translated into English so far. One of them is called Conversations with Ogoto Meli, the Dogon Elder. The other one is called The Pale Fox. These African people had started actually a dance to a star, the dance of orbits. A star which they call Siggy Polo, which we call Sirius B. It's a companion to the brightest star in the night sky, Sirius A. This star, Sirius B, is impossible to see with the naked eye. Let me repeat that. It is impossible to see with the naked human eye. The Africans not only saw it, they plotted its orbit right up to the year 1990. They did this 500 years ago. They showed it had a 50-year elliptical orbit around its parent star, Sirius A, and an orbit of 1 year on its own axis. We have established through modern science that it has a 50-year elliptical orbit. Perhaps next year, using our Hubble telescope, we will find out if it has a 1-year orbit on its own axis. They went further. They said it was made of a bright metallic iron, and that although it was an imploded star and seemed smaller than all the big bright stars around it, it was so heavy that if all the creatures on this earth were one lifting mechanism, they could not budge it. We have since discovered through modern science that it is the heaviest type of star in our galaxy. They went further. They said there was something flashing and darkening, contracting and expanding within the region of this star. 3 years ago, the Einstein orbiting satellite sent out from NASA found the Africans were dead correct. There is such an object. It's a dwarf nova. How did they do it? These are supposed to be primitives. Kenneth Bredger, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, wrote in Technology Review, the Africans have no business knowing any of this. And true, the African we know, the African we've been made to see in books is a simple, nice fellow living on the edge of civilization, and we praise him for his humanity because we do know this is a fact. Civilization is not just machines. Civilization is the humanization of the human. And therefore, there is good in saying that simple people, because they're not capable of the wickedness of more advanced people, that's good. But we're not just simple people. Because that kind of astronomy indicated they were involved in complex things. The Russians, I had communication with them some years ago because the New York Times, I brought out an essay in the New York Times on its op-ed page on December the 4th, 1975, Archaeology's discovery of an African presence in America, with the New York Times subtitled Bad News for Columbus. That article went all over the world, and then I got a letter from academician Sanarov of a Russian science city in Asia. They said that they'd been working for some time on Pacific migrations, not just the Bering Strait migrations of the Native Americans who came across the Bering Straits, but also migrations from Japan in pre-Columbian times, which I mentioned in my book, is the finds Jomon pottery in Ecuador. In fact, the Japanese were the first people to offer to translate my book into Japanese, so my publisher rejected that without even informing me. But nevertheless, they wanted to know more about these Atlantic migrations since they had concentrated on Pacific migrations. They did not do this out of prejudice. They did this because they had no real contact with Africa in earlier times, and that they were interested. They wanted to know more about this. So a correspondence began, and they eventually informed me, because I was very curious as to what they found in Egypt, because they spent a lot of time in Egypt before eventually they were kicked out. And they told me that one of their scientists, Bolosimo, had discovered perfectly ground spherical crystal lenses in ancient Africa, leading them to the conclusion that some Africans had telescopes. The Egyptians, Galileo had told us that there were telescopes in ancient Egypt. In fact, Galileo used an African water clock in one of his experiments in accelerated motion. And it is possible, since the Dogon kept up a linkage with Egyptians even after the fall of ancient Egypt, that they could have got telescopes in there, but they could have got it through their own work, though it may have disappeared over time. But we cannot explain away these things because they do indicate sophistication in technology which we are not aware of, because we are finding these things in shattered worlds. The Dogon preserved their shattered world because they fled and thereby protected themselves by going into an inhospitable mountainous region, protected themselves from the European invaders. Mathematical systems, we did not know those existed in Africa. Why? Because we went into the bush, we were interested in finger counting. It looks so exotic, it makes good television. Then Claudia Zaslavsky spent a great part of her life studying what Africans were doing in mathematics. She discovered a range of mathematical systems. She even found some African people like the Shona, the children of the Shona. Almost all their games are mathematical games. She found a range of geometric designs, complex geometrical designs among the Dogon. She found the Yoruba, who had traded for centuries before Europe, who had traded, involved in intensive and extensive trading, had developed an intricate bigesimal number system, and that ordinary Yoruba market women were working in this. And I remember her telling me how a Yoruba mathematician said to her, "How come? I am Yoruba and I'm a mathematician, and I did not know of this until you pointed it out to me." And Claudia said quite rightly, though rather sharply, "It's because your brain was manufactured in Europe." Very important to know that being African does not make you know anything about Africa. Most Africans know nothing about this. It is only within the last year or two that secret copies of the Journal of African Civilizations are finding themselves in many places. I was starting to find how many South Africans knew about the journal because tapes had been smuggled into South Africa. So that you have to become aware that we are at the cutting edge of a whole new movement. While we must feel great anger at what has happened in the past, let us not give up hope, because something is beginning to turn in the world. And while it seems turbulent and confused, possibilities occur when cracks occur in rigid systems. There are brave cracks in this system. Cracks so large you could walk through. Do not forget that. When I was a boy, I was told the sun will never set upon the British Empire. I knew nothing about Africa or Africans. We were taught to hate ourselves. I hated the fact that I had African blood because there was nothing to show me that Africans had done anything. There were no books in Africa. The only books we had in Africa was Tarzan. And Tarzan was always this beautiful, great white Tarzan. He was always saving my brothers from the beasts of the jungle. He knew more about them than the guys who were living there for thousands of years. He talked with them. They brought him up. So without the white ape man, he couldn't survive. That's what Tarzan taught me. So it is only through grave, cruel, slow processes that one began to realize that one civilization was alive. That one had been murdered inside, that one's spirit had been murdered, that one's pride had been murdered, that one's conception of oneself had been destroyed. I felt proud on Empire Day. I was so glad. We were given a penny and a mauby and a bun. And we said, how marvelous is the British King and Queen to give us a penny, a mauby, and a bun. We did not know how much we had given up for that mauby, penny, and bun. So that was my world. And I believed, as many of us believed, that the sun would never set in the British Empire. By the time I became a man, it had not only set but gone down. This is the century, therefore, in which we have to find hope again. While we must be filled with anger by the horrors of the Holocaust, never let us lose faith Never let our children lose faith that we can change the world, because that's the only thing that we know for certain in the universe. It never remains the same. Not only do worlds change, stars change, planets change, man also changes. And therefore we have got to become aware of this history, because it has the capacity to change us. We are the inheritors of a certain consciousness. That consciousness is clouded and overwhelmed by certain myths. As we begin to become aware of new truths, a certain mist falls away from us. It becomes possible to act again, to resense oneself again, to feel again, to act again, to speak again in a new way. And therefore, this history is not just throwing sensational facts around. They are seeds that can germinate and create the flowering of a new spirit, a new man. When we look at Africa, when I was in university in London, I was so proud to go to university. It was impossible to go to university. There was no university in my country. When I was 16 years old, the highest you could go was high school. There was no college. I'd finished my exams. I had to sit all the exams over again at 17 to get 10 more marks, because only the person who came first for the whole country could go to university. So you had to get the highest marks in the country to enter university. You had to be the brightest person for that year. So I did my exams all over again at 18 for the third time to get 10 more marks. But I couldn't do it, because only the scientists, people who took the precise sciences like mathematics and chemistry and physics, they got the scholarship. So I stayed at home. It took me 10 years before I got into university. I got into university at 28. I got my first degree BA at 32. I hear people around here in their early 20s talking about their life is finished. What absurdity. So there was I. And I was particularly chosen because I had written a special series of things in the Caribbean novel. I was not in this. I was writing novels. I was studying literature. And the thing that attracted me to Africa was the sophistication of its literature, not anthropology. I never entered anthropology initially. It was literature. And because of what work I had done in literature, I was given a scholarship and I sent to the best school for African studies, so they said. School of Oriental and African Studies, London. The only school at that time that was supposed to have more professors than students. I don't know if it is true, that was a rumor going around. And I had the best professors in Swahili. But after 2 years, I realized that my anthropology degree was making me more ashamed of Africa than proud, because anthropology at that time was distinguished from sociology. Sociology was supposed to be the study of advanced industrial people. Anthropology was the study of simple people, simple society. So professors I had great admiration for, I thought they were world authorities. And then you find their world authorities, yes, the world authorities of Mugabugas and Lugabugas. They would go out into the bush, find the simplest, smallest tribe, where they could control all the variables and vectors, and they study them to death and they come back. That's why they found no technology. That's why they found no writing. That's why they found no mathematics. That's why they found no metallurgy. That's why they found no remarkable plant life or medicine. They could dismiss us all, because they were always looking at the periphery. We were always, when we look at Europe, we look at its great civilizations, Greece and Rome and the British Empire, and all the great achievements of its great geniuses. But when we look at Africa, we always look at the naked African, the hungry African, the diseased African, the shattered African, the battered African, the oppressed African. How, therefore, can you have a sense of equality? Where you see the best of the white man and the worst of the black man. That is why we found nothing, because we were not even bothering to look. I was told that Africans never read nor wrote. They're preliterate. That's what my professor told me. Africans are preliterate before the age of writing. I did not know then that many Europeans were preliterate, if that term was used. The English, look at this book, Egypt Revisited. Look what is written in. Those are songs. Anglo-Saxon songs, perhaps, Egyptos, Greek. But these are just songs. There is no script. There is no English script. English does not have a script. This is Roman. The Spanish have no script. Roman. The Germans have no script. Roman. The French have no script. Roman. One European tribe conquered others and gave them writing. When the Romans conquered Britain, the Romans were starting to find that the Anglo-Saxons never read nor wrote. They didn't have books. They didn't have script. They talked. Everybody talks. They didn't write anything down. And I remember as a boy, I read the Roman and Greek classics because my father had come third in the British world in Greek, and he had all the Greek and Roman classics. And at that time, I thought that there were only three civilizations in the world: the Roman, the Greek, and the British. And I read when Cicero said, when they had beaten the English down, he said, "These people are so ignorant, I am not even sure we can turn them into good slaves." So what are the scripts that Europe has? Europe has Greek script. It has Roman script. There's the Cyrillic alphabet in Russia. There's the Phoenician script, which is half and half, greatly influenced by the Egyptian. There's the Celtic script, which according to the Book of Ballymote is not entirely European. Does Africa have less? Africa has the Mande script. You can go back to Utmurtetek 3,200 years before Christ and see the script, writings, inscriptions on the Sahara walls. You see it surviving in the modern period, the Vai. Africa has the Akan script, both a drum script and a written script. It has about 145 symbols. The Angoran Boer of the Ivorian Coast has shown us this script. He's written a whole book about that script. Europeans didn't know it was a script. They thought it was just gold plates because that's what they were interested in. There's the Faka script, the only script that travels from Africa to America. It's used in Suriname. We found Africans writing to their girlfriends in the Faka script. When Africans were brought out of Africa, they were usually split up. If they spoke the same language, they were separated. But they made the mistake in Suriname. They were in such a hurry to get labor that they took large sections of a tribe and brought them over. And they brought their script, which still survives, the Faka script. And there's the Meroitic script at UNESCO. We have discovered more than 800 books written by Africans before Christ. At least 600 years before Christ, it's in Meroitic. My good friend and colleague in Okanta spoke of him, Sheikh Andy Diop, took us further than anyone else in the decipherment of the Meroitic script. His death is a great blow to us. It has thrown us back by at least 20 years. We are extremely fortunate, however, that we have a genius in Africa who may take his place, Theophile Obenga of the Congo, whose work appears in this book, Egypt Revisited, and who is a master of many languages. And then there's the hieroglyphic script. People argue that the hieroglyphic script only appeared in the north, in Egypt, because the blacks in the south, we'll come to that in a moment. The blacks in the south did not develop any script. Not true. In 1962, and I want you to note this because this is the most important single discovery in Africa in the last 300 years. In 1962, an American team under Keith Seal and Bruce Williams discovered a pharaonic dynasty known as Ta-Seti in Nubia, Ethiopia. A dynasty began at least 200 years before the first Pharaoh appears in Egypt. Among the indisputably black people of the Sudan at a place called Kustul, Qustul, they found a Pharaonic dynasty establishing clearly for the first time that the Pharaonic empire, the Pharaonic dynasty, the Pharaonic culture was born not in Egypt but in Nubia. And there they found evidence of at least 12 black kings who reigned in Nubia at Kustal on the edge of the Sudan at least 200 years before Nama or Scorpion or Menes appears in Egypt. And there they found the palace facades and the palace erects. And there they found the costumes of the pharaohs, and there they found the falcon god Horus, part of the Trinity, Osiris, Isis, and Horus. And there they found on the black king's head the crown of the south, which was to join later the crown of the north. It has an unmistakable shape. And there they found the boat that takes the pharaohs to the underworld, all in the king's chambers. They came upon 33 large tombs. The Russians had just finished building the Aswan Dam for Egypt, and the waters would flood over part of Nubia, and the great archaeological treasures would be lost forever. And teams rushed down from all over the world. The American team was extremely fortunate because they found an enormous cemetery, which they call Cemetery L, and there they found 33 large tombs as large as that of the great northern kings of a later time, Ka and Nama and Abydos. And there they found thousands of stoneware vessels and pottery and ancient cloth and jewelry. And they brought them back to the United States, where for 16 years they painfully pieced it together until a picture began to appear, establishing very clearly that Pharaonic dynasties, Pharaonic empires, Pharaonic culture was not born north in Egypt, it was born in Nubia, south of Egypt. This has been a great controversy. Within the last few months, I have been attacked viciously by the New York Times, the Washington Post, Biblical Archaeology, the Smithsonian, because of this book. This is no joke. The claim to Egypt is a very serious matter because it affects everything. Egypt has left a lasting impression on the world. The word Christ, K-R-S-T, is an Egyptian word. The word thought comes from the Egyptian god Thoth, the god of learning. The word Africa comes from the Egyptian word Afrika, which means beginnings. The word Ray comes from the Egyptian Ra. There's a whole range of things. Those are just superficial little things. I shall go into it into greater depth. It had a profound effect upon the world. It still has. Do not for one moment believe that what happened 10,000 years ago is something we could forget. Because, according to Einstein, what happened 10,000 years ago and 10 minutes ago occupies the same space-time in consciousness. This is the universe. And our prejudices and our assumptions and our notions and our reflexes are determined by what we think happened in the past. And because our past has been manipulated, and because we have been made to think that the only figures who shone in the past were the figures of other races and that we had no part in it. That is why so many of us have such low self-esteem. Half of the people who communicate with me, half of the people who buy my journals are in prisons. They write to say how profoundly it affects their vision of life. Because in the darkness and emptiness and despair of those souls, this is like a light shining again in the world. We have got to look at our history almost as a religious force. When I was in Africa, the first week I cried like a child. I felt so alone and so lost. And then, after that, I felt almost like if I had an umbilical cord that stretched out from my body.
When you need mobile coverage,
hey, Grandma!
Cox Mobile is right there with you. We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability.
Wow!
So you can stay connected from just about anywhere. We serve over 2 million square miles coast to coast. It's mobile service that works where you need it. Get coverage you can count on at a price you can count on too. Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile.
That I could put in a socket. I felt almost as if there was some peculiar ancient electricity that could enter my system and revitalize me, because I fell upon things which I was told did not exist. And I want you to bear that in mind. This is no mystical notion, it is real. Men are determined, the size and stature of man is determined by the size and stature of his consciousness. We have shrunk in the consciousness of the world. We have shrunk in our own consciousness. And if we are to rebuild it and make it a huge thing again, we have got to go back to our history. We have got to be alive what happened in the world. And in Africa, we were told there was no great medicine. That the Africans, whenever you see the African practicing medicine, they pick out of some stupid witch doctor. I'm not saying all the witch doctors are stupid, some of them are excellent doctors, but they always pick on the mumbo jumbo and get fine. It makes good television. You would think there is no scientific superstructure to African medicine. The Africans gave us urbane, the Africans gave us capsicum, the Africans gave us physostigmine, which is used in eye diseases. The Africans gave us Coca-Cola. The cola drink was used for thousands of years. Coca-Cola put the fizz in it. The Africans gave us Sertima, the first drug to treat hypertension and psychotic disorder. The Africans gave us Carpectin, which we use for diarrhea today. And we have found vaccines in Africa long before Jenner invented the vaccine in Europe. Cotton Mather tells us that the slave Onesimus brought the smallpox vaccine to America. We found the Africans had come upon the vaccine by puncturing the skin for beautification and identification markings, and they soon learned that you can introduce a germ at a certain level in the body, and that it would build up an immunity against germ coming at a greater intensity. They had quarantines, they had sick bushes, they had autopsies. We have found all that. We found some delicate operations, which I will touch upon in a moment. We found tetracycline among the Africans. Do you know when we started to use tetracycline as an antibiotic? In the 1950s, we found tetracycline in the bones of ancient Africans in Nubia 14 centuries ago. We found they were using tetracycline as an antibiotic 1,400 years ago. We found the yellow-green flash of tetracycline in the bones of these Africans, and where we found it, we found the lowest incidence of infectious disease in an ancient population. And then we found aspirin. We found the Bantu were using aspirin, they were using salix, capensis, which is salicylic acid, the main active ingredient in aspirin. Long before us, they were using it for certain skeletal, muscular, neurological pains. They were using it long before us. And operations, we found the Africans were the first to initiate eye cataract surgery. We found it in Jenny in medieval Mali. We found the Africans had solutions that could almost freeze the eyeball, and that they could take delicate instruments and knock the cataract off the eye. Nobody was performing eye cataract surgery in the 14th century. They were, the Arabs reported. In the middle of the 19th century, the cesarean section was an extremely complex operation. Almost invariably, women who had problems with their birth canal and had to have cesarean sections died in Europe. Then the British Empire, which had spread its tentacles over half the world, became aware of the fact that certain Africans were performing this cesarean with 100% success. A team under Dr. Felkin went out among the Banjul surgeons in Africa and discovered the Africans were performing this operation with a skill that exceeded that of their best RE street specialists. They studied it very closely. They studied how the Africans collapsed the abdominal wall. They studied how they used the cautery iron, that they were able to stanch internal bleeding almost instantly with minor tissue damage. They studied how they stitched. They actually drew the stitches and brought it back. It was published in the Edinburgh Medical Journal at the close of the 1870s, after which the cesarean section became very successful in Europe. You've never heard of that. Plants. We have found plants in this country that we cannot explain. Long before the slave trade, botanists discovered there are two major cultivated cottons in America, Gossypium hirsutum and Gossypium barbadense. They're known as tetraploid cottons. When we took them in the lab, we found of 26 chromosomes, 13 are African and 13 are American. Botanists were amazed how could an African cultivated cotton, which is Gossypium herbaceum, intermarry with a wild American cotton in order to produce the two tetraploid cottons, Gossypium hirsutum and Gossypium barbadense. Do you know what they said? Perhaps it floated from Africa by itself. They actually built a tank, Professor Stevens built a tank to simulate the salination, that is the salt water content and temperature of the Atlantic, to see if the cotton could float by itself. In the second week it sank. Wouldn't give up, you know. He said perhaps it will sink, but it will remain submerged under the current, clinging to driftwood and come to America. In the third week, it lost its potency. He abandoned that experiment. Then came another brilliant botanist, Proctor, who said perhaps birds flew from Africa to America with the cotton. Birds, you know, not blacks. Blacks were seen and have been seen for the last few hundred years as static people who make no major advances unless somebody comes up with something and drags them along. So it was impossible to think that blacks could have cultivated or domesticated cotton. We have found now that the Africans domesticated cotton long before any other people, and that the Asiatic cotton, Gossypium arboreum, is a mutation of the African which entered Asia later. And we cannot explain away the intermarriage between the two cottons. In America, long before Columbus, thousands of years, not just before, at least 2,000 years before Columbus, according to what we found in the lab. It couldn't have come by itself. But I want you to be aware of how our conception of the African has become frozen. For years, I had a secret correspondence with the South African professors with Waterstrand University. I didn't tell him I was black. My name sounds Dutch, Van Sertima. It is a Dutch name. I'm the son of someone who's a slave of the Dutch called Van Sertima, the Dutch slave master called Van Sertima. So he thought I was Dutch, perhaps African. So we had a nice long correspondence. He had made an incredible discovery. He was a brilliant linguist, and he had discovered that maize, sear maize, an American cotton, had traveled into Africa and crossed through parts of Africa, and he wondered how on earth could it have gotten into Africa. And then he began to pursue this, and then he found that African things had got into America, the colocasia, the yam, and one or two other things that got into America before Columbus. We had this correspondence going, and I was studying all of this linguistic evidence and exchanging information with him. And then suddenly one day, he wrote me and he said, Van Sertima, if you see the yam, the Caucasian, and the Negro, listen to this. If you see the yam, the Caucasian, and the Negro, all of three of which are West African trading items in America before Columbus, someone must have brought them there. In other words, although he had come to the conclusion that Africans were American before Columbus, he thought somebody, a human being, had brought these items, the Negro, there. Do you understand? Even when they make leaps, even when they make discoveries, they are fixed and locked in that racial stricture. And I found that this is something that was so crippling, that once one had racist ideas, it went beyond merely social relationships or economic relationships. It affected everything. It affected serious scientific objective inquiry. Now to come to deal with Egypt. I could say so much more about African science, but we have a limited amount of time. This has been the source of so much fighting. But let us look at the evidence. First of all, let us look at the culture. Because Jean Vercoute, when he appeared at UNESCO in 1974, and everybody was trying to knock Sheikh Anthony down, he jumped up and said, okay, it's proven that their writing was African, their culture was African, their way of thinking was African, their language is African, but still, Monsieur Diop, we're still not sure how many of them were African. Could you imagine that? The French have a European language. Their culture is European. Their writing is a Roman script European. We're not sure whether the French are European. That is the extraordinary situation. In 1974, a break occurred in this subject. For the first time, a world body invited Africans to talk about African history. African history had always been written by outsiders. They invited the wrong, right people. Sheikh Anta Diop of Senegal and Théophile Obiang of the Congo. Sheikh Anta Diop got up and spoke for 6 hours without drawing breath. He presented a vast amount of evidence, thousands of intimate interconnections between inner African languages and Egyptian language established through adjectives and verbs and suffixes and everything to establish beyond the shadow of a doubt that the Egyptian language was not Afro-Semitic or Afro-Hamitic or Afro-Nilotic or Afro-Asiatic, it was African. And UNESCO said, in spite of the passion and prejudice that marked that conference, there was one thing upon which at last they were unanimously decided, that the language of Egypt was an African language. And Sheikh Anta Diop showed that many of the Greek and Romans who had seen, they had entered, they were not guessing as we may guess now, they were there. They had attacked the people, invaded them, captured the place. And they said they were black-skinned with woolly hair. Herodotus makes it quite clear. These are black-skinned people with woolly hair. And Sheikh Anta Diop went to the Museum of Man in Paris and took square inches of skin off some of the mummies and put it to the melanin dosage test. Sheikh Anta was an extraordinary man. He wasn't just a linguist, an ethnologist, an Egyptologist. He was a physicist and a chemist. He worked in the most advanced lab in Europe under Frederick Julio Curie, who was related to the Curies who discovered radium, who got the Nobel Prize for the discovery of radium. Sheikh Anta Diop actually established the first radiocarbon lab in Africa. And Sheikh Anta Diop presented this evidence. I got a letter from a doctor who is a skeletal radiologist who told me that of 11 mummies they found in the Cairo Museum, 2 of the 11, this is just a small sample, 2 of them had triquetral fusion, that is fusion of the bones of the wrist. It only occurs in black people. When it occurs in a European, it's 1 in a billion. They found 2 in 11 and they said they were Caucasoid types. We look at the skeletons. William McIve of Oxford, Falkenberger, did studies of skeletons where they showed the craniometric measurements, the structure of the skull and so forth, indicated that only 1/3 of the Egyptians, ancient Egyptians, were black. 11% were white, and the rest of them were brown Mediterranean peoples. Now, let's look at that closely. Chatterjee and Kumar did a study much later, and Sheikh Anthony showed the same thing, that if you were to take those craniometric measurements and put it in Africa, almost all the Africans would be brown Mediterraneans. Unless they found the classical Negroid type, which they created in their mind. Everybody has to have a broad nose. Everybody has to have a certain prognatic jaw, and if you don't have heavy prognatism and very broad nose, you're in black. Sheikh Anthony showed.
When it comes to video creation, every detail matters. So go to Artlist and start creating without limits.
That there are variants of the black type, and these are not brown Mediterranean. Chatterjee and Kumar showed that when we look at pre-dynastic Nubia and Egypt, and we look at Middle Kingdom Egypt, we look at Old Kingdom Egypt, the craniometric measurements are roughly the same. Even though there are people trickling in from Europe and Asia, they have not profoundly affected the physical character of the ancient Egyptians. But let us look at their culture. That settles the matter. Their plant life is African. The bottle gourd, the cotton, the tamarind fruit, the oil palm fruit, the watermelon, a range of their plants, African. If the Mediterraneans were coming in, where are their plants? Let us look at their techno-complex. There's no mummies in the Mediterranean, but you can find mummies in Africa 500 years before we found the first Egyptian mummy. We have found mummies in inner Africa, mummified flesh and buried, hands crossed, fingers open, just like in late Egypt. We have found the Pharaonic dynasty at Kasseti. We have found the language to be African. We have found the writing. We found hieroglyphs at Kasseti. Hieroglyphs! We have found the beginnings of the hieroglyphs south of Egypt before it appears in Egypt. We have found all their rituals to be African. Their circumcision is African. Their totemism is African. Their form of divine kingship is distinct from any divine kingship in Asia, and it does not exist in Europe. Now, how could the rituals of a people be African? Their techno-complex be African. Their plant life be African. Their language be African. Their writing be African, and they're not Africans in Africa. It's so ridiculous. And then the Egyptian delegate of all people, and the modern Egyptians, please note, because several of you are going on pilgrimage to Egypt and you're making big mistakes about certain things. The modern Egyptian is not necessarily native to place. Some of them are, many of them are not. They can claim the pyramids, they are later invaders. It's just like most of us in this room, white or black, we are not Native Americans. We are later Americans. Most of the Egyptians are later Egyptians. They're not native to place. Sadat was an exception. When Sadat was here, he said on CBS, they struck it off the air, I'm a black man, and I'm the first true pharaoh in 2,000 years. No melodramatic statement, but he wanted to make a distinction. Yet when we put a black man to place Sadat, some of you remember, it was banned in Egypt. They don't want the black man playing Sadat. Now, I'm not attacking all modern Egyptians. I've had to work with them, but some of them are very, very prejudiced. They would not want to be associated in that way. They tell you things like, ancient Egyptian heritage is neither white nor black. Now, it is true, and let us say this if it needs to be said. To distinguish the world as a place of people of color and people without color, the colors of human beings are superficial things. They have become less so here in America because of savage, brutal things which have not passed. We have been separated in that way. It is not entirely our fault. But while that may be true, We have got to go back deliberately and consciously to pick out and select that which is African, because we're always put out into the cold. We're always told nonsense about how it only became so because everybody was mixed up in it. Like in biblical archaeology, we're being told about Egypt is multiracial. Egypt did become multiracial. We're not talking about the late period, when the trickling and invasions of people changed the racial and cultural character of the people. We're talking about the early period when the pyramids were built. We have found the evolution of the pyramid in Africa. We have found the mountain with its little steps and then developing interior rooms which become more complex before we see the final pyramid in Egypt. There are no pyramids in the Mediterranean. If these brown Mediterraneans created the pyramid, where are their pyramids? We have found no mummies in the Mediterranean. Where are their mummies? We've not found their plant life in the Mediterranean. Where are their plant life? So if they are the inspiration of ancient Egyptian civilization, how come it all comes out of Africa? It doesn't make sense. And why is it so important? Why is there such a fight? Do you know why? Because Egypt was to have the profoundest effect on Europe. When the Greeks invaded Egypt, all of their scholars went and sat at the foot of African teachers, even as I, out of my shattered world today, must go to Europe for my miseducation. When did the Greeks go to Egypt for their education? Thales of Miletus, Democritus, Pythagoras, Eudoxus, Anaximander, Anaximenes, Heraclitus. There are so many of them. St. Clement of Alexandria tells us that if you were to write a book of 1,000 pages, you could not put down the names of all the Greeks who went to Africa to study. And even those who did not go claimed they went because it was prestigious. And those early Europeans did not develop any great prejudice against Africans. Let me tell you that. They revered blackness. They took Isis, the black goddess, the wife and sister of Osiris. She was worshipped throughout Europe. Paris is named after Isis. Paris, place of Isis, shrine of Isis. Europe comes from the African princess Europa. The Greeks made Artemis, a black woman, the goddess of chastity. They made Medea, who helped Jason win the Golden Fleece, a black woman. Circe, who helped Odysseus, who enchanted the crew of Odysseus, is a black woman with African features. You could see that in the book I edited, Black Women in Antiquity. Even Andromeda, who married Perseus, the Greek hero, is a black woman. Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, is a black woman. The first Europeans who saw the advances of the Africans were so startled that Alexander did not even build his capital in Europe. He built it in Africa, Alexandria. And there they came. Pythagoras spent 20 years, according to Newton, spent 20 years, as much time as I have spent being educated here in the United States. 20 years with Egyptians, and came back talking about the Pythagorean theorem. Newton tells us, Newton, the most remarkable of European scientists who had brought about the synthesis of the sciences, tells us that three things were prefigured by the Africans in Egypt. He said they had a certain sense of gravity, that they had a sense of the atom, they call it the monad, and although they had certain mystical notions about it, they recognized it as the building block of the physical universe. He said they were the first people to develop a heliocentric theory of the solar system. Europeans thought that the sun was the center. They thought that the earth was the center. It is the Egyptians who knew that the sun was the center. And there were so many other things. I cannot go on and on, but let me point to one thing before I leave Egypt, and I begin to conclude in talking about the Moors as I come to my conclusion. Let me point to the fact. Theophilo Benga in this book gives us a vision through text translated from the early Africans, a vision of God and of the universe, which is unique. Only among Africans does it appear. It does not appear in Europe. It does not appear in Asia. If Europeans or Asiatics created ancient Egypt, how come their vision of God and of the universe was different? These Egyptians believed, as many modern physicists believe, they come close to that conception, that there was a primal stuff in the universe. And through that primal stuff came a peculiar vibration, yerity as they call it. They call God the same thing that the Dogon call God. Some of the Bantu call God. The Egyptians have the same name. If it's Mediterranean, how come they do not have that name? And they believe that this primal stuff slowly grew to consciousness, and then there came this incredible consciousness of all things, God, who then reconstituted the primal stuff of the universe and set the present universe on its course. They believed of a universe before this universe. That's unique. It may not be true because no man will ever know what is the morning of time. We believe with this Hubble telescope we will come close to staring into the eye of God, the beginning of time. But whether we do or we do not, in terms of its modernity, in terms of its uniqueness, in terms of its complexity, only in Africa, among the Dogon and among some of the Bantu, you can find parallels with this. So how could it, all of this, be African, and these people, the majority at least, are not African? But let me come to the last period, the Moors. After the greatness and glory of Greece and Rome had faded, Europe fell into a dark age. It went into decline. It went behind the great powers in Africa and Asia. And then came something worse than AIDS, the Black Death. The Black Death practically decimated Europe. In some places it killed 50% of the population. As we go out in the morning to empty garbage, in every European home, in some places, they had to empty a body every morning. And then came an invasion from outside. The Africans and the Arabs invaded Europe. They ran into Spain, they took it over. They ran into Portugal, they took it over. They took over Sicily. They got a small part of France right up to Tarascon. And they introduced something unusual into Europe and to a great part of Africa. They introduced 4 Muslim dynasties into Europe, the Umayyad dynasty, the Abbasid dynasty, the Almoravid dynasty, and the Almohade dynasty, the last 2 of which were formed on the Senegal River. And they went into Europe. And they brought so much. Europe had 2 universities. Europe was 99% illiterate, as was the rest of the world. Only a small group of people read and wrote. And they introduced 17 universities into Europe. Everything that could be translated in the known world and the vast world. Out of Egypt, out of China, out of India, out of Persia, out of Arabia, out of Timbuktu and other places, centers of learning in Africa. It was all brought up, translated into Arabic, which, by the way, as a script, was created by a black African Abul Asman, according to the diaries of Ibn Khaldun. And this was brought up into Europe. They brought lemon into Europe for the first time. They brought strawberries for the first time. They brought ginger for the first time. They brought the cotton industry into Europe. They brought windmills for the first time into Europe. They brought crankshafts. They brought worm and pinion gears operated hydraulically. They brought new concepts in trigonometry. They brought algebra. They brought eyeglasses. The first people to cut eyeglasses in Europe were the Moors. They brought new concepts in agriculture. They brought lighting. There was not a single street. There was not a single city in Europe that was lighted. Not London, not Paris. But where the Moors were in Cordoba, you could walk for miles by the flash of lamps. The finest silk in the world was produced in Murcia, where the Moors were. The finest blades in the world were cut at Toledo, where the Moors were. The finest sashes in the world were in Almeria, where the Moors were. The finest leather in the world was in Morocco, where the Moors were. The finest carpets were made in Tulala, where the Moors were. And they brought so much. They only insisted, it is true, that every people suffer from an invasion, but they did not take away the language of the Europeans. They did not take away their legal system. They did not take away their humanity. They did not totally take away their status. They merely insisted that they should have some say in the election of bishops, and since at that time the church was more powerful than the state in some places, it was a reasonable request. They brought public libraries into Europe. There was not a single public library in Europe, only private libraries owned by small groups who read and wrote. They introduced public baths into Europe. They introduced public markets into Europe. They introduced air conditioning into Europe. Air conditioning perfumed by flowers, mind you. They introduced hot and cold water systems into Europe, as in parts of North Africa. You could have run water from the mountain in lead pipes into the cities. They introduced so many things. And as I told Congress, when Columbus sailed, the Latin sails on the ships of Columbus and Vespucci were Arab Latin sails which Arabs and Africans were using on the Indian Ocean. The Africans were not new to water. The longest trade, the longest sea traffic lanes in the world were the Niger and the Nile. They were not new to water, and it wasn't just inland stream. The Chinese report, according to Duivendak, that Africans were bringing elephants to the court of China 2 centuries before Columbus. You can't take elephants to China in a dugout. And the compass was not developed in Europe. And the number system, let me close on this. The numbers we use today is not European. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which the world uses to count. Europe did not have ciphers. This is how the Romans counted. 1 is 1, 2 is 1, 1, 3 is 1, 1, 1, 4 is 1, V. 5 is V. Then they start all over again. V1, V11, V111. You can't do higher mathematics in that. When Fibonacci in 1205 discovered the number system with ciphers in India, Europeans would not accept it. The church rule numbers are works of the devil. It is only because of the use of those ciphers by the Moors in the marketplaces of the world that ciphers were eventually adopted. They call it Arabic numerals, but we found it came out from India. We do not know if the Indians got it from elsewhere. We can't swear about that. And the gun is not European. Gunpowder technology was taken out of China by the Moors, and the first evidence we have of the use of the gun is the Moors attacking India. Europeans took that and it became the source of great tragedy for other countries. So I want to say this. This was on the edge of the Renaissance, the edge of the Industrial Revolution, so that in the great sciences of the world do not for a moment believe that we were excluded, and do not for a moment believe that today we are totally out of it. I have been in Bell Labs, the largest research facility in the world, private research facility in the world. I've been at NASA. I'm one of the people who was sent to Kennedy Space Center to witness the blast off of the first black into space. I have met the black space scientists. One of them piloted a spaceship, Colonel Gregory. He also commanded the ship that took the most delicate reconnaissance satellite into space. I met people like Gillum IV, a black man who was in charge of our space program when we produced the shuttle. He saw it from babyhood to blast off the most advanced machine in the world. Our leading technical astronaut today is a black man. He is the man who redesigned the cockpit, the brain of the space shuttle, Colonel Gregory. We were responsible for major revolutions in the science of this country. Who revolutionized the food transport industry? A black man, Frederick Jones. Who revolutionized the whaling industry in the world? A black man, Lewis Temple. Who revolutionized the creation of the sugarcane industry? Who made sugar crystals for the first time? A black man, Norbert Wheeler. Who revolutionized the shoe industry? Who created the first machine to mass produce shoes? A black man, Jan Mansedega. Who revolutionized the communications industry, the light guides, cables industry? Who was the first man to put those cables on the ocean to write a guidebook for the world? A black man, Al Richardson. Who prevented the laser alarm that showed us when the cables broke and twisted? A black man, Richardson. Who gave us the mathematics that enabled us to understand glass for the first time, that we could stretch it from 4-foot rods for 6 miles, so that we could create hair-thin strands of glass through which we could send pulses of information coded on pulses of laser light flying at the speed of light. A black man, Northover. Who is the man who put these light guide cables for the first time onto the streets in this country in Chicago? A black man. Who manufactured the tools, all the tools that made it possible for us to do this? A black man. Who is the leading woman at NASA, who has taught us how to deal with sonic boom factor so that we could fly several times the speed of sound by the end of this century without creating sonic boom explosion? A black woman, Dr. Christine Darby. Let us therefore, and I want to close now, let us therefore remember, not only did we not do what they thought we didn't do, we did so many things before the Holocaust. But in spite of the Holocaust, we have not been destroyed. We brought light into the world. It is through Edison pioneered the electric light, but it was a black man, Louis Latimer, who invented the carbon filament that made light cheap, practical, and universal. He was the man who lit New York. He was the man who was flown to London to light London when it was the most powerful city in Europe. We have lit the world, not only in the past, but we have the capacity even now, with this new illumination that our history gives us, to light the world and light our lives again. Thank you. Now I want you to look very closely at these slides. Okay, we'll just spend another 15 minutes in which I will point out certain slides to you. Some of them go beyond the lecture. Could someone operate the machine for me? Could you alter? This is early Britain, when you have both black as well as pink types still surviving in Britain. When the Romans attacked Britain, they found among the white Britons many people who were Ethiopian in caste and color. This is from Royal Crest in Britain. Here is another from Great Britain. Here is a black knight and his fair lady. This is very early Britain. This is from Crete, Malone Crete, where Schliemann and Evans in separate excavations established that the vast majority of the Cretans were black. These people were to have quite an impact on early Greece, even before the Greeks attacked. Long before the Greeks attacked the Egyptians and were later affected by the Egyptians. This is a war scene from early Crete. This is about 5,000 years ago. This is from ancient boats in Crete. And Africans were in charge. This is the captain of the guards in ancient Crete. This is the priest from Pylos in ancient Crete. This is a stag hunt in ancient Crete. This is the first evidence we have at Wadi Kumbania in the north and Wadi Tushka in the edge of Sudan that Africans had entered the age of cultivated crops thousands of years before any other civilization. This is about 18,000 years old, the first mortar vessel to grind grain found in Africa. This is from Tarseti, one of the thousands of fragments showing a range of things like the kind of the palace facade in Serex, the boat of the underworld that takes the pharaohs to the underworld, the king sitting in the middle with the strange cap, pharaonic cap, the falcon, indicating the falcon god Horus. This is Osiris. Note, in spite of the broad nose and the full lips, that he appears to have red skin. He does not have red skin. Red ochre was used in Africa for thousands of years. It's found in southern African paintings when there were no people in the world with blacks. Red ochre is used to indicate vitality, okay, because it's red as blood. Yellow is used in women to indicate fertility. So that this red and yellow, when I was interviewed by the New York Times in February, that was the first question they asked me: if these people are black, how come the men have red skin and the women have yellow skin? And I said, there is no race with red men and yellow women. These are artistic conventions. They ignored it. They never published that. This is his wife. This is Isis. This is the couple, and there in her arms is Horus. This is the beginning of the Holy Trinity. Osiris is the male aspect of God. Isis is the female aspect of God. Horus is the child, forming the Holy Trinity, the first family. This is her again in Egypt. This is her in Spain. Because the Black Madonna, she was the prototype of the Black Madonna. It was to touch a great number of countries across Europe. Even the lunatic Caligula, the Roman lunatic Caligula, had a shrine to Isis. And you would never guess who this is. This is Pope Miltiades. Pope Miltiades, the Black Pope of Rome. This is a painting more than 1,000 years old. It was in St. Peter's Basilica. It's probably now in the Vatican. This man was the Pope of Rome between 311 to 314 AD. He was the Pope at the same time that Constantine, the emperor, was converted to Christianity and stopped the persecution of the Christians and gave back the property of the church, back to the Pope. This is one of the 25 saints, black saints of the Roman Catholic Church. This is Saint Maurice, who was patron saint of Germany and Austria. Of course, by the time of Hitler, he was removed from that position. There are several saints, Saint Augustine, an African saint. There are several other saints of the Roman Catholic Church. This is Narmer or Menes, the first pharaoh of Egypt. Now this shows you how the Egyptians saw themselves. I want you to pay close attention to this picture. It has never been published in all those marvelous Smithsonian and other books, National Geographic, who loves photographs. This one showed the Egyptian as he saw himself black. There comes the Indo-Aryan, pink, with long hair. There comes the Nubian, his brother, and other blacks. Notice the only difference between the Egyptian and the Nubian, here in these realistic colors without artistic convention, is that the Egyptian, the man in the north, has 3 stripes because he's in power, and the Nubian has 2 stripes. And then comes the Semite. Notice their clothing, notice the effort to show everything as natural and distinct. Their clothing is distinct. Structure of face is distinct, coloration of skin is distinct, hair is distinct. This is how they saw the world. This is Zosa, who was the pharaoh. You will notice that most of the noses are smashed. He was the pharaoh when the first pyramid of hewn stone, not the Great Pyramid, the first pyramid of hewn stone was built. And it was built by Imhotep. This black man, the multi-genius of the ancient world, but was worshipped by both Europeans and Africans. Europeans know him as Imhotep, Africans know him as Imhotep. He was the prime minister of Egypt on the Zosa. He was the chief architect who built the world's first pyramid of hewn stone. He was also a doctor. He's known as the father of medicine, not Hippocrates. Hippocrates, by the way, thought that the brain was a gland. Right? Whereas the Egyptians, 1,000 years before Hippocrates, had mapped the cortices of the human brain. Having some problems here getting this operate. This is Egyptian women making perfume about 5,000 years ago. This is Mentuhotep. This is now the Middle Kingdom. Interesting thing about this picture is the joining of the two lands, the white crown of the south and the red crown of the north. This is Kafir or Sheprin, who people believe is the model for the Sphinx. This is another pharaoh of the Middle Kingdom, Amenemhet III. This is Jedefre. Notice always the noses have to be put back together again. Middle Kingdom. This is Sesostris III. He led armies in many places. He conquered 110 cities in Asia. He's also possibly responsible for blacks appearing in Russia. The Russians found about 40 to 50 years ago, the Russians found the whole village in the Caucasus in the heart of Russia composed purely of black people. They wondered where they came from. We do believe it had something to do with Sesostris, the movement of Sesostris' army. This is Akhenaten, son of a Nubian woman, Tai. He was responsible for the religious reformation. He insisted that there was only one God. Perhaps he did not understand that the reason why several gods were worshipped is that they saw the other gods or semi-deities as netters or attributes of the main god. It's very difficult to talk to God, who is the universe. That is why we choose saints or semi-deities or prophets in order to talk to God. But he made an attack on Ammon and insisted it should be replaced by Aton. And some people believe that Moses was born at this time and that he was affected by the teachings of Akhenaten. This is Tut, his brother, and this is the mother of them both, Queen Tai, the Nubian woman. Look at the dishonesty of the New York Times. New York Times knows quite clearly that this is the Nubian woman. There's no dispute about her like Nefertiti. Nefertiti presents us with problems because we found two Nefertitis. We found the Berlin bust, which may or may not be a fake, which has a cast of feature that is not necessarily Africoid. We've also found her in her temple, where her face looks Africoid, but is made to come very close to that of the face of Akhenaten, and some people believe that her face was so structured to suit that of the pharaoh who married her, and that it is quite possible that the foreigner at that time could have entered the royal family. That has nothing to do with the ethnicity of the Egyptians. Napoleon married a mulatto from the Caribbean. That didn't make the French mulattoes. So I mean, that is a ridiculous argument. Here is Queen Tai, who at the age of 13 married her pharaoh, who was 51. She gave birth to 3 sons, 2 of whom are very famous: Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, Smenkare. She was worshipped by many people. Everything she did was became a model. Her earrings, her wigs, her clothes, her eyebrow, everything was became a model for ladies of both lands. When her husband aged, she took power. When her son Tutankhamun was too young to rule, she became queen regent. When Akhenaten became so involved with the religious reformation, she protected the motherland. This is her granddaughter. This is the last of the great Sun Kings of the ancient world, Taharqa. He, at the age of 21, entered the battlefield of Jerusalem to protect the Jews from the attack of the Syrians. The Jews, as you know, were largely black in Egypt in early times. They became mixed with other peoples. So you have the Semitic type, and today the type that is most numerous among the Jews are the European Jews, but the early Jews are largely black types. And even though there is a charge, most of references in the Bible are anti-Egypt, by the way, because the Jews who wrote the Bible complained of the way they were persecuted by the Egyptians. This was not the persecution of a race, since they're not a race, it was the persecution of a sect. And therefore they harbored certain feelings of resentment against the Egyptians. So that you have lots of negative references about Egypt, but nevertheless they retained a love-hate relationship with Egypt. Jesus, as you know, grew up in a village of Malatia near Heliopolis in Egypt, and we find him first in the Bible when he's a growing boy at the age of 12 among the Egyptian priests. What happened to him in the 18 years before his appearance, his return to Palestine to preach his ministry, we do not know. Some people claim, however, he was completely Egyptian. This we cannot prove. However, Taharqa was called upon by the Jews to protect them, and he entered the battlefield and protected the Jews against the charge of the Asiatics under Sennacherib. The Bible reports that the blacks were victorious in this victory. The Ethiopians were victorious in this victory. Victorious in this encounter with the Syrians. Here is Taharqa again. When I was doing the decade before Columbus, I had difficulty finding a black Taharqa in Britain. The leading British historian who commented on Taharqa, Arkell, said that it is impossible that Taharqa could have been a Negro. He may have only had one drop of Negro in his vein. This is the drop. Now this is an African princess in Egypt. This face is 4,000 years old. It shows you the incredible way nobody since that time have caught up with this. This is our African hair, her skin, her eyebrows, her eyelashes, her teeth, all preserved over 4,000 years. This shows you Maasai, pure African, no mixture. It shows you the problems that occurred when sculptures were made of some women who differed from the basic Africoid type. This is wigs, African wigs, used by Egyptians in early times. We had great difficulty photographing this in the Cairo Museum. This is medical texts of Egypt. This is trepanation, boring a circular hole in the skull to relieve pressure in the brain by the ancient Egyptians. It is an operation that was performed when ex-President Reagan recently when he fell from his horse. Some people believe it should have been performed earlier. Medical instruments, ancient medical instruments of Egypt. Mathematical papyri of Egypt. Wheel ladder in building pyramids. Mysterious mixture found which Egyptians used to make the ground icy, smooth as ice, so they could push huge objects across it. Diagram showing how everything they built in the pyramid related to certain knowledge of the cosmos, how their metaphysics and their science fused. This shows you, once again, you see the red and the yellow. Woman's face clearly Africoid, yet she has yellow skin. It's not yellow skin, it's yellow ochre, symbol of fertility. We wondered how they could go far below the pyramids and yet light it up. How could they see on the ground? There was no electricity, there's no evidence of lamps or candles, and then we found that they had ventilator shafts that were aligned to certain stars and the sun, and that they had metallic mirrors and they could ricochet the light on the ground. First steam engine, 300 BC. First glider, 300 BC. NASA informed me of this. This is the Carthaginian period, where after the victory by Hannibal against Rome, coins were struck showing the African elephants and African types. This is the iron furnace that turned out to be a steel smelting furnace. This is the plotting of Sirius B by the Dogon. This is, that was the astronomical observatory at Namaratunga in Kenya. This is the plotting of Sirius B by the Dogon up to the year 1990. This is the cesarean section observed among the Banyura surgeons. This is from Zimbabwe, largest stone city in the world, 800 years old. Conical tower where you could see from the top of this tower any figure in the valley 30 miles beneath. I'm going to rush over this. These are ships used 1,000 years before Christ by Africans in the Indian Ocean, the Swahili people. This is a boat used 1,000 years before Christ, recreated by Africans in 1969, crossed the Atlantic using current power, showing that they could have done the journey on these currents. This shows the currents, latitudes of the currents, shows how Africa was linked up before the Holocaust. This is the most remarkable map in the world, showing Africans had mapped. They had the correct latitude and longitudinal coordinates between the African Atlantic coast and the American Atlantic coast, and they had mapped the Amazon, and they had mapped the Charter River in Colombia for 300 miles. There it is again. This is several blacks were adopted by royal families in Europe. This is the Tsar Peter of Russia adopted this black boy who became a general in the Russian army. He was also put in charge of several Russian towns and villages. He was the tutor to the Crown Prince of Russia. He taught him mathematics. He also, when he was an ambassador, he signed a treaty between Sweden and Russia. He was the grandfather of Pushkin, who is seen here, the greatest of early Russian poets. This is a result of the liaison between a pope and an African woman. This is Pope Clement VIII, who had an African mistress who gave birth to the Duke of Florence. This is very remarkable scandal in France, where many of the French kings had African mistresses, and black was considered to be the color of beauty. Hence, we have a lot of the nobility and the royal family involved with black women. Shakespeare had an African mistress, Lucy of Clerkenwell. He wrote a ode to her. And this is the famous Black Nun of Moray. Because Louis XIV had an affair with a black woman, his wife, Queen Marie Therese, had an affair with a black man and gave birth to this child. When she was born, Louis turned to the doctors and said, "How could I give birth to a black child?" The doctor said, "You see that black man in your coat? Now, both it's possible that when your wife was pregnant, he looked at her and the child turned black." And King Louis XIV said it must have been a very penetrating look. Anyway, Nabu disappeared and she was sent to a monastery where she died. And last of the pictures we have to end now. This is a captain of the guards among the Moors. This is warriors behind the veil from the Senegal. This is the Prime Minister of Sicily during the Moorish invasion. This is Africans performing circumcision ritual in the heart of Spain during their occupation of Spain. This is an African dignitary arriving in the heart of Spain, road being cleared for him. These are African noblemen playing chess in 12th century Spain. This shows you the interior complexity of African cities. This is from Leo Africanus, whose book was read by Shakespeare and gave him a lot of notions for building Othello. This white man was the richest man in Italy, Gonzaga's family. He married a black woman, whom you see up in the ceiling. That is his daughter, and this is his son. He is Othello. He married a white woman whom he murdered on Christmas Day, and left a novel by Cincio. Shakespeare picked up the plot, hence we had Othello. This is Lawrence Olivier blackening up to the park. And this is Paul Robeson playing the true part. Thank you. My lecture to you tonight is based on the book I edited in 1983, Blacks in Science, Ancient and Modern. But what I intend to do is a series of 3 lectures. Tonight, I will deal with African Americans in the field of science and invention, and I will also touch on some of the latest researches and discoveries in Africa. When I come again in April, I will deal with Egyptian science, and finally in May, I will deal with Moorish science. One of the things that astonished me, I was invited by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration a week ago to be the keynote luncheon speaker to the scientists who are at the moment involved in a brand new program, because with the success of the new space probes, NASA is getting a new lease of life, and they seriously intend to send rockets to almost all the planets in our solar system, with the possible exception of Pluto, by the end of this century. And there are lots of ambitious projects, etc. And I was invited to keynote the conference about a week ago. And one of the things that astonished me is that even though you have there the most brilliant brains in the world, they are totally ignorant of what has happened in the past in terms of what Africa contributed to the science of the world. One of the scientists, for example, was speaking to me at great length when we were in the car about von Braun, how we took half of the Hitler's scientists and the Russians took the other half in order for us to make the jump into space, because the Nazi scientists had gone further than anyone else in developing rockets. And that we had to build on that, and then afterwards we developed our own scientific program. But the great fear is that after major breakthroughs in science, we are at the situation in which they have become extremely afraid, because 1/3 of the scientific force has retired. These are men who belong to another generation, men and women who belong to another generation. And they've reached a point now where they're not sure they can continue what they have started. In fact, so great is the fear, so desperate the situation, that they're now trying to build smart computers that will house the brains of the earliest scientists. By that is meant not the literal flesh, because the brain dies, you cannot capture anything by holding the brain itself, but to capture all the data. But not just simply to store that data, but to be able to activate it in such a way that not just the knowledge, but the insights of earlier scientists will be there. The computer will be able to make certain decisions based upon that knowledge, based upon those insights. I do not know if that is possible. That is where the machine really falls down, no matter how smart it becomes. It can only go a certain point and no further. That is why we really need the human resource. And one of the points that was made by the head of NASA at that conference is the recognition that the 21st century belongs to minorities, what they call minorities, okay? And that if we are to sustain our advances in science, it will depend on how many Blacks, Hispanics, etc., enter the field of science seriously within the next few years. We are in such a position, we're receiving now 5,000 pages of data per second from outer space. We do not know what to do with it because we do not have enough scientists in this country to process the information we're getting. In other words, we've built these incredible machines that are going in all of these places and they're picking up data, but they do not know how to deal with that data because we do not have enough scientists to analyze the data. And I was very struck years ago in 1983 when I was flown to Cape Kennedy to witness the blast off of the space shuttle, the first space shuttle that was to throw a Black American into space. And the day before the blast off, I had a chance to meet many of the Black scientists. In fact, that day was dominated by Black scientists and their great lectures, both men and women. And I met a boy there. Well, he was a young man, but still a boy, not yet 20. And he had sent the first ant colony into space. This is a Black boy from a very obscure little school in Camden, New Jersey. And some years ago, when I was doing studies of Blacks in science, even before I brought this book out, I gave a lecture to his school. And he was very fascinated by the lecture. And when I mentioned that the cargo bay of the space shuttle is open to amateur experiments, he took that very seriously and decided that he would find sponsors and that he would get his friends involved. Eventually, they actually sent an ant colony into space, the first ant colony to be sent into space. And now all of the people who were involved in that experiment, all the young men and women, have been given scholarships or help in order to pursue scientific careers. And whereas there was only about a 2 or 3% interest in science in that school, it grew to 52%. We have got to realize that we are entering in a world of incredible machines. In 1983 or 82, Bell Labs reported that that is the year 1982 when there were more computers on the earth than people. There are more than 4 billion computers on the earth. There aren't 4 billion people. So we're no longer in that sort of situation in which we can afford to ignore. There's some of us who have had a very unfortunate education, but as I pointed out in many descriptions of my own life, that my education was very unusual. Went right up and went right down. It went right up and went right down. At the age of 16, I was sitting the same exam. I was sitting my final exam. And then I sat it again at 17 and again at 18. I couldn't go any further because I couldn't enter university in my country, Guyana. At that time, there was no university. Therefore, unless you came first for the whole country, that was it. You went to high school and that was it. Okay, it took me 10 years to get to university. I never entered university until I was 28. Most American students finish university at 22. So I didn't have any particular advantage. I grew up in the bush. Guyana is no bush, but I grew up in the bush. I didn't come out of that bush until I was 14, yet I had read every classic, major classic, Greek and Roman classic. It just happened to be around. I couldn't find anything to read, so I read it. And it didn't occur to me that there were people around who were reading things like Dan is the man in the van and the cat sat on the mat. I never knew that they treated people in that way. Because there is nothing finer than the human brain at the very young age. We learn fantastic things because the brain is not finished. That's the only thing you're born with unfinished. It's not closed. Your brain is actually partially open. It may have a certain kind of soft skull around it, but the brain is not finished. The brain actually is not physically finished when you're born. You have to be extremely careful about that. Therefore, a lot can happen. Those early years are absolutely vital, critical years. That's not the years to start talking baby talk, because that is the year where the fantastic computer, billions of years old, is spinning and waiting. Babies are not born vacant. You have to start filling them because they have this incredible machine that is ready to pick up things. And if you start playing with that machine and taking it for granted, obviously the baby is an emotional idiot. But not, there is a fantastic computer there waiting to pick up stuff. And those are very critical years. So nobody could say, unless they have a very extraordinary disadvantage, and I had extraordinary disadvantages. When I was 9 years old, I was dying. All of my friends died, with the exception of one friend, American Indian. All of my friends died. We had a fantastic epidemic. The Anopheles mosquito attacked us. And when I was 9 years old, I had an incredible fever. It went up to about 106, 107. You cannot come out of fevers like that without brain damage. No way. I lost part of my memory. There are certain things I cannot do. I have no space direction. I cannot drive a motor car for a long distance without someone sitting beside me. I crashed 4 cars in 1971. I had to take one of them into the lake in order to cool it off. So talking about disadvantages, one has to be very careful about that, because while some of this is true, and it certainly is true here, there is no question about it that blacks get, the discrimination against blacks is so great that there is no question that they do not emerge with an equal education. But you do not stop there, because you have to supplement that education. There is absolutely nothing I have used in my books on African civilization that I learned in the university. I had the worst miseducation of the Negro. When I was 14, I was convinced that there were only 3 civilizations in the world: the British, the Greek, and the Roman. I never heard Africans had civilization. That was absurd. Nobody thought of that. I read Tarzan, and that was it. That was the African. And I was so grateful that the great white man Tarzan had learned enough of the apish behavior in order to protect his black cousins. And when the great South African liberal, as they called him, stated that the Negro is my brother, but he's my younger brother by several centuries, we felt so good that he could actually connect, even at a distant point, with us. We really believe we are the youngest people in the world. And when I went to university, it was worse. Nothing damaged me more than that university. I don't regret it. You must, if you have a chance, enter university, or at least learn certain structures. That is what I learned, certain methodologies, for which I'm grateful. But when it came to information, I was the most misinformed Africanist in the world, because I was told constantly things. I was told, for example, Africans never wrote. That was in the 1960s. Nobody thought Africans wrote. They didn't know they had scripts. The English professors told me that Africans were pre-literate, and that it's quite possible that something was missing in their brain, and that's why they did not write. They did not have literate cultures. You could only study oral tradition because they wrote nothing. It took a long time. It is only a few years ago that I discovered that Africans had scripts, and as many as Europe. Europe does not have many scripts. Very few European tribes develop scripts. The English have no script. This is not English script. These are English sounds. Blacks in science, Anglo-Saxon sound. But it's not Anglo-Saxon script They never had a script. That's Roman script. English have no script. The Germans have no script. The French have no script. The Spanish have no script. The Romans conquered them and gave them a script. So you have a few Europeans like the Romans, the Greeks, the Russians who have scripts. Africa has as many scripts as Europe. It had the Mande script. They found thousands of inscriptions along the Sahara, going far back from about 5000 BC. They have found the hieroglyphic script, and everybody said, aye, but you see the hieroglyphic script developed in Egypt, and Egypt is not African. We will come to that later. But in 1962, they discovered that it's not even Egyptian. The hieroglyphic script is not even Egyptian. It was found at a place called Kusta in Nubia on the edge of the Sudan, 200 years before it moved up with the blacks into Egypt. In other words, the blacks on the edge of the Sudan had already started using that hieroglyphic script, which was further refined and developed as the blacks moved up into Egypt. They found a dozen black pharaohs in Nubia, in what we would call Ethiopia, reigning before they moved up into Egypt. And at the conference in 1974, the conference at UNESCO, Sav Soderberg, who was in charge of the Sudanese expedition, or the Scandinavian expedition to Sudanese Nubia, said that the techno-complex, that is the technology, the science of the Egyptians, is Africa. After all these years, they came to that conclusion by seeing the slow evolution of that science in inner Africa. Egypt is not a fluke. It was not a sudden flash. It grew out of, slowly evolved out of what was happening in various parts of Africa. We have found more than just scripts. We found the Mande script, we found the hieroglyphic script, we found the Akan script, we found the Himyaritic script, the Meroitic script. At UNESCO now, we have about 800 manuscripts in Meroitic which have not yet been deciphered. Our great friend and colleague Sheikh Anta Diop of Senegal came closest to deciphering Meroitic, but he died a year and a half ago. And now we have a very extraordinary African who will be translated for the first time. I have had two brilliant translators translate his work for the first time. Theophilo Benga, you will see him in the new book which comes out at the end of July, Egypt Revisited. He's a very extraordinary man. He's a master of ancient Egyptian, ancient Greek, Latin, French, Arabic, the Bantu languages, and more. And he, perhaps, may be the man to make that breakthrough. I have been reading his manuscript with great interest, dealing with the African conception of God, which is so complex, and which you find not only the Egyptian, but running among the Dogon and the Bambara and the Bantu. A lot of people have assumed that these were just primitive ideas. Now, for the first time, out of the mouths of the Egyptians themselves, translated for the first time by an expert, Obenga, with a tremendous and complex knowledge of all these cultures, you begin to see that lots of what we've been told about what these people thought is not valid. Their thought was far more complex than we had first imagined. But let me come to the question of first of the science in inner Africa. The scripts astonish us. For example, there is a script that actually traveled from Africa to the New World. That's very unusual because the slavers made sure that Africans were not allowed to speak to each other. If you found an Ewe here and an Ewe here, you split them. You have to have an Ewe, a Fanti, an Igbo, etc. You have to find people who are not speaking the same language, because if they communicate easily, they're likely to revolt. They made one mistake in Suriname. They brought a great number of people over to Suriname, and there survived what is known as the Faka script, which Dr. Urshel of the University of Suriname has identified as a branch of the Akan script. And I found in 1981, visiting the Saramarca, a large African community in South America, found them writing the Faka script. I did not recognize it as a script. I knew that many people had claimed that these were just drawings, just like what they have in the calabashes and the canoes, etc. But it seemed to be so systematic that I presented it to authorities, and we found that in fact it was a script, and it was a branch of the Akan script, who have both a drum script and a written script. Now the Sudanese blacks were one of the few people who defeated the Europeans. When they ran into the heartland of Suriname, the Europeans ran behind them, but found they could not defeat them. In fact, they defeated the Europeans. And the Europeans sued for peace, and the Africans said, if you want peace, give us your guns. And they gave them guns, and they were able to maintain the peace. We have found mathematical systems. We did not know there were mathematical systems developed among African peoples, and why not? Because at the university, we found, as I said, here were my teachers. They were all world authorities in Africa, and what were they studying? They were always studying primitives. All small-scale communities, face-to-face communities, until we've come to the assumption that that is the norm. The little village, that is the thing you study. Now, that may be largely true today. After the shattering of Africa, we must remember Africa is not an advancement in the past. Africa suffered tremendous cataclysm. We know what happened to the black hair. We know as African Americans what happened to us. We were transplanted. Our imagination was colonized. Our assumptions about many things have lacked continuity and connection with what happened before. So we thought that we were the only victims of this. And thousands of books have been written about the slave trade. That's old hat. But what happened to the African? The African has suffered a vast amnesia. This summer, I'm going to speak to 3 universities in Ghana. I'm going to make it, I hope I will be able every summer to go to some African country to speak to its major universities. Because they have got to recover, as we have got to recover, these shattered fragments of our past. This is not just a romantic enterprise. This is an absolutely vital psychic and psychological necessity. We will not be able to escape the fragmentation of our psyche until we can pick up the significant parts of our history and make ourselves whole again. And part of the tribal warfare that occurs in some places has to do with grossly unfair demarcations of people that occurred during the colonial period, and also the lack of a sense of a common history among many Africans, who therefore think that we are Ghanaians and we are this and we are that and we are Nigerians and we are this and we are the Igbo and we are the so-and-so, etc. Those things come when you do not realize that in the high points in Africa, like in Egypt, etc., that these things became possible because of threads running from all over Africa. It is not a sudden thing. It's not a separate thing. It comes out of these curious fusions. And that only when we begin to realize that we find that common ground, that unity beneath the underlying fundamental unities that enable us to see ourselves as a people. That does not mean we lose our separate identities, because the Jew is a Jew. He has his own special thing and nobody fights against that. He has a right to treasure his special identity, but he's still an American. But we suppose some of people want us to abandon our connection and continuity in order to be Americans. That's not possible. And I'm not suggesting integration, and nor am I suggesting separatism. I'm merely talking about people who are aware of themselves as part of the common world and of of man, but at the same time, there is also they are aware of the wealth, the richness that springs from being aware of the fact that they're plural, not singular. We're not Africans or Americans. We are, in Jesse Jackson's words, African Americans. There is this connection and continuity so that we have this rich heritage. And it has been made extremely poor by the way we have been treated, the way we are conceived of, the way we still conceive of ourselves, because we are not free of these prejudices against ourselves. I remember in reading Invisible Man, when the two black boys were in the ring at the beginning of the novel of Invisible Man, they were fighting. And they had blindfolds around their eyes, which was very symbolic and significant because they could not recognize themselves as brothers. They were fighting for the entertainment of the white Southerners. And because of a blow, the central character had his blindfold slightly shifted so that he could get a glimpse of the absurd reality of his situation. And he says to the other black boy, "Let's fake it, man. We don't have to kill each other. Let's fake it." And Tatlock, the other boy, said, "No, no, no. I'm going to beat the hell out of you." And he said, "Why? For them?" He says, "No, for me. Because there's no longer me in them. He has internalized their hatred of him so that he has to project that hatred on his own brother. He participates in that consciousness so that it's not longer a question of color. It becomes part of his world. He rejects himself. Do you know how many prisoners, every time I open my mail, half of the mail come from prisoners trying to rehabilitate themselves, realizing for the first time after they've been forced to give a lot of thought to what was happening in their lives, how much they really hated themselves. It's not just poverty that drives one to crime, it's also a poverty in their interior poverty, a deep sense of unworthiness that sustains one in the state of helplessness. And we find it even among people who have breaks. You go into the classrooms in the universities here, and you see people who've been given a chance to go to university. And they don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. They want to do the least possible thing to get the best possible grade, and they believe they're going to go out in the world in their ignorance and their mediocrity, and they're going to make it. And if they don't make it, the first thing they're going to say, "Oh, it's because they're discriminating against me," which is partially true. But part of it has to do with the fact that a lot of us, because we do not have a ground upon which to base our self-image, believe that we have, because of our disadvantages, that we are inevitably mediocre. And that is not true. Even the one thing I realized when doctors told me there are certain millions of neurons that have been destroyed in your brain. And I looked around me and I looked at people and the way they behaved and the way they thought, and I said to myself, even if I'm left with half a brain, you don't need more than half in this place. We've got to have higher standards, and those standards have to be built upon our sense of vision of the past. A vision of what was possible, of what is still possible. You look at Tuskegee, Carver left there a long time ago. Do you know what they're doing now at Tuskegee? Students, they have learned to grow potatoes on the moon. They're growing potatoes in nutrified water. This is a big space experiment. This is students of Tuskegee. They're carrying the tradition forward. He went as far as he could with the potato. We're going to carry it one step forward. We're going to send potatoes to the planets. Now, that may have a slight absurdity in it, but it shows you the desire to continue something. In the space program, there was so much. I went there in 1983 and I was startled because, as I've said before, when I went to NASA to study what blacks were doing in space, there was only one black in space I knew, and that was Darth Vader. And when I asked them for information, they would come, we have a very good program, minority program, which is true. NASA probably has the best minority program. It has hundreds of black scientists. But they couldn't show me what these people were doing because they had never really worked out a way to deal with this problem, because they would say to me, yes, you know, science is neither black nor white, science is science, which is true. But because we have been discriminated against and are still are discriminated against on the basis of blackness, and whenever the question arises, people are so quick to say, well, what did black people do? That's why we have to find out what we did. It was surprising to find that Dr. George Carruthers, a black scientist, had developed the most advanced space camera. He was the first person, his ultraviolet ray spectrograph, which was taken to the moon on Apollo, was the first camera to take a picture of this planet on the moon. A first camera to take a picture of our solar system from another body in space. Colonel Gregory, the first black to pilot a spaceship. Not Bluford, because Bluford was the first black American to go into space, but this was the first black to pilot the spaceship. And he was responsible for major inventions. He is our leading technical astronaut. He, for example, devised the micro-instrumentation landing system. And I had a chance to meet him at NASA, and I was very interested in that one because it affects the safety of our airplanes. He has developed a system where the computer locks the plane from the ground and brings it down safely, whether the pilot is blind or drunk. Now that's very important because I spend a lot of my life in airplanes. And I always remember this incident some years ago when I was flying into Flint, Michigan, and it was snowing. And I felt so happy because whenever I see snow, I feel merry because snow is associated with Christmas. There's no snow in my country. I never saw snow until I was 24. So whenever I saw snow, it was artificial snow on the Christmas tree. So when I see snow, I go crazy. And I remember doing that in London. I took off my winter coat and ran into the snow and I got pneumonia. So I'm sitting in this airplane and I'm looking out and everything is absolutely white and the snow is coming down and I feel this lift. And we're going down, we're almost on the tops of the trees, and suddenly the plane made a violent lunge upwards as if it'd been hit by something, and people screamed, the woman behind me vomited. And then about a quarter of a minute later came the voice of the captain, sorry about that. We just couldn't see the runway. And that thing frightened the hell out of me because I did not know in all that snow, this guy with his industrial eye had to see that runway. And that I thought it was all computerized. And the plane had to know how far up or how far down it was, etc. But he's got this micro-instrumentation landing system. He's developed a whole range of things. He's one of the 3 men who actually goes into the spaceship and checks it out before it goes off. He's the man who was chosen to redesign the cockpit, the brain of the most advanced machine, the space shuttle. Then there were other people like Major Gillum, who was at the conference as one of the keynote speakers of the conference I attended a week ago. He was the leading black at NASA. He was the director of the Driving Flight Center, and he actually supervised more than 1,000 of our space scientists to develop the space shuttle. He saw it from babyhood to blast off. We don't know about these people. Our young people need to know that this is not the end, that we are not in some kind of pit, We're in a difficult situation, but it's not a bottomless pit. There are things happening, things that our people are doing we know nothing of. It is not just in the space program. You go in Bell Labs and you're startled by black genius. One of the most advanced things in telecommunications today is glass fiber light guides. Something thin as the strand of a human hair. It can take information coded in pulses of laser light and send it flying at the speed of light. Channels, many channels in something thin as a human hair. It's not possible without black scientists. It is a black scientist, Northover, who did the mathematics that changed our whole understanding of glass, that enabled us to take 4-foot rods and stretch it for 6 miles. It was a black scientist, Cannon, who went onto the streets in Chicago to test the glass fiber light guide. He was the man who was in charge of the team that had to develop all the tools in order to take those light guides onto the streets. And it was a black man, Al Richardson, who went with the cable ship, the Bell cable ship, and actually laid the glass fiber light guides on the ocean and wrote the first guidebook for the world to show them how to put that thing on the ocean floor. And he developed the laser alarm to let us know when it twisted and was likely to break so that it could be dealt with immediately. He had a laser alarm to let us know that information. All sitting in the same New Jersey, an obscure little state like New Jersey. These 3 scientists at Bell Labs, the largest private research facility in the world. Have you ever heard of them? You've never heard of Richardson or Cannon or Northover? The foil electrics, the lapel microphones we use, they have foil electrics, which are critical. The co-inventor of that is right in New Jersey, a black scientist, James West. He's sitting, there's a picture of him sitting in the anechoic chamber, the quietest room in the world. And he's been able to develop microphones as thin as sheets of paper, so sensitive that if you stand before them, it could pick up the beat of your heart. We don't know about these people. Our young people need to know about that. When they look on television, they see black men beating up black women. Those are images. And that doesn't mean that it lacks authenticity. That happens all over the world. But why is it that's the only thing we see? When you see any great black film, you go and check it out. There's some brutalization going on. There's nothing to be proud of. How could I not believe that there was no civilization in Africa when there was no book that showed me that? There was no teacher that taught me that. There was nothing I could read or learn. And that is happening in African universities too. How can you rebuild people, reconstruct them? It doesn't matter if they have oil or if they have wealth. All that happens is that the white face changes to black face, so the black becomes powerful. But if the black mind is the consciousness that was inherited from his master, he's going to behave the same way or worse. So we have got to understand politics is not enough. Cultural revolution must precede political revolution or go hand in hand with it. It must go hand in hand with it. The Russians are learning that. They talk so much, Lenin, about the democratic revolution, how it would be the masses would have a voice. It would be the dictatorship of the masses of the proletariat. That's not what it turned out to be. After 70 years, yesterday or day before yesterday, it was the first time the Russians had a breath of a free election where they could actually speak their minds. What went wrong? Because the consciousness of that time, in spite of all the theories, etc., had been so heavily poisoned. Look at Nigeria, the same thing. We will do this. Let us smash the British. And when we get the British out, we will do this and that. And they had marvelous opportunity. A population as great as Britain with oil. And after a few years, you look around, you see something never happened there. There was a rebellion, not a revolution. They seized power, yes. So there were black faces in power, but their minds were messed up. The colonization of the imagination, that was not over. They had seized power, so there was a surface thing, so they could make big stuff. We have won. Political revolution. There's no political revolution. That's a rebellion. A revolution involves a change of consciousness. And therefore, it has to go hand in hand. It must go hand in hand with shifts in power. We have to train our young people. They have to be prepared. You do not take power unless you become responsible, because you will not know what to do with it. We have found so many things in Africa. We found the Dogon, for example. They had run when they found that the Europeans were murdering tribes on the way. They ran into mountain fastness. So for a long time, we thought they were primitives. Then they were studied by Marcel Griol and Germain Deitel, and they found that the Dogon had plotted an invisible star. This was just one of their things. One is just sampling, because there's so much. There are 3 massive books coming out now on the Dogon. The Pale Fox is one of them, coming out in English. We are stunned by the intelligence and the sophistication of these Africans. The Dogon had plotted this invisible star. About 5 or 6 centuries ago, they had a ceremony to this star. They said, although it was one of the smallest stars, it was like a seed in the galaxy. It was the heaviest type of star in the galaxy. Do you know what that means? This is a star you cannot see at all with the naked eye. The Africans not only saw it, they plotted its orbit up to the year 1990. Our machines show they're dead accurate. They were able to intuit its mass. Although it was so tiny, it was an imploded star, what we call a white dwarf. They said that it was so heavy that if all the creatures on Earth were one lifting mechanism, they could not budge it. We have discovered it is the heaviest type of star in our galaxy. They said it was made of a bright metallic iron. We have found it to be true. They said it had an elliptical orbit of 50 years around its parent star, Sirius A. We have found that to be true. They said it has an orbit on its own axis. We don't know that yet. They said that there was an object flashing and darkening, contracting and expanding within the region of this Sirius B. Do you know when modern science discovered that? 3 years ago. Einstein orbiting satellite found the object the Africans were talking about. They mentioned that 5 centuries ago. You're not therefore dealing with idiots, because all of these systems of thinking are built on the assumption that the reason why you study the primitive is because you have to see where we first began, like how we study monkeys in order to see how man jumped into symbolic universe from the land of the monkey. You study black primitives because you could see where society began, the little kinds of simplicities, and then you jump into advance. And these simple people are in advance. Some of them, not all, because no world develops in that equal stage. You have high point, you have cultural centers. If therefore you study primitives and you ignore the cultural centers, many of which evaporated or were shattered, then you have no idea of what was going on. You have no idea. It is like going to Europe. I spent 10.5 years in Europe. I've been in parts of Europe where there's never saw a black man in all history. And I went into villages where I found as many as 12 Europeans using one outhouse bathroom. They did not use flush toilets. They were aware of it. They didn't use it. They never showered. They had baths, but they didn't shower. Okay, Now that would be most unfair for me to write a big book about that village and say, this is Europe. It is in Europe, it is authentic, I saw it. But it's not, it is authentic, but it's not the truth. It's not the truth in the sense that even though it's a partial truth, it's worse than a lie, because that's not the way to represent Europe. Europe has gone beyond that point. So why do we do this with Africa? And it's not only done by whites. You send a black out to Africa on a holiday with a camera. They always search for the worst things they could find. They don't want anything to be proud of. They're being told by Europeans, the African is such and such, the African is such and such. Therefore, how do I capture the African? How do I prove that I went to Africa? Let me get something like that. It's not a joke, it's dead serious. Because even though it is authentic, it does not give you a sense of the very best that was possible. They found mathematical systems as Lasky found it. Why didn't we find it when I was at university? Nobody told me the Africans had mathematics. Why didn't they find it? Because they were looking for it in the bush and in the desert and in the little village communities that didn't need it when they went among large African communities that had existed, that had encouraged and promoted intensive and extensive trading with other countries. They found Africans had developed indigenous mathematical systems because they needed it. But if you didn't study the large group, then you don't find it. Just like they didn't find the scripts, they just automatically assumed there were no scripts. And they assumed that about medicine. We've always thought that the Africans had some hocus pocus when it came to medicine, the little herbs here and there. That's not true. We find that they had vaccines long before Edward Jenner. Long before Jenner, the Africans had come upon the vaccine by puncturing the skin for purification and identification markings, and they soon learned that you can introduce a germ in small quantity to build an immunity against the larger dose of the germ. Here in America, a slave called Onesimus told Cotton Mather about the smallpox vaccine because it had already been developed in Africa. There's a new stuff done on medical contribution of black women. Black women had brought medicine from Africa. They have a whole range of cures. We found tetracycline, a major modern antibiotic. We found tetracycline in Nubia. It was found in the bones of Africans 14 centuries old. They found the lowest incidence of disease among these ancient Africans because they were using tetracycline as an antibiotic. Do you know when we started to use tetracycline in the 1950s? They found aspirin among the Bantu. The Bantu were using Salix capensis, a root which is salicylic acid, the main active ingredient in aspirin, long before modern science picked up on aspirin. They found urbane, which we took into our system, capsicum, physostigmine, a breakthrough in eye science where the Africans had developed a solution for dealing with certain eye diseases. It was synthesized by a black scientist here, physostigmine. The Coca-Cola comes from the cola drink that Africans were using for centuries. Probably put a little more caffeine in it to sparkle it up, that's all. Reserpine, the first drug that was used to treat hypertension and psychotic disorder, they found Africans had introduced that. It was used in Europe, calpectin. That's an African drug for diarrhea. It has a different name now, it's a different brand, so you never recognize it. There are pharmaceutical companies all over Africa studying herbal medicines today because they're beginning to take some of this very seriously. When you see films about African medicine, it's always the witch doctor, and they don't explain to you that in medicine there's a psychological treatment and there's hard treatment where you give the person the medicine. Now it's very important to have certain sorts of rituals which can assist in healing, because if a person thinks that they're being affected in a certain way, you can have a theatrical treatment which actually cures them. In addition to that, you can introduce scientific, all right, really, and a hard concrete medicine. You have to look at this here in this book. Dr. Finch explains this in great detail. Dr. Finch has recently done a study of a medical treatise done by Africans thousands of years ago. It's known in the Edmund Smith Papyrus. It was copied over in 18th dynasty. Dr. Finch showed me they had, this is long before Jesus and long before the Greeks, the top Europeans were even aware of these things. That they had only translated 1/3 of the book which dealt with the brain, the head, and the neck. They had more than 200 terms for things inside of the brain and outside. They had found the actual locus in the brain that processes auditory information. We only discovered that a few decades ago. In fact, a few years ago, some of the things Dr. Finch showed that only been discovered recently through X-rays that the Africans had come upon a long time ago. The pulse, Herophilus was credited for the first work in the pulse, the Greek. We find 1,000 years before him details about pulse taking in great detail, something so complex that it took 1,000 years later for Europeans to catch up on it. These things are not in the books. That's why I speak now to scientists all over the country, and they sit with amazement. And you say to yourself, look, what is this? I'm not a scientist. Here are these specialists. How come they don't know about this? No, but because there is a deliberate, some of it is unconscious, but some of it is, if it's African, it can't be anything. So why bother with it? It's like I entered the lab. This is the only, it's a whole island called Plum Island in New York State. The only lab that studies exotic diseases of animals. I had to be sprayed before I went there, and I had to be sprayed after I came out, and they told me I'm not to touch any animal except the domestic cat and dog, which is familiar with our diseases. You can't touch any, you can't go on a farm a week after you leave that lab. And when I went to lecture, I saw on the map, rinderpest originated in Africa. And when I gave my lecture, I said, I have to point out that rinderpest did not originate in Africa. It originated in Europe. It was taken to Africa, and it destroyed a lot of cattle in Africa. One of the scientists, he was well trained in this. This is his field, not mine. He said that he objected to Van Sertima saying, so when it's clear on the map that so-and-so, the head of the unit, the head scientist got up and says, I'm sorry about that, but Van Sertima is correct. It is a European disease. And they're learning it. No, they're learning it. It's still there in the map. He said we should have updated that. Now, if that, and I'm not saying anything against Jews because some of my best friends are Jews, but if that, but no, I'm very serious about that. They are. But if that was a Jewish thing, he would have lost his job. I'm sure there would have been a big uproar about it long before now, but because it's a black thing, does it really matter? Do you have to change that? Unless some smart black man comes in and notes it, it doesn't matter. What does it matter? It's just like the whole, let me not go off because I was going to say something else, and it takes me away from my subject, okay? Let me come back. Because we know a lot about diseases and who gets credit for them, etc. But to come back, you look at other phases, look at navigation, look at plants. I noted in my book, They Came Before Columbus, I spent a year on botany because I realized when I was writing They Came Before Columbus, and it came through curious revelation. Now, when I came to this country, and I came by pure accident. I never intended to come here. I came by pure accident. And I was I had been invited to Guyana by my prime minister. There was some literary conference there, and since I had written poetry and I had attempted novels, etc., I was invited as a writer. And when I was there, I met a good friend, Jan Carew, and he said, why don't you come over and visit me? I'm in Princeton. And I said, Jan, you don't understand. I've been without a job for years. I give a broadcast every week. I only earn 8 guineas a week. I could barely survive. I can't pay for a passage. It's just because they invited me here that I came. And he says, look, I'm going to give you a check. And he wrote me a American Express thing. And he gave it to me, and he says, when you get to Port Authority, give this as payment for your bus to Princeton. And when I got to Port Authority, and I gave it, guy says, there's no signature here. So there I was stuck. I did not have a penny. This is in 1970, not a penny. Because the only money I ever had for years was, I never bought clothes. I went to garage sales where they gave away clothes, or sometimes I got a jacket for $1, well, what you would call an American dollar. And I wore shoes for 2 years, 1 pair of shoes. So I was extremely careful. I only had money to eat. And rent was another great problem. So here am I stuck at Port Authority, and I'm begging this bus, this ticket man. I said, look, when I get there, my friend will pay for the bus. He says, no, you can't get on the bus. And the old lady heard me, and she gave me $3 and something cents it was then, and I got on the bus to Princeton. Now, I spent that weekend in Princeton with my friend, and strangely enough, I came upon a book in his library, which he'd taken out to the Princeton Library, Africa, the Discovery of America by Leo Wiener. And I read that book. I didn't finish it. Fortunately, I was offered a job in America, and I came back months later, and I started to read these books, this trilogy. And I knew enough linguistics to know that he was on the right track, but part of what he was saying did not add up. In other words, he was jumping the gun. I mean, he was not all there, but some of it was valid. And I wrote an article the next year actually attacking the thesis of African presence in early America, saying that it was not a proven thesis. And I ended by saying, if anyone could show me one head with African features, clearly and unmistakably African, then I would begin to believe and to take this seriously. And I sent it off to Random House to be published in an article in a magazine called Amistad 2, which fortunately never came out. And a few days later, the editor, Charles Harris, called me and he says, a strange thing has happened on my desk. You ended your essay by saying, if anyone could show me a picture, and underneath your essay, something had just come from Mexico, showing a picture of blacks in Mexico, in ancient Mexico. And I said to myself, how could I ask a question, throwing it out into space, and in the same desk, in the same room, on the same day, the answer comes back? And that, to me, struck me with such force that there is almost a consciousness that if you throw out something, it comes back in that strange way. And I began to realize that there was information in the world, but you could not, all the books had been so written that you had to really go through all of them, thousands of them, before you could find the bits and pieces. It is like if Africa was a shattered diamond, an exploded world, and that there were things all over the place, and that you had to really search through all the disciplines to find them. You take the case of botany. They found in the lab in America, when they took the 2 cultivated cottons of America, Gossypium hirsutum and Gossypium barbadense, and they put it in the lab, they got a shock. They found that 26 chromosomes, 13 were African and 13 were American. Now, these are ancestral cottons. They were here 2,000 years before Columbus. Long before that, 2,000 years before Christ. And they couldn't understand how could the African cotton, a domesticated cotton, cross with an with an American ancestral cotton 2,000 years before Christ. Now, nobody knew then about plant domestication in Africa. They did not know the Africans had domesticated plants along the Niger. They did not know that the major plants in Egypt all came out of the Sudanic agricultural complex. And in fact, that many of the plants that they were thought were Asiatic were later found to have come out of Africa, that they were mere variants or mutations of African plants. So that really shocked them. And the man who discovered that, Stevens, he said, well, perhaps it floated from Africa by itself to America. The content for the African was so absolute. Obviously, the African can't move because he's a primitive. You see how the study, once you concentrate and you get one type of African, and you think that that constitutes the African, everything is affected. So he set up in his lab a tank in which he tried to simulate the salination, that is the saltiness, and the temperature of the Atlantic to see if the cotton could float by itself from Africa to America. The cotton sank after 2 weeks. Wouldn't give up the experiment. He said to himself, perhaps it will sink below the current, but it will remain submerged, clinging to driftwood and come to America. In the 3rd week, it died. So he had to abandon that. And then Proctor, another botanist, suggested birds flew from Africa to America with the cotton. Now, you know, as we know today, we discovered it only 3 years ago, that the one man on the earth who's traveled more than any other man is African man. They discovered, for example, that in Europe there are no Europeans until 55,000 years ago. The only people in Europe were Africans. The Africans were not only in Africa, they were in Europe. That came out of 3 laboratories, 3 major labs. It came out of Oxford, the most conservative. It came out of Hawaii. It came out of Berkeley, where they discovered that Africans were not only the first people, there were no people but Africans. Now that's nothing to suggest that Africans are superior. What it suggests is that we are more intimately related than we thought, because out of the African came the European. This is clearly established now. They can actually track it back. They can track it back in the blood. They can show from the analysis of polymorphism, DNA polymorphisms, that about 55,000 years ago, the African began to lose his pigmentation in the ice of Europe. It took about 10,000 years under extreme conditions where he could not assimilate the little sunlight that was available to him without shedding the pigmentation, which was so critical to deal with ultraviolet radiation in the tropics. So that this has nothing to do with superiorities or inferiorities. Those were ecological imperatives that occurred in various places, and that the Asiatic came about as a result of mergers between the stabilized Africoid type and the type that mutated in Europe. In some cases, you have Africa, there's 100 million blacks in Asia today. If you want to see the evidence of that in the faces, read African Presence in Early Asia. And you will see the Aryan invasion of India, where the attack on the black type, known as the Dacias by the Aryans, and the battles that ensued, and the destruction of the Mohenjo-Daro and Harappan civilizations. But to come back to science, the reason why I wandered into those things is because I want you to be aware that every time we found something, it opened a new door. And as you enter the new room, a new door opened again. We began to discover all sorts of things, that plant domestication had occurred, and that it had traveled to America because there was navigation. The Africans had boats. The Chinese report that 2 centuries before Columbus, Africans brought elephants to them in ships to the court of China. You will see pictures in African presence in early Asia. You will see African noblemen having negotiations with Chinese in the court. This is long before Columbus. And they show currents. They've shown a map. There are maps we have found now, the Piri Reis map, which is in they came before Columbus, that shows Africans had crossed, that they had actually mapped the part of South America. They had mapped the Trata River in Colombia for 300 miles. They have the correct latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates, which Columbus did not have. Columbus struck out for the latitude of Japan, hoping to land in India. He called the Caribbean the Gulf of the Ganges. He called South America an island. He called Cuba the continent. And we're still calling the Americans Indians because that's what this place was called until it was later changed to America from Amerigo Vespucci, his friend. And as I told Congress, we have got to stop talking about Columbus's discovery. Because it is very contemptuous. Not only is it contemptuous of the Native American, it simply is not true. Because as I said to them, I'm not the first person to suggest there were Africans in America before Columbus. Columbus was the first person to suggest it. He actually says so. He said on his second voyage that when he was in Haiti, the Native Americans came to him and told him that black-skinned people had come from the south and southeast in large boats, trading with them in gold-tipped metal spears. And the whole evidence is presented. The metallurgical evidence, the botanical evidence, the linguistic evidence, the oceanographic evidence, the cartographic evidence. You can't play with that anymore. It has become so precise. It's just like DR people, many blacks seem to think that it doesn't matter what you say, people are not going to believe. That's not true. That is not true. Everybody believed for centuries that the Egyptian language, with the exception of people like Massi and a few extraordinary Europeans, everybody was made to believe that the Egyptian language is Afro-Asiatic and Afro-Semitic and Afro-Hamitic, etc. Until Diop stood up for 6 hours at UNESCO and ran down thousands of interconnections, so intimate, so familial, linking threads to the body of African languages that everybody caved in. Nobody could contest that. UNESCO had to say, in spite of all the differences they had at that conference, that for the first time they were unanimously agreed that Egyptian was an African language. So I want you to be aware that the development of these facts, as they become more and more precise, it is impossible to deal with them. We've been arguing for a long time, was the African the last man or the first man? You know, I sat at the table in New York, for example. I was invited to give a speech to a very exclusive organization. I shan't call their names. And when I was sitting at the table and everybody thought by feeding me I would get all nice. And I am a very nice man when you're talking with me. It's when I get up on the stage that I get crazy. And they didn't know that. So I'm sitting down and I'm enjoying my meal and we're all talking softly and nicely. And this guy said, you know the question about who was the first man and who was Adam and Eve and so has not yet been settled, it could still be Asia. And I said, we have to stop this nonsense. I mean, this has been going on far too long. I mean, with all that we have discovered now, and my voice rose, I stopped the tape. With all we have discovered now, you could still dare, he was my host, you know. You could dare talk about Asia as the home of man when they have found so much skeletal material establishing beyond the shadow of a doubt that it is Africa millions of years before Asia. And when we have such machines now that we could actually go into the blood and check it out and show at what point that mutation started to occur, it is no shadow over anyone. It merely shows that we are more intimately connected than we first thought. And he started to tremble and so forth. And I looked up, everybody was uncomfortable. And I looked up and I saw his wife smiling quietly. Nobody noticed that. He'd probably been beating her on the head for years. I don't mean physically, but I mean so proud of his opinions that he never had a good chance. And she was so happy that I was with. She gave me some extra ice cream. It's very important. They were very angry with me, however, when after I gave my speech, before I could give my slides, one of them was saying, get him out of here, Frank. Tell him there is not enough time to show slides. Anyway, what we are finding is so astonishing in every field, in the field of medicine, in the field of astronomy. We found that Africans had an astronomical observatory in Kenya 300 years before Christ. That they had put 19 alignment points to a series of stars and constellations, and on the basis of those alignments, they built one of the most accurate of prehistoric calendars. We have found scripts, we have found mathematical systems, we have found breakthroughs in surgery, eye cataract surgery in Guinea in 13th century Mali. The cesarean section, which is very difficult because there's no place to there are two very difficult places to operate on: the brain and the stomach, because here is where there are masses of things. And in the European world, as late as the 1870s, whenever the cesarean section was performed in a woman, she died. They could save the child, but not the woman. And because of the British Empire, English doctors heard that the Africans were performing the cesarean with total success. A team under Dr. Falcon went out to Africa and studied how the Banyoro surgeons performed their surgery. They noticed the Africans had both anesthetics as well as antiseptics. Now that was very unusual, because Lister had only introduced antiseptics 2 years earlier in his operating theater. Many European doctors did not realize that death lay at their fingertips, that you couldn't just wash your hands with water. You had to have a sterilizing solution. Otherwise, after the operation, no matter how skillful you are, your hands will kill the patient. That after you close the wound, the germs from your fingers will tear her to pieces. In fact, the Africans had their sterilizing solution. These are the savages. They studied how they collapsed the abdominal wall. They studied with astonishment how the Africans had mastered the use of the cautery iron. They could take hot irons and stop internal bleeding almost instantly with minor tissue damage. They studied how they stitched. They actually drew the stitches and brought it back. The cesarean section was performed with far greater success afterwards. You never hear those connections later. Nobody talks about them because we have not been in charge of history before. We never had any say in it. We were just told things and we took it for granted. And it is only now we're beginning to make that probe, but we're not alone, because scientists from all over the world are beginning to bring a new dignity to African science by finding things that had been ignored for centuries. And here in America, and I want to close by pointing that out with great force. The story is not finished, because in so many fields we find the African American has made breakthroughs. In the Caribbean, what made Britain and France such powerful nations in Europe was the sugar in the Caribbean. Who was the man who built the machine that could take cane juice and turn it into sugar crystals? It's black. No, but really you, who came here to the United States. Who built the first machine to mass produce shoes? Jan Matsalega. Who lubricated the machines in a critical stage in the machine age? Developed something that could self-lubricate the machine. Elijah McCoy, whom we call the Rail McCoy, not even knowing the Rail McCoy is a black. Who built the automatic stoplight which still regulates traffic all over this planet? Garrett Morgan, who also built the first smoke inhalator mask and actually entered a fire and saved 36 people using his smoke inhalator mask for the first time in public. Who was able to transform the food industry, the food transport industry in this country when we were primitively transporting things with ice blocks. Who refrigerated our trucks, introduced portable refrigeration in the trucks so as to save the food. Who gave us induction telegraphy. Who was able to change the harpoon, producing the movable harpoon that literally doubled and made safe the whaling industry across the world. Louis Temple of Black. And who gave us light? Edison started on the light. Edison, genius, yes, he initiated the work on the electric light, but Edison could only burn that light for a day. It is Louis Latimer, black scientist, who invented the carbon filament, the extraordinary thing where you could get incandescence without the kind of heat that would burn the bulb. We are able to burn that for thousands of hours a day all over the world because of Louis Latimer. And he wrote the first book on incandescent electric lighting. And he went to London, where it was the greatest city in Europe, and literally supervised the lighting of London. He supervised the lighting of New York. He supervised the lighting of Philadelphia. And you see so many films on Edison. There's a whole section of New Jersey State that is called Edison. Have you ever heard of Latimer? I went to scientific societies where they were celebrating Latimer, and they didn't even know exactly what he did. We become such a careless people. You know, when I went to Egypt last summer, the one thing that struck me with enormous force was the incredible precision of the early blacks. I'd read in books of how they'd abandoned an obelisk. And I want to ask one to see this abandoned obelisk, because I learned one thing: the best way to learn about people is to study their failures, because that is where you know the secret of their success. And I looked at that incredible obelisk to find the flaw, the microscopic flaw. Why did these people abandon an obelisk? It must have taken incredible, those quarries, you look in those quarries, you see the standardized blocks of stone. And you want to know what kind of black people were this, who could cut through granite, who could restructure mountains. You go and you see those mountains, they rip it, cut valleys through them, cut rooms right into the heart of the mountain. They couldn't be doing that with stone tools. They couldn't be doing that with bronze. As Diop, the great physicist, showed, the bronze would break. They had to have developed something more. They had iron. And he showed that the iron they found in the Egyptian world was an advanced type of iron, that they were not in merely the Bronze Age, though they may not have had sources of iron at that time until later on at Meroe. When they retreated, they had ironworks at Meroe, but they were using special tools. Because when I looked down at that thing and I said to myself, my God, how could they cut this thing? You touch it, you see the incredibility of this thing. Look at the Japanese. The Japanese are supposed now to be the smartest people in technology. Do you know they went to Egypt to build a pyramid? A small one. Using the methods they believed the early Africans used. Didn't work. So they went further. They started to use their technology. They couldn't do it. They could not do it. They abandoned it after using millions of dollars. That's the modern technology. When the Russians had finished building the Aswan Dam, and there were the teams rushed down to save things the Africans had built. They couldn't move. The cranes broke down. They couldn't move some of the objects the Africans moved. They found pictures showing that Africans had developed something they could throw on the ground that would immediately turn it smooth as glass. Mixtures that they could roll these heavy objects over. They looked at those pyramids. Do you know what it is to have built that pyramid? It is half of the height of the Empire State Building, but it takes up 12 blocks of Manhattan. No single building on earth has ever been built like that. They say it has so much stone that if it were cut into 1 foot cubes, it would circle 2/3 of the belly of this world. That is what these people were involved in. Let us go back in consciousness to these people, because this is a light that burns forever. They're the only people who've been able to preserve themselves until today. You go and you look at some of those mummies, you're not allowed to look at them anymore. We have pictures of some of them. The beautiful African princess Anutawi. You could still see the grain of her black skin. You could see her teeth. You could see her eyebrows. You could see the texture of her hair. She's thousands of years old. No people on earth have been able to preserve their dead like that. No people have built anything that has lasted so many centuries. If it had all disappeared, then we have an excuse. We didn't know about it. We didn't know what our ancestors did. We did not know anything. We could not correct ourselves. We could not redeem ourselves. We could not make ourselves whole again. We have no excuse. It is there. It stares to us now. It is our great inspiration. It rebukes us. How can we continue to accept our mediocrity when we have come out of ancestors who would abandon a slightly flawed rock because they wanted to be perfect, as near to perfection as was possible? Because the Egyptians believed that the world was still constantly being made. They had to remake things. They had to bring it as close as they could to standards of excellence. This has to become our model. Europeans look to their models, and sometimes they claim things that have nothing to do with them. Herophilus is supposed to be the pulse taker when his pulse taker occurs 1,000 years before. And as I told one of the Greek societies, do not be afraid that you're giving anything up, because civilization is a blending and fusion of genius. We couldn't have a space program unless Hitler left his scientists. So it's not American genius only. It had to draw upon that world. There could be no great Greek science without Egyptian. There could be no great Egyptian science without all the wealth of Africa over those many centuries. And we could not have survived to speak as we do now, in spite of all that has happened to us, unless something was kept alive. There is a spiritual thread that runs through us. There is an ancient electricity. There is a power, a dynamism that is still very much alive. It is a spark in our history. It is like something we could plug into. Something that feeds us, something that turns inside of us, something that burns inside of us. And if we are to be whole again, we must pick up those shattered pieces and move forward, creating a new people, a new man, a new society. Thank you very much.
Professor Ivan Van Sertima. We're going to attempt to show some slides that he brought that will show you visually what he just spoke about. But as
These are just a few slides that will give you some impression. All these are found in this book and much more. This is something that was found in Tanzania, along the lakes of Tanzania, where they found that Africans were smelting steel 1,500 to 2,000 years ago. It was thought at first they were merely smelting iron, but when they found the slag from the machine, they found that it was the finest bloom of carbon steel, and that it achieved temperatures of 1,850 degrees centigrade, which is 200 degrees higher than anything achieved in Europe until the 19th century. And this was done just after the birth of Christ, or at the most modest date, about 1,500 years ago, about 500 AD. Then, okay. These are the higher people. This is what is most astonishing, that although Africa had been destroyed, its sun centers had been destroyed, and these people no longer produce steel, yet they were able to reconstruct the smelt, just based on things that had been passed down to them for centuries. We found an astonishing thing like that happening during the last war, when Africans did not have any iron because of the problem of transporting iron. They went back, some of them went back and started to produce a fine iron based upon things that they had done before. One of the astonishing things about this too was the fact that they were producing it in a single stage process, whereas in Europe, even as late as the 19th century, carbon steel was produced in a two-stage process, which was inferior to the African process. This is at Namawatunga in northwest Kenya, 300 years before Christ, where they found Africans had built an observatory, an astronomical observatory. This is the Dogon plotting the orbit of Sirius B, an imploded star which is impossible to see with the naked eye, plotting its orbit right up to the end of the 20th century, up to the year 1990. This is the oldest evidence we have of a number system. This is known as the Shango bone, found in Zaire, the Congo, 8,500 years ago. It's 8,500 years old. This is from Zimbabwe. The Africans built a civilization in Zimbabwe 800 years ago, and this is one of the walls of the great enclosure. An attempt has been made to destroy it, and it was found to be the most remarkable constructions in stone ever built outside of the Great Wall of China. And they could not understand how Africans could have built it, so they said the Portuguese built it, the Arabs built it, the Phoenicians built it, the Chinese built it. And all of the prototypes of these buildings have been found in China, Portugal, the Arab world, or in Phoenicia. And it's recently been established that the Shona have prototypes of this. Here is the conical tower in the royal enclosure. When this was finished, you could stand at the top of the royal enclosure and see the slightest movement of a trader or a merchant 30 miles away. This is the Caesarean section drawn by Dr. Felkin after observing it among Africans. This gives you some idea about early boats. This is a building block for expansion and extension techniques. Here are dugouts in Africa holding 3 camels aboard ship. The dugout was a mere simple building block because, as they showed, there were a range of other ships in Africa along the Niger and the Nile. Along the Niger, for example, they have stone plank boats. They have boats as sturdy and wide berth as the Carthaginians. They have boats that are like the boats of the Egyptians, the papyrus reed boat. They have like the catamaran in the Pacific, double canoes, but much sturdier. This is a ship that was used 1,000 years before Christ. This is used by the Swahili on the Indian Ocean. There was such a respect for African shipping that the Moguls of India made African people the cities, admirals of the Indian Ocean because of the respect of their shipping, and the Chinese put Africans, most of the Africans in charge of the coral diving industry because of their respect for African diving and knowledge of the water. The Chinese, as I said before, Africans bringing elephants to them in ships 2 centuries before Columbus. This is the boat that Africans used in 1969 to cross the Atlantic. Haidal financed it because Haidal showed that this boat was used 1,000 years before Jesus, and that it could cross the ocean even as early as that time. Scientists scoffed at it. Scientists said that it's made of papyrus reed, and if you put papyrus reed in the tank, if you put papyrus reed in the ocean, it would get waterlogged and sink. And they tested it in a tank and it sank. And Haidal said if I took a piece of the Queen Mary, which is made of iron, it would also sink. So that it was tested on the ocean in 1969 on Abdullah the Jibrin, the Aduma people, and it crossed the Atlantic right up to Barbados. These are the currents in the Atlantic, off the Cape Verde, off the Senegal, Gambia coast, and off the southern coast of Africa that take things towards America, South America, the Gulf of Mexico. Shows you the latitudes of those currents. The most extraordinary map found in the ancient world, a map which could not be drawn by Europeans. It was found in 1513, but it could not have been drawn by Europeans because Alvarez Cabral did not get to South America until 1500, and no Europeans had mapped the Amazon. They had not mapped the Trata River. This map shows in detail 300 miles of the Trata River. It shows the correct latitudinal, longitudinal coordinates between the African Atlantic coast and American Atlantic coast. It shows parts of the Caribbean islands. It shows the Gulf of Mexico. And it starts from where the currents start of Africa. It was found in Egypt, Cairo, in the Safavid of Alexandria. This shows you how Africa was connected before it was shattered. How you have riverine connections and caravan connections that move from Cairo all the way down to parts of the Atlantic. This is the Pyrenees map again. This is the map found in 1513 in the Safavid of Alexandria, going back hundreds of years. This is something I found in the Virgin Islands, which turned out to be a script at St. John. This was verified as the Dawson Crescent script, the Tifinagh branch of the Libyan script by Barry Feld, the department, Barry Feld from Harvard and Department of Antiquities in Libya. It reads, plunge into cleanse and dissolve the impurities. This is water for ritual ablutions before devotion. It's found in the Caribbean. It predates Columbus. This is Jan Matsalega, the shoe lasting machine, the first machine to mass produce shoes, which we still use. It was known as the niggerhead machine. This is the graphite lubricator developed by Elijah McCoy, the first introduced into machines, the first machine that could self-lubricate. This is Granville Woods, railway induction telegraphy. He was responsible for 35 major inventions, Granville Woods. This is the first machine to make sugarcane juice into crystals, white sugar crystals. This was developed by Norbert Wheelu. The machine is still used today with slight variation. This is the first removable cooling unit, the first portable refrigeration introduced into trucks, which transformed the food transport industry in this country. Frederick Jones responsible. This is Louis Latimer, and this is his invention, the carbon filament, which was to transform the lighting industry across the world. This is one of the black scientists who worked on the atomic bomb. 6 black scientists have to develop the atomic bomb on Einstein. This is Dr. Lloyd Portman, who's now dead, whom I interviewed in Chicago some years ago. He's not only responsible for that, he was responsible. He changed U-235, uranium-235 into uranium-238, and set the basis for the development of the first nuclear research facility in this country at Oak Ridge. He also invented the diamond window, which was a new way of looking at certain things in the atmosphere which could not be seen with the normal eye. He also was responsible, the first person to suggest that you could synthesize blood, but he was not allowed to continue with his invention. Now the Japanese are ahead of us in that. Well, the Japanese have started to synthesize blood, but this funds were taken away from him. He was also responsible for combining various compounds and producing new gases and compounds in the world, things that had never occurred in nature. As he pointed out to me, if something was made of 3 molecules, 1 above and 2 at the bottom, he could take one and move it to the bottom, or he could take one completely out. He could transform the structure, molecular structure of matter, and thereby was responsible for major breakthroughs in linking things that were never linked before. This is in Bell Labs. Here we have Brian Jackson, who's been able to develop a machine that could place, that can inscribe circuits that are so small they're almost invisible. And he could put it on one wafer, he could put 6 to 4,000 bits of information. This is glass fiber light guides, thin as the human hair. The lab, here is one of the chips, which smaller than a postage stamp can carry thousands of bits of information. The glass fiber light guides I talked to you about, where Canon, Northrop, and Richardson are responsible for some of the major breakthroughs in this glass fiber light guide industry. This is Jesse Russell. And I don't understand his mathematics, but he's involved in doing something very extraordinary here, where he's building a smart data terminal, which is to be used for network management. These are the glass fiber light guides. This is James West, who's responsible for the breakthrough in lapel microphones, the foil electrets. Also, his invention has been used in hearing aids, various other devices. Here he is in this, what is known as the quietest room on earth. If a pin dropped in this room, you would pick it up. This is an anechoic chamber. This is him here with his electron microscope at Bell Labs. This is Major Gillum IV, who directed the Driving Flight Research Center, who supervised the work of thousands of our scientists to build the world's first space shuttle. This is Dr. George Carruthers, who sent the most advanced camera into outer space on Apollo. This is Colonel Gregory. He redesigned the cockpit of our space shuttle. He was responsible for designing the cockpits of the Aegis. Here he is sitting blind, that's not the sky, sitting blind in the middle of an airplane, landing it on the point of a pin by the use of his micro-instrumentation landing system, a computer that locks the plane from the ground and brings it down safely. Here is his alternative power controller, which cuts pilot fatigue in half, which may be introduced in many of our airplanes in the 90s. Here is me meeting Colonel Gregory the day before the blast-off of Bluford at Kennedy Space Center. These are tires of the moon buggy that were devised by the black engineer Cherney, Robert Cherney. These tires are collapsible. They had to be extremely light. They had to be able to have traction on the crystalline surface of the moon and carry weight of the scientists and their instruments. This is the KC-135-09 aircraft, the only aircraft we have which flying on a parabolic curve achieves weightlessness. And here is Shirley at the bottom here testing a laser crystal machine. He spent more time in this machine than anyone else. It's known as the Vomit Comet at NASA. And this is a Hispanic from Brooklyn. She, along with the Black American, Dr. Long, are responsible for major breakthroughs in our space medical program. We have, when you go into space, it's an incredible experience because space is not just the green world. All the colors of the world, all the colors in the spectrum are in outer space. It is an unbelievable experience. And because you achieve weightlessness, you could come out of your spaceship and you could somersault in the air, you could swim in the air, you could walk in the air. But it also means that because you're weightless, you have all the physiological changes which are very difficult to deal with. For example, you may sit down in your spaceship and when you come down on Earth, you find you can't walk anymore. You have to train yourself to walk. This is what happened to one of our early scientists. He eventually, I believe, committed suicide. He never recovered his balance. This does not happen now. It involves a new space medicine. We, for example, developed a machine. Dr. Collins and Dr. Long developed a machine which quantifies yoga. In 6 weeks, you can learn to tell your heart go down. You can tell your blood pressure go down. You can actually train yourself to deal with what we have come to accept in Western science, our involuntary muscular and nervous system. So this is very important. When you're in outer space, blood could come from your legs and float up into your head. All sorts of strange things, so that you have to train yourself before you go out into that strange world. This is Dr. Patricia. So that was Patricia Collins. This is Phyllis Darden. Christine Darden, sorry, Dr. Christine Darden. She's in charge of hypersonic research in our space program. She's a very extraordinary woman because she has taught us how to crinkle the bubble. There are waves that come out of the wings of airplanes as we fly faster, and they create an enormous bubble which, when it bursts, explodes eardrums and windows for miles around. She's taught us how to reshape airplanes so that we can crinkle the bubble and deal with what is known as sonic boom factor. And here, finally, this is me some years ago when I was at the space program. I'm giving a copy of my book, Blacks in Science, which came out that same year. One of our young black astronauts, so he wouldn't get lost in space. Now, I am very sorry that I have passed 8 o'clock tomorrow, and I'm leaving 2.5 hours from here. So I will be most grateful if you keep your questions for the next time. We will be returning here on April the 19th to talk about Egyptian science, and I will be quite willing to entertain questions.
Hold on 1 minute. We came in unity, let us leave in unity. Just hold this spot 1 minute. Now, the secret to our success is going to be for us to be unified. So let's not all run to the door at one time. And I would like to say to you, Dr. Van Sertima's books is on sale here. His tapes are on sale here. If you're interested in the videotape of tonight's lecture, you see Minister Clemson Brown or see me, I'll give you his phone number and how to get in touch with him. Also, for those of you who haven't eaten your dinner, the sisters downstairs kept the kitchen open. If you want to go down and take something home for you, especially sisters who don't feel like cooking tonight, stop on your way down and take a home dinner with you. But before we leave, I want you to say to you, I want to thank you from ACO, from the members of ACO, from the House of the Lord Church. I want to invite you back here next Wednesday. Especially, I'd like to invite you, if you wish to come on Sunday morning to our services. And I like to say to you that there's several people in this audience who I admire, who was pioneers in the organizing lectures like that. The sister sitting right there, Sister Miriam Francis, who's a great artist and sculptor. There's a brother way up there in the balcony, our Neil, and our great artist. I always point these people out because we need to support them. And whenever we see the shows on our streets in the summertime, support these people because they work very hard to put out their work. And I want to say to you, thank you again. Stop downstairs and have a meal. And before we leave, say, in unity, there is strength. Now say it like you mean.
Tonight, I come here to pay tribute to our late Sheikh Anta Diop, who died in February of this year. Sheikh Anta Diop was the greatest living African, at least in terms of the reconstruction of our history. No one who has lived in this century or before of African descent has made such a major contribution to the reconstruction of African history. I first became aware of Sheikh Anta Diop, as most African Americans did, through the translated work on African origin of civilization, myth or reality, which was translated. It's a combination of things. In fact, it's two works, excerpts from two works translated by Mercer Cook, which was published by Lawrence Hill in this country. Unfortunately, I only became aware of him when I had completed They Came Before Columbus. I had just come to the conclusion of my book when I became aware of Sheikh Anta Diop. Sheikh Anta Diop was to leave an impact upon the minds of all the people who had read him. He was the subject of tremendous attacks in France and in various parts of the world. And one of the most astonishing things is that although at the first World Festival of Negro Art, he was given, along with W.E.B. Du Bois, the award for the greatest scholar, black scholar, who has exerted the greatest influence on the minds of blacks in the 20th century. There was actually a conference in Dakar, just 300 yards from his laboratory, by Africanists, mostly European, and he was not invited. He, the greatest of all the Africanists, was not invited to an Africanist conference that was being held in his own country. You become aware through a study of Diop's life not only of great issues that affect the history of African peoples, but you also become aware of the tragedy of the modern world. Because Diop had his foot in many worlds. He was a great physicist and chemist. He was a great linguist. He was a great historian, of course, particularly Egyptologist. And above all, he was a great politician. Few people are aware of what he did in terms of his own country, how he was imprisoned. He founded 3 political parties. And in fact, he was to become, as the leader of the opposition, he was most likely to become the next president of Senegal. So I shall speak of many aspects of his life. I must first speak of meeting him, because although I knew of his work and we had corresponded for about 9 or 10 years, I did not meet him until 1985. I did not meet him until January of 1985. That's one of the curious things about me. I am so busy that unless I meet someone at the lecture, I hardly ever meet them at all. There are many of my colleagues at Rutgers, I've been there 16 years. I have never met them. I know their names, I've heard them on the telephone, but I've never seen them. I remember Ronald Christ, for example, who edited a magazine, Inter-American Review, and I subscribed to that magazine. I wrote articles, he wrote me letters, I talked to him on the telephone. I have never yet seen him in my life. And Sheikh Anta Diop, for whom I had a special affection, wrote me several times and I wrote him back. We had long correspondence, but I never saw him. And not until last January in England did I meet him. And I met him under the most unusual circumstances, because I had lived in England for many years. I had lived in England for 10.5 years. Only one of those years was spent in Africa, and part of it also was spent in Eastern Europe, but I kept coming back to London. But when I had spoken in London before, people were aware of me only as a literary figure, a writer of novels. I had written a book which was made into film, a television film called The Black Prince, and people knew me as a literary critic. I had sat on the Nobel Committee, at least when I came to America, I sat on the Nobel Committee based upon the work I had done as a literary person, but nobody knew of anything that I was thinking in terms of the Black world, because that was not something that one talked very much about in England. People weren't even aware that they were Black. In the sense of community, in the sense of having a shared experience with the rest of the world, in the sense of being able to operate as a world force to change not only the consciousness of man, but to change the circumstances in the world. There was only one issue that got to the root of every one of us, that was South Africa. And that issue, in fact, nearly led to my expulsion from university, because I never spoke. For 10 years, I kept quiet. I never said a word about anything political. And the only time I opened my lips was on South Africa. And this was conveyed back to the authorities. And the arrangement was that I should be expelled from the university. I don't want to go into that now. If I were questioned about it at question time, I will come to that matter. But the reason why I raise it is because I'm very much aware from a study of Diop's life that Diop, like myself, was deeply involved in politics. It is impossible to become involved in Black history without becoming involved in politics. Because to reconstruct the history of Black people anywhere in the world, you have to fight against a climate of great prejudice. Diop discovered that Diop could have had an easy route, because Diop was very fortunate. At the age of 22, he had his bachelor's. There was at least a university in Dakar. There was no university in my country. I did not get my first degree, my BA. I did not get my BA until I was 32. He got it when he was 22, which is normal. That's what you get here. There was no university in my country. So he had his career all set out. He was a brilliant young man. He was born in 1923. He died at the age of 61. He was born on December the 23rd, 1923 in Diourbel in Western Senegal. He was a Muslim. He attended Quranic schools. His family was Muslim. He belonged to the sect of the Murids, one of the most independent Muslim sects that you can find anywhere in Africa. And he went out to Paris in 1946 to further his studies. But he was a proud, stubborn, independent mind. He could have got anywhere he wanted to go. With a scholarship to Paris, a French African could go anywhere in the world. He could even end up as a minister in the parliament. The British never allowed that. None of us were ever allowed to become head of anything until we became independent. None of us. That is one of the things when I was growing up. I remember when I was about 20, I entered the civil service. About 19, I entered the civil service in Guyana. The first thing I heard, I was at the meeting with the director of the audit department. They put me in the audit department, and he sat down before all the Asians and Africans and other people, and he said to them quite nakedly, "You can aspire to any position in this department except my own." Because only heads of departments could only be filled by Englishmen. And one of the things you noted in that country, it didn't matter what an Englishman did, he never went to jail. There was no Englishman who ever went to jail. They disappeared, meaning they put them on a ship and sent them back home quietly, but they never went to prison. No Englishman ever did a menial task. That is why many West Indians, when we went to England and we saw white porters lifting things, people nearly died from shock. They'd never seen a white man lift an object before. Everything was done for them. Now, in the French world, in spite of the prejudice, the great prejudice, there were certain distinctions made that were not always made purely on color, but on class. So that someone who was highly educated, who was very French in culture, could get right up to the position of minister in the government. Therefore, you find people like Aimé Césaire from Martinique, French Martinique, Léon Damas from French Guyana, Léopold Sédar Senghor of Senegal. All of these are men who eventually sat in the Parliament of France. Diop therefore had an opportunity to become anything he wanted to become, but he was too proud and stubborn to become a colonial. He therefore immediately set out on a very serious task, a very bold and courageous task. He set out to do his doctorate on Egypt and to challenge for the first time in a scientific way, more than anyone had challenged before outside of Gerald Massey, who was white, but no African, no black historian had ever with such skill, such expertise, such a range of disciplines challenged all that conservatives had said about Egypt. And he went straight into the mouth of the cannon. And of course, the university rejected it. They said this is unfounded, because he tried to show that Egypt created the first major civilization, and that Greece, the fountainhead of European civilization, fed upon the Egyptian, which was the quintessence of the African civilization. And that Egypt was not possible without what came out of Ethiopia, which was not possible without what came from the interior cradle land of Africa. And he therefore deeply challenged all that had been taught for centuries. And this was rejected. Diop did not give up. Diop spent years trying to get his doctorate. He came back again and again. On the third time, he came with a battery of scholars, and he came with massive evidence and supporting professors. And they were forced to give him his doctorate. They were shamed into giving him his doctorate. He was not just a historian, he was a scientist. Diop came first in mathematics in his school, and he entered one of the most advanced laboratories in France. Many of you may have heard of Mario and Giulio Curie, who won the prize, the Nobel Prize in physics for the discovery of radium. Their son-in-law, Giulio Curie, he founded a laboratory, the most advanced laboratory in France, and Diop worked in that laboratory. Diop was therefore open to the most advanced scientific knowledge available. He was so developed that at a time when only a few people in the world understood Einstein's relativity theory, Diop translated major sections of that theory into Wolof, his own language. That startled a lot of people. And that knowledge, that scientific knowledge of physics, there was also a knowledge of chemistry. Diop developed a special process known as the melanin dosage test, whereby he could tell by test going into the skin of dead mummies, African kings and pharaohs who have been buried thousands of years. He could take off square inches of that skin and test it in the laboratory and establish that the level of melanin in that skin proved that they were black people, that they were African. He was able to do that with the Mariette excavations. He was able to show that all of those mummies were of African descent. And when he established this, he asked permission to get square inches of skin from other mummies in Cairo Museum. No, sir, you're not touching our mummies. They're mummies, and they have absolutely no relationship by blood or history to those mummies. Because the modern Egyptian is as much Egyptian as the modern American is American. There are no Americans practically in this room. We are Africans, or there may be a European here or there or an Asian, but we are not native to this place, so that many Egyptians are not native to Egypt at all. Many of them have no claim whatsoever to those pyramids and those mummies and the marvels of early Egyptian science and philosophy. When Sadat was here a few years ago, Sadat said, I am a black man and I'm the first true pharaoh in 2,000 years. What Sadat was saying, I'm not like them. I am for real. I am truly Egyptian. My mother is Sudanic. Many of them are not there. When I come to deal with the Cairo conference in 1974, you will find that the most reactionary of the delegates to the UNESCO conference were the Egyptians. Let me tell you about that conference. Let me read you my report on that conference in the introduction to this new Diop book. I have to point out that the Diop book does not come out until July the 7th, but I urge you to subscribe to it now, so that as soon as it comes out, I could send you a copy of the book. It is 400 pages. We have never attempted anything like that. It is delayed because we never knew that the material would pile up to the point whereby it would become almost twice as large as most of our journals. It's larger than African presence in Europe. It's more than 100 and something pages larger than Blacks in Science. So it is the most ambitious thing that we have attempted. And now in France, strangely enough, here we are in the English-speaking country, and we've already done a tribute to Diop, the greatest of African scientists and thinkers. And now France has become aware of my work, and they're writing letters asking me to send an article to be published in their tribute to Diop. Their tribute to Diop may not come out this year at all because they're not ready. It's a strange thing. A prophet is not without honor save in his own country. Diop went to this conference on the peopling of ancient Egypt. Now I want you to listen to this very carefully. After many years, more than 2 centuries in which European universities and academics have stated that Egypt is Caucasoid, or it is Semitic or Hamitic or Afro-Semitic or Afro-Hamitic, eventually they invited Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophile Obenga. This is the first time at any international conference on an intellectual matter that Africans are invited up to deal with their own story. Theophile Obenga, he wrote me last week. This is the first time I'm hearing from him, because apparently Diop left a lot of papers after he died. And so several people in France and French-speaking Africa suddenly become aware of the journal for the first time. Theophile Obenga is an expert on Bantu. He's head of the Bantu Research Institute in Brazzaville. He's a great linguist, like Diop. And they appeared at this conference. Everybody else was European or Arab from the Arab Republic of Egypt. And at this conference, everybody came unprepared except the 2 Africans. Could you imagine that? This is a conference meeting, an academic conference meeting to discuss the peopling of Egypt, and these guys arrive empty-handed, talking from their heads. The Africans arrive with heavily researched papers. The linguistic evidence of Diop was so startling that everyone had to admit this is one of the revolutionary things that Diop and Obenga, particularly Diop, had proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that the Egyptian language was not Semitic or Hamitic, it was African. But there is where the agreement ended, because when Diop tried to show that not only the language was African, but that the people were African, everybody got upset. And those people who couldn't say that it is not so, they said, we mustn't talk about race anymore. We are all human beings here. Let's stop talking about race. So let me read you the passage from my introduction, which deals with this. A summary of this conference is of interest and value to readers, since it reveals the state of Egyptology at the moment and the defensive reaction to the question of blackness or Negroness. Professor Galab of the Arab Republic of Egypt declared that the human race during the Paleolithic era, which is the Stone Age, was more or less homogeneous and Caucasian, meaning to say all human beings were first white. This is an Egyptian, you know. And that Negroes only began to appear much later. A Negro culture, he claimed, did not appear prior to the Neolithic, that is the age of agriculture. Professor De Bono of Malta spoke of a race of pyramid builders coming into Egypt, a race with Libyco-Asiatic affinities, without even deeming it necessary to show where on this earth stands the proto-pyramid that this race constructed before it migrated to Africa. How could you have a race of pyramid builders who never built pyramids anywhere else? Several participants, finding it difficult to demolish Diop, decided instead to demolish all talk about race. Professor Saf Soderberg of Sweden, while demonstrating that the majority of Neolithic cultures in the Nile Valley belong to techno-complex of Saharan and Sudanic cultures, said the concept of race was outmoded and should now be abandoned. After he showed that the technology of the early Egyptians is Sudanic and Saharan, which is African, he said, don't talk about race. Race is outmoded, must be abandoned. Professor Vorkuta of France, insisting that there was no way to tell how many of the Egyptians were white and how many were black, felt the evidence nevertheless showed that Egypt at least was African in its way of writing, its culture, and its way of thinking. Now just imagine that. You can't tell how many white people are there, yet everything they're doing is African. In other words, they're white Africans. These white Africans, their language, they said, is African. Their culture is African. Their science is African. And yet you can't tell whether they're white or black. Professor Shinny of Canada said that Herodotus and all the Greeks and Romans who had called Egyptians black were merely being subjective like Dr. Diop. Race was not a scientific concept. Professor Mokhtar of the Arab Republic of Egypt said the problem of race was unimportant. Professor Abdullah of the Sudan, after chiding Diop for adopting an Africanist approach to this problem, went on boldly to assert that the Egyptian language belonged to a family of Proto-Semitic languages and that there was abundant evidence to prove it. He had not come to the conference, however, with his abundant evidence. This, in fact, was one of the remarkable revelations of this international conference. In its final report, UNESCO pointed out, quote, listen to this, although the preparatory working paper set out by UNESCO gave particulars of what was desired, not all participants had prepared communications comparable with the painstakingly researched contributions of Professor Sheikh Anta Diop and Obenga. The Africans at last had done their homework, and those theses, which had once seemed formidable, now shook with the fragility of leaves in the new intellectual wind blowing from the continent. All the time they had had their own way until they had become intellectually flabby. This is one of the things that I have noted. When I was in Arizona some years ago, I had to fight with someone they called an expert on Mexico. And when I opened up on this guy, I realized that I wasn't fighting an equal, that he couldn't fight because he'd never fought in his life. We have to fight. We have to fight for every inch of ground. Nothing is yielded to us without a struggle. But they always took it for granted. As my mother used to say, they're born with golden spoons in their mouths. And so when at last he met a fighter, he couldn't fight. When I started on him, I suddenly realized, I said, you know, animals, when they fight like apes, etc., when they're about to overpower you completely and they realize that you are losing, the ape pulls back. Man doesn't usually pull back. And there is something Christian in me which said, you know, you've got him on the ground now, let him go. And there's something devilish in me that said, let him go, my foot. He has trampled us for centuries. These are the kinds of men who have destroyed us for centuries. They are still destroying us. Our children are being destroyed. Don't let him go. The time has come to kick these people. Amen. When the knowledge arises. There is no compromise here because we are dealing with something savage and brutal. It is something that is cruel. Comes on the smiles. It comes on the smiles, etc. And everyone is so sweet and kind and nice. But there are people being destroyed in every aspect of our life. People are being destroyed. You cannot look at some of our children today. You cannot go into those universities to teach without realizing that somebody is taking a gun and shot out a piece of their brains. You have to rebuild the whole world. You have to rebuild the whole intellect now in order just to get a few facts through. How can one be soft about something like that? How can one stand before something that is so painful, so absolute, so pervasive, so overwhelming, so destructive, and not feel an anger so great that when the time comes, one wants to shoot them all? Because when Diop told me about South Africa, do you know South Africa has an atomic bomb? And do you know how they got it? They have the finest atomic bomb. When you read the book I have brought out, Great African Thinkers, read the section where Diop talks in South Africa, and he's a physicist, he knows about uranium in detail. Read how they got their bomb. And one of our satellites spinning around this planet a few years ago saw a flash, an atomic flash out of South Africa. It was all covered up. I don't want to give you, I prefer you to read the section that deals with South Africa and the atomic bomb and where they got their plutonium from and where they got their expertise from. It is something frightening. And you have to read these things because Diop wasn't just a historian. Diop related himself to the modern world. He knew as a politician who had suffered in prison that unless these ideas can be related to our present lives, they will be lost. People have to know the relevance and urgency of this kind of information. I had a long correspondence with him once about the discovery in the body of Ramesses II of tobacco. This is something that stunned the world. Ramesses II was a great pharaoh who had been lying in state in the museum in Egypt for many centuries. Suddenly he developed, or over a period of time, he developed an infection in the leg. You can understand how extraordinary the African mummification must be, that it took thousands of years for him to develop an infection in his leg. This infection was eating away the mummy. They got afraid, and since France is in control of most of these things, many Parisian laboratories came to study the mummy of Ramesses II. He was taken over to Paris. Diop said, when they took off the cover, he saw Ramesses II. Ramesses II was very black. When they brought him back home, he was pale. They put so much gamma rays in that mummy that they turned him pale. Diop said, in spite of all of that, it would still be possible to test him, to give him the melanin dosage test. But some strange thing happened. And I unwittingly had something to do with it because Diop wrote me and says, they have found tobacco in the belly of Ramesses II. And he said to me in a letter, which is published in this new journal, that proves that you are right. Not only the Egyptians come to America, but they came back bringing the tobacco. And I wrote him and says, no. Here you are likely to be making a mistake because even though people have argued for centuries that tobacco is American, it is not. I have shown in my book, which at that time, he was writing in 1980. My book did not come out in France until 1981. So he had only read pieces of my book. He had not read the French edition of the book. And I said, when the French edition comes out, you are to look very closely at the chapter on tobacco because I have shown that tobacco is not American. There is an African tobacco and there's an American tobacco. And that in fact the word tobacco comes from tobacco, which comes from dubak, which is a Syrian word for viscum glue, and the viscosity of the tobacco plant led the Syrians to call it dubak, and then it was changed to tubak, and it led to words like tuba, taba, tawa, tama, and that is what came over, so that the Americans started to call not the tobacco plant, for which they had a name since they had a tobacco plant, they called the pipe tobacco. And they called the act of smoking with the mouth, which was new to them, tobacco. So that could be an African tobacco. So use your laboratory, because Diop was the founder and maker of the radiocarbon laboratory in Dakar. Since his death, I think it was last month, the government of Senegal decided to call it the Sheikh Anta Diop Institute rather than the radiocarbon laboratory. It is now named after him. But he could not do this because nobody would allow him to touch the tobacco. But nevertheless, he informed people in Egypt and in France that I had raised the question that they should test the tobacco to see if indeed it is like American tobacco. Do you know, after the test was performed, everybody got quiet. There were 48 laboratories involved, and none of them published reports. And do you know what they said? They stopped studying Ramesses II, and then the rumor went around that they got the wrong mummy. In other words, either they discovered that that was an African tobacco, not like the American, which means it upset all the arguments, or they discovered it was American, which meant that there's a possibility that the Egyptians brought it back from America in an early time, which upset them even more. So either way, they got caught, so they shut up. That was the end of the matter. We never heard again about Ramesses II. Nothing has been published about it. How can you deal with that kind of duplicity? How can you deal with that conspiracy of silence without feeling a great anger? And you could see why a man like Diop would eventually be led into serious politics. Because when you become aware of all of those things, you begin to realize that history is a political fight. Because these guys are prepared to go to any lengths to cloud over what has happened in our lives, because they know that that knowledge can give you a consciousness so powerful that it could upset the world. Look, don't make any mistake about it. Consciousness is the key to power. A different kind of consciousness is the key to power. Even in spite of all their guns and everything, that fight that is going on in South Africa, where children are throwing themselves at the guns because of a different consciousness. 20 years ago, they wouldn't have done that. They wouldn't have done that. So that it is with a different kind of consciousness that true revolution begins, because people are prepared to take this thing to a point where you can no longer fool anybody. If those Africans like Diop and Obenga were not alive, if that kind of complexity and sophistication of intellect did not exist, that UNESCO conference would have done the same damn thing they've been doing for centuries. It wouldn't have shifted a bit. Surely the Egyptians wouldn't have shifted it. It was through me and Diop that the Egyptians asked the British back for the splinters of the Sphinx's nose. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't dare think of that. So colonial Mokhtar, this man at UNESCO, forced me to write almost an apologetic note in my journal saying that I have been given permission to print this essay by Diop, but not all the participants of the conference at the conference agree with it. How could they all agree with it when it stands in contradiction with all the lies that they have been preaching? And Diop's special scientific knowledge, not only his knowledge of linguistics, his knowledge of physics led him to question something very seriously. There's an article in this new book called Iron Metallurgy in the Ancient Egyptian Empire. Several French investigators said that although they found iron, listen to this, smelted iron was found in Egypt in the Great Pyramid, a niche in the Great Pyramid. And they said, well, it is an accident. It fell from a higher strata, meaning a later period. because the Egyptians couldn't have smelted iron, they said. And they said it was decarbonized iron, soft iron. Diop showed, because of his scientific knowledge, that soft iron is more advanced than hard iron, because you'd have to take the carbon out of it to get to that stage. And iron smelting advances and advances until it gets less and less carbon, so that this kind of carbon they found, stratum iron, is advanced iron. And then he showed that it couldn't have fallen from a higher strata, because the people who found it went to great extent to establish that it was an untroubled strata or level in the pyramid, that nobody had touched that when they found it. So all these things were cover-ups and lies. And then he showed that King Tut's bed, the posts of King Tut's bed were made out of smelted iron. When he went to the Cairo Museum and he pointed out to the curator, he says, "This is iron, isn't it?" And the curator said, "Yes." He says, Diop said, "Well, could you write me a note saying that it is iron?" "Not me. No, sir. They're not going to write any such note. They'll lose their job." And when he showed that the Eye of Horus was made of smelted iron, so that it's not only in the Great Pyramid, but periods long before the smelting of iron, you have objects of real iron, not meteoric iron which falls from the sky, but iron done through the smelting process. And he showed with great persuasiveness, based on his scientific knowledge, that this was so. Now, years passed before I met Diop, and I want to read to you the beginning of this introduction to the book, because this describes how I felt when I met Diop, and it also says something about his death. I felt a strange sense of awe in his presence. It was the aura of nobility and graciousness, perhaps, the quiet air of intellectual authority, the legend of his life and his work that had preceded him. His eyes never left me as he spoke, but though his gaze and his grip were firm, his voice was surprisingly soft. The sibilances of his French rose and fell upon my brain like waves of whispers. "Monsieur Diop," was all I could say. "We meet at last." It was a cool blue London day, the light of a premature springtime loitering like a stranger on the streets of a winter morn. January 13, 1985, about a year and a month before his death. We had exchanged long letters. We had spoken on occasion on the telephone. I had read his work in English, he my work in French. He had followed avidly the issues of the Journal of African Civilizations, yet nearly a decade was to pass before we met face to face. That week in London, we talked to packed houses. We dined, we discoursed, we debated. Diop's great friend of many years, Carlos Moore, made us feel at times as though we were conversing in the same language. But in spite of the growing familiarity, my sense of awe and reverence in his presence persisted. I saw him more as a father than as a comrade in arms. I felt the long road that I would still have to walk. I could not shake off the impression of being in the shadow of an elder spirit. It is not for us to say that the death of a man comes too early or too late. Fate is far too complex. But let us venture to say that we in America needed a guide and a teacher like Diop. Africa, above all, needed a leader like Diop. Had he lived to become president of Senegal, he might have piloted some of the nations of West Africa into the first stages of a federated state. His passing, therefore, is a very great blow to us all. Yet history teaches us that men like these do not die at the time of their deaths. Often it is that the fall of a great teacher or prophet is the beginning of the rise of his ideas. So let it be with Diop. Now, I want to say something about his work as a politician and his ideas about modern Africa before I come back to deal with his historical theses. Now, Diop was very determined to change Africa. He was deeply depressed by the state of modern Africa. He was well aware that Africa is only in the first stage of its independence. Lots of us are very unhappy about the state of modern Africa. We have seen tremendous disasters occur in Africa, in Uganda with Idi Amin, in the Congo with Lumumba, in South Africa, of course, that is the darkest, the most terrifying chapter of African history. But in many parts of Africa, apart from the imperialist thing, apart from the colonial thing, we find that the many centuries of colonization has created corruption among many of the ruling elite in Africa. Many of the Africans who've gone to British universities or French universities have come back without a sense of what they are, without a sense of what the continent of Africa is, without a sense of true history. Diop is unusual in that respect, like Nkrumah. They have a real sense of what it was to have been an African, what the very finest, what is the finest that occurred not only in Egypt, but other parts of Africa, like among the Dogon, for example, where the excellence, the quintessence of the African spirit survived. This is something we can go back to. This is nothing that is past and dead. This is a model. And Diop was very concerned about that instead of having this fighting between little mini states, you can have federated structures. You can't federate all Africa, but you could have certain nations coming together in a certain working structure, because therein lies the great strength. We tried to do that in the Caribbean. We did not succeed. And so, it went all haywire. Diop wanted very much to do that in Africa, as Nkrumah did. But he knew that it could not be done unless they developed certain things. You had to have a sense of the cultural integrity of the African people. What did they belong to? Where this unity and continuity lay, so that you don't just see yourself as Nigerians and Ghanaians, etc. But above and beyond that, you see what Africa is, what it is to be African. He found that a certain re-education had to begin. He was the man, and he didn't just talk about this. Diop actually founded the first World Black Researchers Association, in which he was to bring scientists from all over Africa and other parts of the Black world, so to make sure that whatever was being developed, that technology transfer would occur. It would be carried into Africa. Let me tell you, in spite of all this fight between Russia and America, America gives technology to Russia. America gives technology to China. They buy it. America gives all of its military technology to Israel. And Israel gives some of it to South Africa. So how come the Africans, Diop is one of the few blacks who is the director of a scientific institution. He actually founded and created a radiocarbon laboratory for radioactive research in Senegal, single-handedly. He was in prison because he founded a political party. They declared it illegal. They threw him in prison. That's how he did a lot of his work. He studied in prison. And when he came out of the prison, say, you keep quiet, we're going to help you. And for a while, they kept him quiet, and he built his thing. And then he founded another political party. And once again, he was in trouble. When we invited him here to come to America, we had a lot of trouble. Every time in the last days, every time we pick up the telephone, a woman answers. Not related at all. The American and French intelligence became involved. We just could not communicate with Diop. When eventually Diop got on the plane took off from Dakar. 1,000 miles from Dakar, the plane began to tremble violently. They said it had a fractured wing. They had to swing around and fly all the way back to Dakar. When they landed, all the tires exploded. Well, Diop stayed home. His friends begged him, don't go. This is a plot in your life. Don't go. We had the Nile Valley Conference here. We were there at the airport. Even the mayor of Atlanta, Andrew Young, paid for the plane to come down to New York so that we could meet Diop. Diop didn't turn up. Jeffries was waiting, John Clark, myself, Finch. We didn't see Diop. And nobody believed us. Many people thought that it was just a trick, that we'd only use Diop's name to bring people to. All sorts of rumors sprang up. When Diop eventually came to America, he told what had happened. But the next time we were smarter, we never telephoned him. We never told anybody we were bringing Diop to New York. That was the best way to get rid of French intelligence or American intelligence. Nobody knew Diop was coming. Only about 5 people knew. Myself, Dr. Charles Finch, the president of Morehouse, the dean of the Martin Luther King, and Andrew Young. Nobody else knew Diop was coming. We couldn't inform anyone. We couldn't take any risks because we couldn't take any chance that intelligence would pick it up. And we made sure that Diop would fly to Paris. So Diop flew to Paris as if he was just going to meet his wife and his friends in Paris. And then we smuggled him out to Paris. We got him on Delta Airlines, and they flew him straight to Atlanta. So there was no interruption. When Diop took his flight, nobody knew. They just flew him clean out from France into the United States. We met him at the airport, and then the whole range of things began, his talks, etc. When he landed in Washington, D.C., myself and Diop had to speak before NAFIO. This is heads, black educators, heads of black schools and things like that, so forth. And even Howard, who had to provide a translator, didn't know who was coming. They were told it was a prominent Senegalese. We couldn't even tell Howard University. I don't need to say why. But Diop came here and he was profoundly impressed by his treatment. He was treated as a head of state. Everything that could be done, we brought out the whole Atlantic police force to protect him, all the security, all the hospitality, everything. We brought Coretta King and so forth, and all the various people in the Southern lead. That started a whole series of lectures. Now, there are 2 or 3 main elements in the Diop lectures. One of them is the beginnings of man. Diop has argued that man, black man, African man created European man and Asiatic man. Now, in my university, in various parts of the world, it has been accepted for the last 15 to 20 years that man was born in Africa. That is not in question. Nobody doubts that now. They doubted it early in this century. They looked for man in Palestine. They looked for man in Asia. They looked for man in Europe. Somebody created a fabricated skull, half monkey, half man, called Piltdown Man, and fooled them for a long time. But since Leakey's work, it is accepted throughout the world that man was born in Africa, but that didn't solve anything, because what they're saying is, okay, man was born in Africa, but then he came to Europe and got really advanced and evolved, created civilization and brought it back to that backward half ape living in Africa. Diop showed that there were 6 stages of man, and that 3 of them never left Africa. The other 3 not only wandered all over Africa, but wandered into Europe and into Asia. In that period of time, the Straits of Gibraltar did not exist. It was possible to cross from Africa into Europe on dry land, because Europe is only 20 miles away from Africa. The northernmost part of Africa is only 20 miles from the southernmost part of Europe. Also, Asia, you could have crossed because you didn't have that cutaway. You could cross. Also, you could cross easily by boats because the distance is not great. So that man then spread out from Africa and spread into Europe and spread into Asia. Now, this was, while Europeans accepted this, they're saying, yes, okay, fine, he came out of Africa, but he came out at the most primitive, backward stage. His brain was not properly developed. But when he got into the ice, then he started to evolve. Okay, and so European man is a highly advanced type, but African man is a backward type. Now, strangely enough, the most ironic thing to happen in this whole story is that the day before Diop died, a battery of 11 scientists, most of them from Oxford, England, the most conservative place you could find in the world, came out with proof that not only was man born in Africa, but modern man was born in Africa. Okay, I want you to note that there's a big distinction. This is the end of the argument. Not only have they shown, as Leakey did, that man was born in Africa, that has been accepted for quite some time. It doesn't prove anything. But they have proven that the last man, the most advanced type of man, the last phase in the evolution of man, the most modern man, the man with the brain case of the European, the Asiatic, and the African was born in Africa. Let me read that section to you. It appears in Nature, as I say, the day before Diop died. It's entitled Evolutionary Relationships of Human Populations from an Analysis of Nuclear DNA Polymorphisms. It's the work of 11 scientists, most of them from the University of Oxford, England, and it appears in Nature, Volume 319, February the 6th, 1986. The team of scientists concluded, quote, the earliest fossils of anatomically modern man, which is known as Homo sapiens sapiens, have been found in Africa, at Omo in Ethiopia, Border Cave in South Africa, and at Classes River mouth in South Africa. The data from the last site suggests that Homo sapiens sapiens was present in South Africa more than 100,000 years ago, and an adult mandible from Border Cave has been dated about 90,000 years before the present. Hence, it has been argued that the evolution of modern man took place in Africa. Our data are consistent with such a scheme in which the founder population of the modern world migrated from Africa and subsequently gave rise to all non-African populations. In other words, it has now been established by the analysis of DNA polymorphism that the European is an African. He springs out of African, the Asian springs out of the African. The Asian is partly Africoid and partly Caucasoid, because the Caucasoid, the Asian, appears later. The Caucasoid comes out of the African. It's a shift. It probably comes from albinism, where the African gives birth to a pigmentless person. This is possible even today in Africa, though a pigmentless person does not survive in Africa. An albino only has about 25 to 30 years of life, but in the ice, an albino would survive. So that you have in the ice, about 50 to 55,000 years ago, in the ice of Europe during an ice age, a certain number of the Africans living in Europe began to undergo a change. The first change is that they retain African features, but they become albinos. Albino condition springs out of the fact that the pigmented skin, which is critical to survival in the tropics, is not critical to survival in the ice, in the extreme ice. And I'm not talking just the temperate zone. We are living now in the temperate zone. That's not ice. Okay, it has a certain amount of cold period. I'm talking about an extreme ecology in which great parts of Europe were covered by ice 1 mile thick. And the African population got into trouble because they were removed from the sun 3 times. A, the sun was no longer direct and abundant as in Africa. B, the sunlight was not only weak and tangential, but it was further removed because they had to cover their skin from the cold they had to cover their bodies from the cold in the skins of animals, which further removed them from the sun. And third, they had to live for a long time in caves. And the light of Europe, a great part of Europe, was twilight. It did not have the brightness of Africa. It was a twilight. Hence, you find a shift in terms of the melanin in the skin, which is critical to survival in the areas where man was born, in the latitudes of the tropics, that the melanocytes started to become inactive. and you have the calcification of certain things that are which feed on melanin. Like, for example, it has been pointed out by doctors recently that there's a certain part of the European that is calcified. It's the pineal gland which feeds on the melanin. Okay, so that you have shifts occurring at first, and then shifts occur not only in color of eyes, color of hair, color of skin, which is one shift. Because as soon as you lose pigmentation, eye color changes, skin color changes, hair color changes, but then you also have contraction change. That is, the bones of the face undergo a slow shift because the nose gets narrower, because the narrow nose in the eyes is natural. Okay, you have a contracted nose as against an expanded nose, so that you have movements that affect ecologies that affect the structure of the face. Now, these things have been established on a scientific basis. While it has been speculated on before, it has not been established before. Now it is clear that the European is my brother, but he's my younger brother by several centuries, which is the opposite to what that great South African, what was his name, that great liberal South African, Schweitzer, said, the Negro is my brother, but he's my younger brother by several centuries. It is just the opposite. Now, this doesn't establish inferiority and superiority of races. What it establishes, however, is that it is wrong to suggest that the African is late in time. He is not late, he's the elder. It is also wrong to suggest that any defects or disadvantages that may appear in black people any part of the world as a result of the sociology of their situation is not due to any biological defect, because biologically they are the original people of the world. And they're not just original in terms of being the birthplace of mankind. They are also the most advanced. That type, that is the most advanced type, that has the brain case of modern man, is African. In other words, there are pre-sapien types. There's the Neanderthal type, which also came out of Africa. We're not talking about that. That type disappeared. Some people think that some Europeans are still in the Neanderthal stage. I don't want to comment on that. But the point is that that Neanderthal type was not complete. It was missing a lobe in the brain. And that the Homo sapiens sapiens, which is the last man, he is complete. He is what we all are, regardless of our race, which is superficial, but which has become tremendously important because we are living in sociologies, we are living in a historical condition which has made it terrifyingly important. And we have lived for the last 5 centuries in a situation which make us feel as though we are the inferiors, as though we have contributed nothing to the world, as though we are the latecomers to the world, as though all the great science and civilization came from other people, and we are just sitting at the table picking up the crumbs from the civilization of others. This is the main thesis of Diop, not just the beginnings of man, but the beginnings of civilization, because his contention that Egypt was African is not only proven by a great range of things, but it is critical because it shows that European civilization would not have been possible. The Greek miracles would not have been possible without the contribution of the Egyptian. Every major Greek scientist went to Africa, or some of them who didn't get a chance to go claim they went so as to give legitimacy to their scholarship. Thales of Miletus, Democritus, Pythagoras, Eudoxus, Heraclitus, Anaximander, Anaximenes. There's a whole list of them. One Greek scholar said you could fill a whole book up with the names of the Greeks who went to study in Africa. Every major development came out of that African world. The Europeans developed certain things, yes, they refined certain things, they defeated the Africans and were able to take things over. When you look at the medicine of early Africa, you are amazed at the developments and sophistication. They produced many medical treatises, 10 of which survive in spite of the massive destruction of books. 10 medical treatises survive in Africa. 2 of them are very famous, the Ebers Papyrus and the Edwin Smith Papyrus, named after the people who stole them. And parts of that survive in the New York Museum, one of the medical museums in New York. I think it's the New York School of Medicine. They have chapters, listen to this. Those 2 manuscripts, the Ebers and the Edwin Smith, are 2,600 years before Christ and 1,500 years before Christ. And the one that is 1,500 years before Christ, which is 3,500 years ago, has chapters on helminthiasis, ophthalmology, gynecology, pregnancy, diagnosis, treatment of abscesses and burns, diagnostic percussion, studies of the pulse, notes on circulation, 3,500 years ago. These are our ancestors writing books about that 3,500 years ago. Yet you hear about the father of modern medicine is Hippocrates. When even his theory of harmony and opposites comes out of the Egyptians, you hear about the great geometry of the Greeks. Geometry was created by the Africans along the Nile. They had to create geometry in order to deal with the fluctuations in the Nile tides. Pythagoras spent 22 years. I put it at 7 because I'm conservative. Even the greatest of European scientists stated that Pythagoras spent 22 years among the Egyptians, and the greatest of European scientists pointed out that we owe the Africans 3 things. He said the Africans developed the first atomic theory in Egypt. They call atoms monads. Now, they haven't reached the stage we've reached today, atomic fission or anything like that. But do you know what it is to be aware of atoms as the building block of the universe? The atom has to be magnified 1 billion times for you to see it. And yet they were talking about these monads, these unseen, invisible things that were the building block of the universe. Isaac Newton, the greatest of European scientists before Einstein, said that the Africans had a heliocentric theory of the solar system. That was not true in Europe. Europe believed the earth was the center, not the sun. That is why the Egyptians worshiped the sun. They saw the sun as a center and the earth and other planets revolved. They hadn't found all 9. They found about 5, but they saw it revolving around the sun. He also pointed out that they were the first to have ideas about gravity. They developed this business about the harmony of the spheres, these orbits moving in a certain order, having a certain harmony. These are new to Europe. We take all this for granted because all knowledge now comes from Europe. All books are made in Europe. All the teachers are in Europe. All those who get degrees and so forth, you have to go to Europe. So we have assumed that all this began there. It didn't begin there. The Greeks had to go to Crete as well as to Egypt, and Crete has been established both by Schliemann and Evans as largely an African civilization. And that long precedes the flowering of the Greek thing. Even the gods. You know how many of the gods and goddesses of Greece are black? And let me talk about the goddesses. Artemis, the goddess of chastity, is black woman. Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, is a black woman. Circe is represented in Grecian vases as a black woman. She is the temptress in the Odyssey that turns Odysseus' crew into pigs. Jason, searching for the golden fleece, the great hero of the Greek legend, is helped by Medea, who is considered to be a black princess. Europe is named after an African princess, Europa. Most people think Africa is named by Europe. That's not true. Africa comes from Afruika, which means birthplace. It's an Egyptian word. So that the profound influence, not just on the science, in terms of mathematics, and in terms of medicine, in terms of these things, but in even philosophical concepts, religious ideas were carried over from Egypt, the seat of African civilization. When I say the seat, Egypt would not have been possible without all the things streaming from the cradle land of Africa, because Egypt is not the beginning of African civilization. They have found Tarseti or in the Sudan, Kustal on the edge of the Sudan, which has kings, 12 black kings reigning 2 centuries before the first Egyptian dynasty, and all the elements that are later to appear in Egypt are already set down at Tarseti. Even the hieroglyphs, the world's first major writing system. Other people have developed writing systems, the Sumerian, but nothing was as highly developed as the hieroglyphic system. It was to affect a lot of people, including the Europeans. Europeans have very few writing systems. There are very few Europeans who had writing systems. The French do not have a writing system. The English do not have a writing system. The Spanish do not have a writing system. Only the Romans and the Greeks and the Russians and the Phoenicians. There are only a few people with writing systems, about half a dozen in Europe. You take for granted everybody wrote. When the Romans conquered the English, they were utterly illiterate. They had never written a line. Yet when I was at university in England, they're talking about Africans are preliterate. They have a part missing in the brain. They're preliterate. That is not a highly developed part. And they're bloody preliterate, so that Cicero, the Roman, had to say, when they conquered the British, they are so stupid. I am quoting his exact word. They are so ignorant. I am not sure we can even make them into good slaves. And in Africa, you have the Manding script, you have the Akan. This is pre-European Akan script, the Manding script, the Afaka script, the Meroitic script, the hieroglyphic script. There are several scripts in Africa. You say, well, okay, if the Africans had scripts, why didn't they write books? The earliest books in medicine are African. The earliest books in mathematics are African. And they're now saying, now it's becoming more and more clear that early Egypt, classical Egypt was African. People like Nugabor and other mathematicians are saying, yes. So the Africans did a few things, but they did not develop theoretical mathematics. They developed a sort of practical mathematics. The mathematics, they said, of empirical recipes. They learned from trial and error, but they didn't have a theoretical mathematics. Theoretical abstract science begins with the Europeans, the Greeks. Do you know they actually programmed the computer in this country in 1967 to test that theory? And the computer discovered that of 22,295 possible decompositions, the early Egyptians had chosen the 46 most elegant and simple equations, which is what the computer would have chosen. Developed 4,000 years later, that is the absolute proof of a theoretical science. Because they weren't guessing. They couldn't have gone through all those possible computations to develop their structures. Geometry, which was borrowed from them, arithmetic was borrowed from them. Their algebra hadn't gone very far. They had developed certain quantities in algebra. The Arabs during the Moorish period would carry algebra much further, but the Europeans didn't have algebra. It came from Al-Jabari, and it came up into Europe. Europe was to feed heavily, very heavily, upon the work of Africans and Arabs, because there are 4 Moorish dynasties, and those dynasties, the Umayyad dynasty, the Abbasid dynasty, the Almoravid, and the Almohade dynasty fed Europe. When the Moors, most of them of which were black, some of them were pale-skinned types, because the Arabs included both black types and pale-skinned types, and some blacks came as Senegalese types, some came as Arabs, some came in as Berbers. You have both fair skin and black Berbers, but the majority were black. I know that because the pictures, when you read African Presence in Our Youth, you must purchase that book. That is an absolutely necessary book, because that shows you a range of things and it shows you the pictorial evidence. One thing missing from that book, which I only discovered later, I was going to a scientific island in this country. It's called Plum Island. It's a place that deals with agricultural diseases, exotic diseases. And while I was on the boat taking me to this island with these scientists, somebody brought out a book on the Moors and started showing me the architecture. And I said, that's fine, but I'm interested in people. Who are the Moors? There were no people, you know. Just one picture people. You know what that picture was? The only picture that showed Africans. The others didn't show people. The Africans surrendering. So how could they surrender if they weren't in power? What did they surrender? Suppose this country had to surrender to Russia. Is the blacks going to surrender or Reagan's people? If we are not in power, how could we surrender the country? There are the blacks in the Almohade dynasty in 1492 surrendering Granada to the Spanish. Now they got them at last because they're in a lowly position, they're surrendering. But how could they surrender if they weren't in power? How could you surrender a major part of Spain if you're not in charge? What are you surrendering? I found that in books by the English, like one by Charlotte Young. There were no Africans. All the Moors were fair-skinned and blue-eyed. But the moment they started to defeat them, they turned black. The battlefield was littered with Africans. Where did these Africans come from? They just come to be defeated? Diop had to fight this nonsense for many years. And I want to say a few things that he said about America when he came here. This is when he was speaking the first day on April the 4th, 1985, in the chapel dedicated to Dr. King. I have come to America to meet with those who are members of my family. That is to say, with you all. In fact, I am convinced that my family has been divided in two, and that half of it is here before me now. Just as you Americans who go to Africa feel that you're making a pilgrimage to the lands of your ancestors, I too am making a pilgrimage here in America. The most important thing that we have to do by the end of this century is to reconstruct the links that tie us as communities. I subscribe to the teachings of Martin Luther King Jr. wholeheartedly. They are teachings that are aimed at unifying and reuniting kindred peoples. What I have to say here today is to reinforce the links that unite us and all people across the world. And then when he got back to Senegal just before he died, Dr. Finch went to interview him to ask him his impressions of America. And he said, I was very impressed by my contact with the Black American community and with Americans in general. I discovered many things of which I was totally ignorant. As I said in the United States, I feel very strongly that this was a sort of pilgrimage for me. I think that all thinking Africans who go to America are in one way or another on a pilgrimage. I said before I left that I was going to find half of my family in America. It was just that. We are beginning to feel in a most vital way this biological kinship which ties us to America. The umbilical cord has not been cut, and this is very important. These relations must become much closer in the future. I believe that all of what lies in our common future is in this perspective. America is uniquely brought closer to Africa by historical ties. I was especially aware of this on American soil. And I want to end now by quoting the end of my editorial on this. On this American soil, on this side or plane of time, we shall not meet again, Shekanta. But we have gathered the leaves of this work together because of your presiding spirit, because of the essence and purpose of your work. It is our duty to continue what you have begun, since we knew one day we would be forced to continue without your physical presence. Your spirit, after all, is the catalyst. And even if the wings upon which your body flew are broken, that spirit has already flown to us. It shall reside with us. It shall be enthroned in the hearts of your people always. And I end with this poem, too soon, the banner draped for you. I would prefer a banner in the wind, not bound so tightly with a scarlet fold, not sodden with your people's tears, but borne aloft, down and beyond this dark lane of rags. There, comrade, If it must be that I no longer speak with you, no longer walk with you, no longer march with you, then I must take a patience and a calm, for even now a greener leaf explodes, sun brightens stone, and all the river burns. Follow the African in all of these areas is because Africa is a shattered world, and its fragments are scattered all over this globe. It is therefore impossible to study Africa simply by looking at Africa itself. In fact, a lot of early Africa has disappeared and survives, in fact, in the life and civilization of other peoples. One is very much aware of this, for example, when one is in Brazil or in Haiti. I was in Brazil and in Haiti in 1981. In 1981, I was studying voodoo in Haiti, and I was particularly struck by the way in which various African elements that had entered voodoo had, as it were, dynamically intertwined with things that had happened in the New World, and yet it retained an African dimension. But no one in Africa itself, going into Dahomey, where Vodun originally originated, could actually study Vodun in all of its aspects without going to Haiti. The same thing I found in Brazil, that when I went into the temple of the great high priestess, black high priestess in Bahia, I was aware that there were Yoruba rituals in Brazil that preserved intact what had already been destroyed in Africa. So that in a world where a tremendous shattering has occurred, a cataclysm has occurred, a Holocaust has occurred, a Holocaust far more terrifying than the Jewish Holocaust, it is impossible to go back and find intact anywhere the cultural heritage of that world. You have got to go back through other places, other things, not only Africa itself. Hence, the attempt to synthesize the African presence in the world by going through Europe, America, and Asia has been absolutely necessary. But this presents particular difficulty for any one person because no one scholar can master all three continents. Asia is the one I am weakest in. I spent 10.5 years in Europe. I spent time in Africa. I spent a great part of my life in North and South America. I've spent now almost as much time in North America as in South America. Asia is the only place I have never visited. And that is very strange because the radio in my country opens in the morning in Hindustani. I have lived in Hindu villages. Guyana is a very strange country, the land from which I come, because it's one of those few black-dominated countries in the world which has more Indians than Africans. 52% of my country is Indian, not American Indian, East Indians from Asia. And the curious thing was that the struggle we had at the beginning, and this is probably what led to my neglect of Asia, the struggle we had in the beginning, we fought very hard to weld the African and Indian population together because it is only by that unity that we felt we could defeat the British. As a result of which our party was composed of Africans and Indians. The Indian was the leader because the largest population was Indian. So our first prime minister was an Indian, Cheddi Jagan. And later on, when a struggle developed in the party, Jagan lost, and Burnham, the black, became our prime minister and then president for life. At the moment, our prime minister is still black, and our cabinet is composed of Indians, that is Asians, and Africans. So that the Asian element is something very important in my personal life. But because it was the reason why I was sent into exile, it is something that part of me has tried to forget. Because after the tremendous attempt to weld the Asiatics and the Africans in my country, an attempt that failed when the British eventually imprisoned most of us, we had a civil war in which Africans killed hundreds of Indians and Indians killed hundreds of Africans. And at that point, just before the breakout, I was in information services. I was very much aware of what was going to happen. I had my fingers on the nerve of the country. I knew exactly what was going to happen, and I knew that if I stayed, I would be killed. And as a result of that, I left home, and even though I have returned at odd times, I was really thrown into permanent exile because of this feud between the Asian and African. If only we knew our history, if only we knew how linked we were, not simply in the fact that we had a common enemy in the British, but if we only knew how profoundly the Asian and the African was linked, that kind of tragedy might have been averted. Because bear in mind that merely being black or being Indian doesn't mean that you have a sense of what it is to be black or what it is to be Asian. Our history, both the history of the Indian and the history of the African, was wiped out. Whenever you read the history of Africa, particularly when you go into these books, you will see what is sustained, almost desperate attempt to wipe out anything that is not European. This is all pervasive. In Asia, it is just as true as it is in Africa. In Asia, in fact, there has been a tremendous attempt to destroy the black. There are 100 million black people today in Asia. Most of you are not aware of that. 100 million blacks in Asia. And when I speak of Asia, it covers not only India, it goes into parts of Melanesia, it goes through the Pacific Islands, all of these places. And Asia covers a vast area. It covered the Mesopotamian world, the Euphrates Valley in early times. It covered a part of Ethiopia. It covered India, China, Japan, parts of Australia, etc. It is a vast world. Now, my expertise, as I say, has not been in Asia, but what I'm attempting to do tonight is to pull together the work of many authors. I have been extremely fortunate that in this one book I have been assisted by Ranoko Rashidi. This is the only book that I have co-edited with anyone. And it is a tremendous eye-opener because we become aware of the profound influence of Africa on every aspect of world civilization. Not only in Europe, Egyptians impacting on the Greeks, the Moors, Arab and African Moors impacting upon Europe at a later time, but the profound influence on India. The reason for that is that we have to understand that man was born in Africa. Now that in itself is not significant because people have used that against Africans. In fact, when I was going to university, everybody that I met, all of my professors believed man was born in Africa, but they said to me, and it was said in all the books, that man was born in Africa, and that is why Africans are primitive. That when the primitive African moved out into Europe and Asia, he became civilized, whereas those poor guys who remained back in Africa, they regressed. So the fact that man was born in Africa didn't help. What we have discovered recently, however, and the strange thing is that not we, but our enemies have discovered it, is that not only the first man was born in Africa, but the last man. And within the last 3 years have come out tremendous statements, very shattering, earth-shattering, very revolutionary statements made by Oxford of all places, that they now have proof. As a result of the ability to study mitochondrial DNA in the blood, they now have proof that all man now living on the earth is murdered by one black woman. And that it's not just the first man, because there are 6 stages of man, but the last advanced man on earth was an African, and that the European, the Asiatic, and African are all anatomically African. They're only superficially pink or superficially brown or superficially having different hair textures, etc. But the brain of man on this planet and the organs of man on this planet are African. It's very important because that is a major distinction. It's not just a question of man born in Africa. Monkeys were born in Africa too. And that is in fact what people tell you when I was in university. So what? Okay, so that is very important to understand that, because real man as we know him today, appears in Africa about 150,000 years ago. Hominids, that is man-like creatures, appear 3.5 million years ago. But real man, modern man, with the brain case we have now, only appears about 140 to 200,000 years ago in Africa. Then he comes to Europe. There are no Europeans. Africans people Europe. They invade Europe. You can't call it an invasion because there was nobody there except apes. Okay, and Neanderthal man, which was another stage of African man, which was not yet fully developed. The final fully developed man, which we call the Grimaldi, entered Europe, they say about 55,000 years ago. And then on goes a change, which takes about 10,000 years in ice, when he begins to drop pigmentation, and he begins to operate in the ice, first being an albino type, and then stabilizing in the ice. Then the Asiatic is a result of a later migration, with migration from Africa nevertheless going into West Asia and spreading out, going up into China and Japan. You find in fact that this story will not only touch on India, it will also touch on China, it will touch on Arabia, and it will touch on one or two other places. The movement into Asia is tremendously important, because we find that whenever we go back into Asian history, the great civilizations, the Indus Valley civilizations, are Africoid. Now, when they found these skeletons and skulls, there were all sorts of names for them. Let me give you a few of the names, because that is one of the things that was done in Egypt, that when they found the Egyptians, they said they were brown Mediterraneans. They created races for the Egyptians, when in fact, as Diop showed, if you were to take the skulls of the Egyptians and you were to measure it against the skulls in African graves, West or Central Africa, it's the same skulls. But because it was not classically Negroid, all of them, what they call the classical Negro, as Diop shows, there's a range of what we call the Negroid or the Africoid. Let's use the term Africoid. When they make this comparison, they are embarrassed. So they have Chatterjee and Kumar, two Indian archaeologists, discovered that the Indians, the early Indians, are the same as the Nubians 5,000 years ago. Well, nobody has any doubt of who the Nubians were 5,000 years ago. They were all black people. Look what the various anthropologists said. Sergi says, these are the same skulls, looking exactly like the Nubians 5,000 years, that they're Mediterranean. Bosch says they're Hamitic. Elliot Smith said they're Proto-Egyptian. Deere said they are Iranic. Fisher said they are Oriental. Lebzetzer said they are Nordoid. I never heard that one before. And Erstedt said they are Indidi, Eastern Mediterranean, or indeed. Now all of this because they cannot face the black. Because they call themselves Indo-Aryan. Therefore, if the Indian has something to do with them, the black couldn't be in there too. I mean, that's a double embarrassment. It's enough to find the black pushing his head up into Europe, being father of the Caucasoid, and then you go to Asia where they were searching for man until yesterday, and then at the bottom, at the very ground floor of the race, you find another African. So you have, that's the search for name. They're finding all sorts of names to explain this. They can't say European because they know it's not European, so they have to find a name, Hamitic, Iranic, Nordoid, indeed, Mediterranean, Iranic, all sorts of things to escape that fact. Now, why is it important? It's important because you see, the early Africoid Asiatics in India had established an extraordinary civilization. It is known as the Indus Valley civilization. We have found two of the great cities. They're almost twin cities, Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. And those cities astonish us. We discover, for example, that although they are 4,000 years old, the cities are built with the same grid-like pattern as Manhattan. The streets are structured like Manhattan. They find also that most of the people lived in 2- and 3-story houses, and that they had these beautiful courtyards, gracious large rooms, and a great central courtyard, and their windows opened on this courtyard. And then they found something which was unknown in Europe until very, very much later. They all had baths with drains leading to central sewage system. They had something which I don't know anyone in this room had. They had trash chutes that would take the trash down through tunnels and send them out into the central sewage system. They had their own private wells. Every house had its own private wells for fresh water. They had shipping docks with sluice gates unknown in the world at that time. Sluice gates that they could, so that whether it was low tide or high tide, they could bring the ships in because they were involved in intensive and extensive trading. All of these things. And this they had for some time until a people, fair-skinned people, nomadic people, described by them as savage people, came in. These are the people who were to call themselves Aryans, and everywhere they conquered, they were to call it Area Vata, the land of the whites. Okay? And they attacked these people whom they call the Dassas, the Dacias or the Dassas, whom they described as dark, bull-lipped, and snub-nosed. Now, this battle went on for a long time because even though, and this is something that a lot of people don't seem to understand, they think that because a country or a nation or a people are defeated, it means a superior people has defeated them. That is not true. Genghis Khan was not superior to the people he defeated. Certainly not. Genghis Khan's vast hordes ranged wild, smashing everything before it. He was a barbarian. A barbarian is more likely to succeed than a civilized person, because a civilized person may pause. They may have a certain morality. They may wonder about whether they should kill or not kill. But if you're mad or barbaric, you pause at nothing. The most successful invaders are those who are savage. They don't even know what civilization is. The Persians, for example, on the Cambyses smashed everything, erased everything to the ground, all the statues, all the temples, all the palaces, all the beautiful things that were built were razed to the ground. Same way the Aryans went marching through, smashing everything. The slaughters were tremendous. They found the skeletons, masses of skeletons, butchered with their heads cut off and legs and arms. This is thousands of years later, we found these skeletons. So you could understand the kind of rage and savagery of these nomads sweeping across into India. Now, it was not only in these Indus Valley civilizations that you have the movement of the Great Black. The Great Black is also found in Mesopotamia. Now, Mesopotamia, which is referred to as Babylon, etc. in the Bible, is not a black place. It has a major black element. It has Asiatics, it has blacks. It may also have a few Europeans, but the black emerged there with great force because we have evidence, for example, when we go to cities, there are Mesopotamia has great cities. Sumer, Elam, Susa, etc. have very great cities. And when we go to these great cities, we have found evidence of a major black presence. Like, for example, the governor, Gudea. And by the way, you will see some slides at the end of this talk. I do not have them all, unfortunately. You must get the book. All the things I talk about here today, and all the pictures, not only the slides you see, but far more than those slides, are found in the book. But in Sumer, It was dominated by people who call themselves the Blackheads. Now listen to this. They call themselves the Blackheads. You know what the European historian said? The reason why they call themselves the Blackheads is because they had black hair. Now all the people had black hair. This was not a European country. You could go right across India, you could go right across China. Almost everybody has black hair. So why would somebody pick out that as a title? And then these people built a tremendous civilization there. We have this Governor Goudet who is extremely powerful. And we find that he was able to do extraordinary things there. He built a great city there. And then it was attacked eventually. The blacks were eventually attacked by the Aryans. Now this is the first meeting recorded between whites and blacks. This is what the blacks say of the whites at that stage. The Martu who know no grain, they're not cultivators yet. The Martu who know no house or town, the Boers of the mountains, they're nomads. The Martu who does not bend to cultivate the land, who eats raw meat, who has no house during his lifetime, who is not buried after his death. Because most of the Europeans did not bury because they were running from place to place. Africans, in fact, the Grimaldi were the first to introduce burial of humans in Europe. Because those before them, like the Neanderthals who were not complete, and then the later nomadic tribes in Europe, they burnt things. They burnt, or they just threw it away, or they burnt the bodies, but they did not build graves. The Grimaldi were the first to build graves in Europe. Now this thrust of the Aryan was something that was fantastic because the Indus Valley civilizations suffered such a tremendous blow because the Europeans then introduced the caste system. A lot of people think the caste system was introduced by Indians, by indigenous Asiatics. No, the caste system was introduced by the Aryans. Aryans have their sacred texts. They introduced Sanskrit. They developed Sanskrit and they made sacred poems. And they decided that God had told them that man was divided into various castes. And those people who were white would be the top caste, the Brahmins, the fair-skinned ones, okay? And down the ladder that you go, you have, for example, let me give you the run through. There is the Brahmins, and then there's the Kshatriyas, the red ones, okay, the Kshatriyas, who probably Eurasian, and they are the warrior caste, and they also involve military and political administrators. Then under them come the Vaishyas. No, the Kshatriyas are warriors, the Vaishyas are military and political administrators. Then come the blacks, the Sudras. And then below the blacks come the untouchables. The untouchables are those who are mixed breeds. Mixed breeds are considered to be the lowest. Like if somebody who is a Brahmin sleeps with a Sudra, produces an untouchable, because you're not supposed to mix races and bloods, okay? Now, could you understand what a terrible thing happened to the untouchable? Let me read to you something about the untouchable that is really quite extraordinary, what was done to people who were considered to be untouchables. The life of the Indian untouchable was full of misery and impoverishment. Food and drink, if seen by them, were not to be taken. Generally, they lived in settlements on the outskirts of villages and towns. In certain periods in Indian history, outcasts or untouchables were not allowed to enter the community at night. In other periods, they were not even allowed to enter in daylight. Indeed, the outcast's very shadow was considered polluting. Outcasts were required to attach a broom to their backs so as to erase any evidence of their presence as they walked. Can you imagine that? They had to clean the place where they walked with a broom. A cup was tied around their necks to capture any spit that might escape their lips. The sole untouchable possessions consisted of dogs and donkeys. Their meals were consumed from broken dishes. Their clothing was taken from corpses. The principal functions of the outcasts included street sweeping, the removal of dead animals and human corpses, and the cleanup of cremation grounds, all of which was regarded as impure. Now, Rashidi, who co-edited this book with me, went to India and headed a conference with the Untouchables. The Untouchables, by the way, in India, find great strength from us. They associate themselves with us. They cried to us. Raj Shekhar, who is in this book, talked about the terrible plight of the untouchables in India. He says it is worse than South Africa. Of course, one of the things that I must point out, I have not been to modern India, as I say. Well, I must point out, though, that Gandhi made a tremendous effort to redeem this. So did Nehru. So that with respect to education, for example, they made places for untouchables to make up for the tremendous injustice that had been done to them in the way they make quotas for blacks here in this country. Now, however, one of the things that helped more than anything else is the emergence of extraordinary men who fought for the untouchables. One of such men was Buddha. Buddha belonged to a black sect in India. All the pictures, all the great early pictures of Buddha are of black. In Greece, he looks like a Greek because the Greeks made things look the way they wanted them to look. Just as in later days, people were to make Christ look the way they wanted him to look. But Buddha attracted a great number of people because of his revolt and rebellion against the social order. I want you to note that, because people do not become prophets merely because they jump up and say things. Anybody could say anything. The easiest thing to say is a platitude, a religious platitude. That is not what makes prophets. Prophets are people who are deeply involved with the people. Jesus was. Whether we believe in him or not, or whether we part of the Christian faith or not, that is a man who, like Buddha, risked his life on the line. He did not play. He wasn't just talking, and many attempts were made to get him because they actually wanted him killed, not simply imprisoned, but killed. That is why they sent people out asking questions like, Master, if Caesar says we must pay taxes, should we pay taxes? Now, if Jesus had said, no, don't pay Caesar taxes, that he would have been executed. And at the same time, if he said, pay Caesar taxes, a lot of people would go away and say, look, we thought this was the Messiah. He was coming to help poor people, and he's telling us, pay the taxes. So Jesus said very cleverly, give unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God. Everywhere they tried to trap him, he would spin out of their grasp until finally, when he had already completed what he thought was his mission, eventually they closed in on him. And even then, it was difficult because the Romans, the whites, who didn't know what all this fuss was about because they wondered what this strange man was about, Christianity had not yet come to Europe. They did not know what was going on. All they knew was that, look, I am Pontius Pilate, I'm charged of this region, and I don't want any great fuss with the Jews because these Jews seem to be controlling a great part of the population. Let me compromise with them. But why do you want to kill this man? And when Pontius Pilate examined Jesus, he said, look, I have found this man innocent. Here is Barabbas. And the Jews said, no, we don't want Barabbas. We want Jesus. And eventually he was executed. The same thing occurred in many contexts. You have these extraordinary figures. And one of the most extraordinary things in the world is that these figures occurred 600 years apart. Exactly 600 years apart. Krishna, the black Christ in Asia, and you will see his black figure here in this book. Krishna, who is known as the Black Christ in India, appeared in 1200 BC. Jesus does not appear until 1200 years later. Buddha appears 600 years exactly after Krishna. And Christ appears, Jesus, the Christ, appears exactly 600 years after Buddha. Now, the curious thing is that with respect to Buddha, apart from the fact that he was born from a virgin, they say, and the name of the virgin was Maya, which is close to Mary. But Krishna is extraordinary. Listen to this. Krishna has parallels with Jesus, which are really quite extraordinary. Krishna, for example, was born of a virgin. Krishna, when he was being born, his father was paying taxes in the city, exactly what Joseph was doing when Jesus was born. When Krishna was born, they said there was a light in the heavens. Some star became very bright. The same thing happened in the time of Jesus. When Krishna died, he was 33. Jesus died at 33. Krishna grew up in a village called Mathura. Jesus grew up in a village in Egypt called Mataria. When Krishna was about to be born, an angel announced his coming. When Jesus was about to be born, an angel announced his coming. You have all of these incredible parallels. Now, some people have seen that, like John Jackson, who mentioned some of these parallels as evidence that Jesus did not exist. It is just the old story told again. Jesus did exist. There is a very great ground for the historicity of Jesus. What you're having here, what is happening here, is that on the historical figures, people invest various things. They place myth upon the historical figure. Also, if you really believe that there is such a thing as a supernatural appearance or supernatural presence in man, now some of us believe that and some of us don't, okay, then there is no mystery, because why shouldn't he come back again in different places? Why should he go to one place? Why shouldn't he appear in other places in other forms? But I don't want to take that line, because as a scholar I can't. I have to take the line that the evidence before us shows that you're dealing with the real man in Jesus, because even though there are duplicatable dramas in the life, his sayings are not duplicatable. Jesus has an individual lightning. He says things that have never been said before in that way, and enters the world in circumstances and goes through various intrigues with a body of people. And this is recorded so well by so many people, even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, that you cannot be dealing with a pure fiction. It is not possible, because it's not just the mythological elements which could have been planted later, but you have the real nitty-gritty life, day-to-day life, friends, disciples, people, statements, sayings, actions, which are not duplicated by Krishna or anyone else. So that even though there may be a spirit at work in the world that may take on certain forms that have duplicatable elements, you are dealing still, therefore, with a very real man. Now, the extraordinary thing, as I say, is that these men appear always among the poor, always among those who are beaten down, always among those who are oppressed. It is as if the spirit, the brightest light of the human spirit only appears in the darkness of the world. Okay, that is something that should give one hope, because it is when one is truly oppressed that the light burns. It does not burn in absolute brightness. If it did, we would not even see it. The presence of these figures, Buddha, for example, you can find Buddhas with the broad nose, the full lips, and the texture of hair of the African right across the world, in Vietnam, in Cambodia, in many islands of the Pacific, in India, in China, etc. The blacks have been to China too, and one of the most extraordinary stories about China is that the first emperor of China, listen to this, this is as early as 2000 953 years before Christ. This is about nearly 5,000 years ago. The first emperor of China is recorded as a man with dark skin and woolly hair. His name is Fu Hsi, Fu-HSI. He reigns from 2953 to 2838 BC. He is considered to be a divine black in China. You rarely hear about that. He was not just the only major black. There's a whole dynasty of Chinese that are black. It's known as the Shang dynasty. Okay, and they're actually called Na-Ki. Na means black in Chinese, and Ki means man. Na-Ki, black man. The Shang dynasty, a line of very great kings in China, are all black. They are recorded, it's 1786 or 1766 rather to 1110 years before Christ, which is going back close to 4,000 years. And they were also referred to by the Chu who conquered them as very black men. Okay, so that you have this black element which still survived, even though other elements came in, like for example the black underwent changes in China, the epicantic fold, etc. The original people of the world in different ecological zones underwent different kinds of superficial changes. But you have this survival of the black in various places. In China, for example, one of the things, and it's unfortunate we don't have that slide with us here, but it's in the book, you will find karate. In Egypt, it is carved out on temples in Egypt. A man called Kalindi Ai has done a lot of work on this, showing the postures, the holds, the throws, which later appear in some of the Chinese and Japanese forms of combat. He shows this among the Egyptians. Now, we do not know to what extent, without a comparative combat technique, whether these are independent systems or whether the one influenced the other, whether the Egyptian may have influenced the Chinese. We cannot say that with certainty. But we do know that the Egyptians, like the Chinese, had looked closely at animals, how they fought, and how they could fight without weapons, which only man has, and that how they were able to transform this into an art of self-defense even when one did not have weapons. We've also followed the black in Arabia, and that is one of the most extraordinary stories. Today, unfortunately, you have many of the Arabs who in Egypt and some other places who may speak of their brotherhood with blacks, but who would not like to be associated with a black ancestry. I found this when my wife and I were in Egypt this summer. I was aware of that before I went to Egypt, of course, because all my reading showed me that. And I remembered some years ago when Sheikh Anta Diop, the late Sheikh Anta Diop, and I were talking to the Egyptians over the telephone, trying to push them into pressuring the British to give them back the splinters of the Sphinx nose. They don't want to do that. And I hope that they don't do it by themselves, because that nose is going to look real funny when they're finished with it. I don't know how they're going to get around that, because the structure of the face makes it difficult for them to reconstruct that with a falsehood without altering some other part. We found that in America, for example, where they altered a stela that was standing there with full lips and a certain texture of hair, and the nose had been slightly broken, and they recarved a straight nose, aquiline nose, and it didn't go along with the lip, so they cut the lip. We saw that also, some of you have seen on television, where they go down into some of the tombs and temples and they're repainting things. They're putting on paint to make it look a little fairer, saying they're reconstructing things. I saw recently a Life magazine having the Egyptian Now, since they found so many dark Egyptians, what they do is they darken the face, but they put an aquiline nose, and when you see the hair, that is so interesting. When you see the hair, when the picture is close up, you see it's African hair. But when it's a figure in the background, you see that it's a Bauderic thing or somebody making up their hair in a certain way. When we were in Egypt, my wife and I, we were photographing the wigs. Now that is a very telling thing. There's two things that takes you right through the falsehood: hair and skin. And Africans are the only people who have preserved in mummification their hair and skin for thousands of years. You can still take off, in spite of the fact that they destroyed thousands of mummies, you can still take off the bandage and see black faces. We have Anutawi, for example, an African woman who died 4,000 years ago. You can see her teeth. You can see the covers on her eyes. I thought for a moment that one of her eyes were open, but you could at least see the covers on her eyes, and the balls are full against the eyes. You can see the skin. You can see the hair. It looked like if she died yesterday. And the hair, the wigs, we were photographing the wigs for more than half an hour because these wigs are so clearly African. And this gentleman walked up to me, Arab, walked into me almost. "Do you have a permit for your camera?" And I said, "Of course. May I see it, please?" I showed it to him. "And is she using a video camera?" Pointing to my wife. I said, "First of all, if she was, she would have a permit for it. And secondly, she is not. May I see her camera, please?" So we showed him the camera. He went looking at it, and then he gave it back. "I'm sorry, I just want you to know, I'm the curator of the Cairo Museum." And I almost shouted, "Big deal!" Because he was disturbed for two reasons. One, he knows that when people pay that close attention, they're not fools. And secondly, he has not cataloged in the Cairo Museum catalog those wigs. It's not in the catalog. It's under the title something about the lion's mane or some nonsense like that. It is absurd that these and the mummies, the other telling piece of evidence, we can't see the mummies. They said Sadat, and we can't ask Sadat because he's not wrong. That Sadat said that it's humiliating to watch these mummies. It's disgraceful to watch these dead people, and also their germs. Imagine germs coming thousands of years ago to hit us. Now, I say this because I want you to be aware the same thing is happening in relation to ancient India. And it was very refreshing for Rashidi to meet Ratchakar and the Untouchables. Do you know what they named themselves? Dalit Panther. Because of their memory of the Panther Party. They look, you do not know how many people look to us here. That's why we have a tremendous responsibility. You do not know how many Africans, West Indians, and Indians look to blacks in America for leadership. We would not have our Prime Minister, we would not have had our break against the British were not our Prime Minister educated in this country, politicized. The breakthrough in Ghana would not have occurred if Nkrumah had not come here. When I came here, I was still using the word Negro. I didn't even suspect it had a social connotation that was disgraceful or humiliating. Because in spite of our revolutionary trend, our final education was here. And it had to do with the spirit of the people here. So do not misunderstand the importance of that struggle. It's not just here in America that struggle has significance. When you sit in Africa far away, especially in Southern Africa, but even in West Africa, People are hoping that something happens here. Wherever I went in the world, for example, within the past year, even in Egypt, people would come up to you and say, what is Jesse doing? That's in Egypt. They are absolutely fascinated. They want to, because that struggle is theirs too. They know that if that black image changes, it changes them. And I say it's tragic that my people, the Indians and the Africans in my country, could not see that common thread that bound them before the attack of the Aryans. That attack was to make a tremendous difference because it did introduce, as Ratchakar says, it did introduce the caste system, and it made it binding because they said it was religious. God came and told them that they should cut society into these castes. The untouchables, as I say, there's been some improvement, at least that's what I was told in the time of Gandhi and Nehru, but Ratchakar says that improvement is not enough. They're still within a trap. Now we go to Arabia, and that is what brought me into the question of Egypt. Early Arabia was completely black. This is because the Arabian thing is tremendously significant. The Arabian world, for example, produced two scripts. It produced the Himyaritic script, it produced Arabic script. As Drusilla Dungy Houston, who wrote the book on Ethiopians, she has pointed to the fact that the Himyaritic script was created by the Africans in that early Arabia. And Abul Aswan, note this, Abul Aswan is recorded in the diaries of Ibn Khalikan, page 662, that he, the African, invented the Arabic script. So that early Arabic language and its later script was influenced by the African. And it is true that, like with the Jews, though originally largely African, you have the Semitization, people coming in from Asiatic world and transforming Arabia, so that by the time of Muhammad, only 10% of Arabia was black. Now, some people have claimed, like Uthman Amir ibn Bihar al-Jahazi, that Muhammad was of African lineage. I have no proof of that. What we do know is that his right-hand man, Bilal, was an African, and he is known as the third pillar of the faith. It is very important because most of the great religions, all in fact, Buddha, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, even Judaism has its roots in Africa. It's very important to note that, because even though the Arabs, as I say, were later to become Semitized, they were still close enough to the African that in later times, like in the times of the Moors, they merged with the African. And in spite of the prejudice that exists among some of them, it must be pointed out that they, although they have been accused of savage slavery, and there are many incidents of this, sometimes what is regarded as slavery is far different from the slavery in Anglo-American context. Because Graham Irwin, a professor on Asia, has pointed out that they had a custom, many Muslims had a custom of calling a person a slave if they were foreigners serving them. For example, they would invite a foreigner to become a general in the army because they may be afraid that their own people might revolt against them, so they want their people to be under a foreigner. He would be called a slave, although he's the general of the army. The palace guard, the most trusted people around a king, would usually be black. They would be called slaves. The major administrative posts, sometimes as high as Secretary of the State, in one case the Prime Minister, he was called a slave, but he was in charge. Well, I don't mind being called a slave if I'm in charge. You found caliphs of Baghdad, black caliphs of Baghdad. So in spite of all that may be said about the Arab, I do not know of any European instance where the caliph who's in head is black. So obviously there was a different kind of system and a different kind of approach. You find, for example, the Mughals of India, who made the cities admirals. They were put in charge of the ocean. These are black people. They were so respected for their seafaring skills, the cities, that they were made admirals of the Indian Ocean. And the caliph, imagine caliphs. There were at least 2 caliphs of Baghdad, which is a central thing in the Muslim world, were black. And you have this opening, this fluidity within the so-called slave system for people to emerge who become tremendously important. One of these people is Malik Ambar. Malik Ambar was a slave. He came to India as a slave. Eventually, he got his freedom because his master was so impressed by his ability. He built his own army. He started out as a great trader. Eventually, he became the power behind the throne. As powerful as the prime minister himself, he actually sent his own African ambassador to Arabia, to the courts of Arabia. He encouraged manufactures. He built canals. He built mosques. He developed a postal service. And he was able to support poets and scholars from the treasury. That was the remarkable thing about him. And he had the air of the most powerful people in India. Also, he developed a land policy that allowed for both private and public ownership. This is the kind of extraordinary types of people who emerge. In China, one of the emperors and a whole dynasty of kings, black. In Japan, where they pointed out that in order to be truly brave, there's a particular sect in Japan. And in order to belong to that select sect, you must have black blood. In India, among the Mughals, you find this. In China, we have found several black noblemen who are major figures in the early Chinese court. We've also found some extraordinary blacks in Russia, which cannot be accounted for. Like, for example, there's a major figure which you will see in one of the slides that are found in Russia. In Arabia, we find the greatest hero of Arabia is a man called Antar. He was a great poet and a great adventurer. He became a legend in Arabia and is seen in many of the tales. This is a black African. You find also the black in Sumer and Elam. This is very important because these were major Mesopotamian dynasties. These were major city-states in Mesopotamia. In Elam, for example, the archaeologist Dula Foy discovered that when they went, although they thought it was purely Asiatic or Euro-Asian, when they went down and they dug up, they found the friezes with totally black faces with African features. They found shows that where the tops were broken or smashed, they found the feet were black. So that wherever you go, they have found this figure. Now, the change that this could bring about is something that I want to dwell on. I have been really speaking in the last 3 lectures of the 3 areas that have to be explored: Europe, America, Asia. And I want to close by pulling some of these things together. In Europe, we talked about the Egyptians. We cannot go over again evidence to establish the blackness of the Egyptians. The evidence is overwhelming. The early Egyptians, the early Egyptians. The Egyptians of the pyramids. The Egyptians who were to have such a profound impact on Greece. European civilization in the early stages, particularly the Greeks, could not have become what it became without the impact of the black. And it didn't stop there. It was to have, the blacks were to have an enormous impact along with the Arabs or Arabian type in Europe of the Moors. Those four Muslim dynasties, that's why Muslims are hated so much by the Europeans. Because those Muslim dynasties, the Almoravid and Almohade and Abbasid and the Umayyad dynasties, those dynasties left a tremendous mark on Europe. They introduced the blacks, and the Arabs introduced windmills into Europe. They introduced silk industry into Europe. They introduced the cotton industry into Europe. They introduced strawberries and lemons and grapes and all sorts of exotic fruit into Europe. They introduced air conditioning into Europe, perfumed air conditioning. They were the first streets in Europe were paved by the Moors. The first streets lighted in Europe were lighted by the Moors. They introduced trigonometry into Europe, just as earlier the Egyptians introduced geometry into Europe. They introduced algebra into Europe. They introduced optics into Europe. The first experiments with eyeglasses and experiments that were to lead to the camera were introduced by the blacks and the Arabs in Europe. And out here in America, long before slavery, blacks were here. I was called to Congress last year, and that was quite a surprise to me, because I thought that all my enemies had pounded at me long enough for me to have vanished from consideration. But I got this letter, first a phone call that they wanted me to appear before Congress, a congressional committee, because 1992 would be the quincentenary of Columbus's discovery of America. And they wanted to know what I had to say about that. They wanted to give me the democratic right to discuss this matter. And one of the reasons was that they wanted to look very closely at what this Christopher Columbus Quincentenary Committee was doing. So the congressional committee that called me was the one that was overseeing the finances they would give out to this Christopher Columbus Quincentenary Committee and how they could advise them or restrict them. So I was called to give this talk, and I remember coming into that chamber, and of course, everybody had prepared speeches. There are very few people who speak like me. You just get up and you talk. Everybody has their little piece of paper and they're reading it. Cliche after cliche after cliche, nothing jumping out of themselves. It's all well prepared and beautifully typed up. And I remember this gentleman in particular, he had a nice little page in his hand. He even had it well in a beautiful little file. And he came up to me and he said, I hear that you believe that there were Africans in America before Columbus. I said, yes, I not only believe it, I could prove it. You're not serious, are you? And I said, I'm dead serious. I'm more serious than you are. And he went back to his seat, because I certainly looked at him with a very stern face, so there was no need for the conversation. So he went back to his seat, and then after I was allowed 15 minutes. Well, you know, I can't talk in 15 minutes about something, but I spoke for half an hour. Nobody stopped me. And when I was finished, the chairman said that in the light of this, I was asked a number of questions. I was asked, for example, about the Caribbean. Should the celebrations just restrict itself to this one island where Columbus said he had landed first? And there was a discussion about that. And then there was a discussion about the fact that my speech aroused suspicions about the commission. So they asked them, how many blacks are on this commission that is celebrating this marvel? No blacks. How many Native Americans? No native. Could you imagine that? The Native American created the country. The blacks were dragged here to build it. And they're going to celebrate America, the discovery of America. And there are no blacks and Native Americans on their commission. Well, that really put them on a hot spot. And then the chairman went forward and said, in the light of this testimony, it is quite clear that there were people who visited the Native Americans before Columbus, and we should not refer to this as a discovery, but merely as a voyage of exploration, as a contact. Okay, I saw later on a certain gentleman in the New York Times at the front page saying, perhaps Columbus was not the first to come to America, but he was the first to go back and give a press conference. Well, I'm glad at least I could reduce them to that triviality. Now, those of you who are interested in that, by the way, there's a special tape, Van Sertima Before Congress. It's recorded. The whole session, not just my speech, but the whole congressional session is recorded, and it's available tonight. But the American thing is very significant because we have come here and we have lived here for centuries believing that our history begins in 1492. That's an awful burden. I know when I was in England, I heard my friends telling me, we have to face it, Van, we have to start from scratch. Could you imagine that? We, with all this history, have to start from scratch? But they really believe that there is no real internal power. There is no dimension to us if we believe we have to start from scratch. This history is what gives us a power, a spiritual power. There is nothing more important than that. When all the chips are down, there are certain people in the world who had nothing but the spiritual power, the belief in self, and they were able to transform great tragedy because of that. That history gives us that. And the reason why we seek it out in Europe, out in Asia, out in America, is because we are a shattered diamond. Our pieces are all over the place. And we can never feel whole again. We can never feel a sense of completeness and wholeness again until we can pull all of these threads and strands together. That is our mission. That is our hope. That is the great dream of our life. That we will one day be able, through this history, through this knowledge of history, through this immersion in history, to bring back the African in us out from the exploded fragments into a sense of a new nucleus. That new nucleus can lead to the birth of a different kind of man and a different kind of world. Thank you very much.
Okay, brothers and sisters, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. Before you, Dr. Van Sertima has agreed to answer some question and answers for about 5 minutes. But before we get into that, I want to remind you that if you are eating or in your place, just do us a favor and pick up your refuse on your way out. And there's a garbage pail back there, or just take it to the back table. Remind you about next week, our tribute to our black veterans. Remind you to keep in mind the many things that Reverend Dorchy told you about the plans that we have for 89. And especially I want to remind the brothers, we're not excluding the sisters, but this is something that we have put together for the brothers. We call it a unity breakfast. And we furnish the breakfast. Good old down-home breakfast. Now, those of you who don't know what a good old down-home breakfast is, let me tell you. You know, biscuits, grits, and for those of you who eat meat, sausages. Those of you who like the pig, might have a little bacon, but we'll have some beef patties, and we're going to do the cooking, and we'll have it down here, and we're looking to have a guest speaker. This is a means that we have started before. This is a means for us, the brothers, to get together, to sit down, and put our minds together to see what we can do to help each other to build a nation within a nation. Every other ethnic group has its support system. When you go across the Brooklyn Bridge, you see Chinatown. And if you go to the right, you're in Little Italy. If you go up a little further on the east side, it's Irish section and the German section, and etc. and etc. If we were attacked, or if people came after, they're coming after us in ones. But what happens if they come at us in bunches? What do we do and where do we go? But we need to sit down and talk about some economics. The economics that Marcus Garvey spoke about. The economics that Malcolm spoke about. And I believe the integration that Dr. King was talking about was not about us leaving our communities, but that we had the right to go where we wanted to, but to build our own institutions, our own places of business, put our own brothers to work, our children to work. Right now, our universities are training our young people in black universities to work for Fortune 500. There's nothing being said about going out to business yourself. Most of us who work here or here work make millions of dollars a year for the corporations that we work for. Why can't we do that for ourselves? So we're asking you, the brothers, we'll give you the date. It's going to be in February, but I'm letting you know now. And we're asking each brother to bring at least one young brother, any age, from a toddler on up. And let us sit down and let's start talking real business. Let's not talk about what should be done, but let's talk about what we can do together. It can be done, it must be done, and we here, APCO, the brotherhood of this church, the House of the Lord Church, the leader of this church, Reverend Daughtry, the sisters of this church, we are determined that 89 is going to be a year that the brother stands up. Like Rosa Parks, when she sat down, the movement got up. We need to do the same thing, and we can do it. I thank you. Now we're going to ask that you do questions, but please, please, we've had a lecture. This is the lecture. You know, and he comes and honorarium, and this is his business. You know, if you're not a musician, you're not going to understand with Count Basie's orchestra. So just ask the question and do not make any statements, please. Anyone that has a question, just please stand where you're at. And I'm sorry we don't have the extra mic tonight, and just kind of throw your voice out with the question. Brother back here.
Problem in terms of the Arabs. How are people, if the Africans are going to reach in the continent, how are they going to solve the Arab problem, which I think is greater than the problem in South Africa?
I don't think the Arab problem is as great as the problem in South Africa. All peoples in the world are prejudiced against Africans. That is quite understandable, because even we have been trained to be prejudiced against Africans. Until the knowledge, okay, you see, that is the thing that you must bear in mind, okay. For example, it is Arabs who invited me to join UNESCO in order to help rewrite African history. Don't misunderstand, therefore, what this means. You cannot wipe out within a generation or two prejudice in the world, because wherever you go, that prejudice exists. It's a matter of degree. The Arabs are prepared, just as Malcolm X discovered, that in spite of the fact that some of them may hold on to this prejudice, they are prepared to work with Africans. Some of them are even prepared, under new circumstances, to actually give money to African states out of their oil fields. The Arab world at the moment is in a tremendous mess, as you know. There's big fighting between brother and brother. So that my talking about the prejudice that exists in the modern Egyptian and not wanting to be black, that is not a serious, okay, because all of that guy was doing was strutting around. He couldn't strike me. He couldn't do me anything. In fact, I could do him more damage than he could do me. But if I were in South Africa and that guy came up to me, that would be it. Okay, so that don't exaggerate the things. It's not the same thing. We have friends, or rather we have people we can turn into friends. Okay, so that even though that prejudice exists, it's not on the same level. You see, prejudice may exist on a certain level, but it may not be translated into a powerful stick and gun as it is in South Africa. You know, there you have a very serious, painful thing. So it's still the central thing in the world. We don't have any more quarrel with the Arabs than with any other people, so that in certain circumstances the Arab will bend. Some of them may contain the prejudices, because you see, the Arab world is confused. It is not one world. Like, for example, Muhammad had to caution certain Arabs against discriminating against blacks, but the Arabs discriminated more against whites than blacks. The first people the Arabs enslaved were the whites. Okay, the Arab got into the slave. That's why the word slave is S-L-A, Slav. Okay, it is a European word. It's not an African word. The Arabs, for example, took thousands of European women and turned them into slaves. Okay, so that you have to understand that. And when they came into Africa, the first thing they did was to marry African women. They didn't have that prejudice in the same way. So these are fluid situations. They can go any way. It is up to us to give them a certain direction. When Malcolm X went to the Arab world, they worshipped him. Many of them, they were willing to open palaces to him. I mean, many of the kings and big powers opened their doors to him. Whatever kind of prejudice some of them may have had, that didn't stop them from doing that. You think Malcolm X could walk into South Africa and they open a door? They would shoot him down. So that is why I warn you that, I mean, even though these things exist, they exist at different levels. Okay. Yes? Go ahead.
It's true that the Africans who found out ethnic women as we find ourselves out of position. For instance, in South Africa, we said apartheid, they were saying fascist government of Africa. We put that all over the world, 90,000 things. We find ourselves out of position. 90% ourselves out of position. 90% of our weight.
I don't follow. What are you asking?
I'm asking, like, all over the world.
Mm-hmm. Language, linguistic, yeah.
We have to find ourselves out of position.
Yeah.
We participate in the cause of South Africa, apartheid. We're going to call it the fascist government of South Africa, called apartheid, but the invaders. How do we get away from it?
I don't think that changing the words around are going to make much difference. You see, while that may affect some people, the vast numbers of people don't really care what the thing is called. If something is racist, it doesn't matter whether it is fascist racist or racist fascist, okay? Words mean a lot, yes, but after a while something is so evil, it doesn't really matter what you call it. Okay, whether you call this a democracy, that's a linguistic falsification. Okay, if you want to call it so, but what does it matter? I mean, you know what you're fighting. You know the horror that is South Africa. It doesn't really matter, therefore, if you change the word from apartheid to facets, it would not make the slightest difference. We're not going to go to the barricades any faster. We're not going to help the South African anymore. We're not going to get more intensely involved in the struggle. All of us are aware that we are dealing with a great evil in South Africa. It is the greatest evil in the modern world. So I don't think that if we escape from a linguistic... Imagine us sitting down now and planning sessions for the next few years, finding what word to call it, and to get all of us to agree when we could use all of that energy fighting it, not only there, but even among ourselves. Okay, I don't disagree with the linguistic problem, but it doesn't, it doesn't help. It uses up energy. Yes.
I was doing some research about Asia, and one issue was with the Kassites who had the longest dynasty in Babylon.
The Kassites.
Kassites, I would say. And it was related as far as in the territory in Mesopotamia to the Colossians in Russia.
Colchians. Yeah. Yeah.
I was wondering if you was aware that the Kassites were Black dynasty as well. Like the Sumerians.
Looks like you're getting a $3,200 refund.
Did she mention that at H&R Block, everyone gets their max refund or their money back?
And we always guarantee
100% accuracy on every return.
You had me at max refund.
Switch to H&R Block and get 100% accuracy and your max refund guaranteed.
My name is Cecilia. I'm a mom of 2 girls, a psychologist, and I choose to transform my PBC treatment journey with iCurvo.
For people like Cecilia who need more from their PBC treatment, adding iCurvo can help. iCurvo is a prescription medicine used to treat PBC in adults. iCurvo can cause serious side effects, including muscle injury or muscle pain, bone fractures, and worsening liver problems. Stop taking iCurvo if you have any allergic reactions. Tell your doctor if you experience a serious reaction to iCurvo. Taking iCurvo may increase your risk of gallstones. Before taking iCurvo, tell your doctor if you have advanced liver disease, are pregnant.
The language, it enters to anybody else, most particularly to the natural language, and most particularly the Zulu language. I was wondering if you was aware of that.
Yeah, that is very new. You should write a note about it and show your sources. That is very new. We know that the Sumerian language is considered still to be a Semitic type language. If you can show valid sources to show that it is related to Bantu, you would have made a significant contribution. I've never heard of that. Okay. Yes.
My question is in reference to an article that appeared in the Science section of the New York Times on November 8, 1988. And the title is Scholars Track the Alphabet with New Precision. And the article discusses the symposium held at the Institute of Semitic Studies at Princeton, New Jersey. And they talk about the origin of the modern-day alphabet from the Phoenicians.
Mm-hmm.
And to quote a few lines in the article, it says that Herodotus, the Greek historian in the 5th century BC, wrote that the knowledge of writing was brought to Greece by the Phoenicians by a legendary person known as Cadmus. And the one comment in the article that kind of struck me was how they said that the ancient Egyptians began using symbol for sounds, and most of the shapes adopted later for the Phoenician and the Greek alphabet evolved from hieroglyphics, so they give them some credit. But the Egyptians mixed ideas and pictures and words spelled out with sound and symbols, and they never made the jump to an alphabet. And they kind of emphasized that the Egyptians never made a jump to an alphabet. Would you comment on this?
Okay, now it is very important to understand who the Phoenicians are. Okay, the Phoenicians initially, according to Diop, were black. Later they became Semitized, so that you have both black Phoenicians as well as mixed Phoenicians. The role of the Phoenicians, you see, 50% of the export-import trade of the Egyptians were by Phoenicians, who were they were not a race of people. There were all sorts of people who were involved in trade, in navigation particularly. And you find that everything that the Egyptians did, the Phoenicians would carry it to other people. If the Egyptians decided to use purple as the color of royalty, the Phoenicians carried it down the Mediterranean. If the Phoenicians decided to use this symbol for a head, the Phoenicians carried it down the Mediterranean. If the Phoenicians built a new warship, the Phoenicians would study the warship and they would make slight innovation and they would carry it down the Mediterranean. If the Egyptians decided to wear a shoe with a little hoop up at the top, the Phoenicians would take the shoe down the Mediterranean. The Phoenicians, therefore, were carriers, as they say. They were carriers. Okay, so that the hieroglyphs were carried by the Phoenicians, and as they entered other places, people started to play around with them. so that you get the development of an alphabet, because you see the hieroglyphics, even though part of it is alphabetical, part of it is pictorial. Okay, so that you have a later development into alphabet where you could squeeze it down into very few symbols. Okay, the Japanese, for example, are far behind us in that. That has nothing to do with intelligence, because nobody could question Japanese intelligence, but the Japanese have an alphabet that would literally blow you away. It would take months to learn their alphabet because it doesn't have 26 signs. It has hundreds and hundreds of signs. So that you can have signs and symbols, part of which are pictorial, before eventually you have that kind of alphabetic thing. Different African peoples had alphabets, like Akan developed an alphabet. The Mande developed an alphabet with 200 and something signs. The 140 to 150 signs in Akan, etc. The Egyptian thing, however, as I say, the Phoenician thing was a carrier, but the reason why they want to place it all in the Phoenician now is because the Phoenician to them is Semitic. Remember, those are Semitic. That's a Semitic study going on. Okay? They don't want the Egyptian, they're not going to tell you, well, but these signs began with Egyptian. You know, that is in passing. They're going to try and show you the Greek got this fantastic abstraction, and the Phoenician, the clever Phoenician. Where are the Phoenician books? Where are their books? The word biblos, book, comes from Phoenician. And why do you think the word book comes from Phoenician? They had the material that made books, but they never wrote books.
This brother here, the sister there, and the brother over there.
Yes.
We'll have to close it out.
Okay, go ahead.
We've had certain black leaders been on radio stations attacking other black leaders. I'd like to know what effect you think that has on the black leaders.
I am a historian, okay? You could deal with your politics with other people. I don't have anything to say about that. That's a normal thing in politics. People attack other people. Okay, go ahead. The Dravidians and the who? No. Dalit is a modern, the modern untouchable movement. One section of them, a great section of them, call themselves Dalits. Okay, but they're not Dravidian. Okay, Dravidian is a type. You see, the African has a lot of varieties. First, you had a very small type, almost like a dwarf, who went to China and various other places. Then you have a type following that small type, a larger bone type of African coming into, and some of them have wavy hair. Those are the Dravidian types. Yeah, I'm sorry that we may not have time for slides tonight because we're running out of time, but the Dravidian is not related to that. Okay.
Shop Saver? More like Shop Saver. Shop Saver exhibits wood fast. Shop Saver CNC.
Yes, the Dravidian is an Afro-Asiatic, and the early Dravidians are Africoid. They also developed the script known as Dravidian script, which was used in the Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro cities, or rather civilization. Yes. Jesus is first represented on a coin that was struck in the 2nd century AD. On the one side is a European, that is the king, the Emperor Justinian II. On the other side is a man with woolly hair and brown skin. His nose is Semitic. They're leading us to the conclusion that he's a mixed man with black and Semite. Okay. One more question. Yes. I don't know much about, as much as most people do, about the slave trade. I know that the first slaves, and this is a lot people don't know about, that the first people in America who were turned into slaves were 6 Native American Indians whom Columbus captured and brought back to Spain at the end of his first voyage. He actually initiated slavery. I wish I could have said that in Congress, but that would have been too much. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay, the best essay that has been done in this concise essay is done in this book, African Presence in Early Europe, which deals with the evolution of the Caucasoid. Okay, and it really deals with how the black went into Europe and how the Ice Age came, what is known as the warm interstadial, and how the blacks were trapped in the ice, and that after a long period locked away from the sun with tangential sunlight, you have dropping of pigmentation. Because you see, in sunlight, the pigmentation, we're not talking about the temperate zone as it is today, because this is a zone that is changing. In the next 75 years, according to scientists, it will become disadvantageous to have pink skin, because the hole in the ozone layer is bringing back into this, on the side of the planet, which is now called the temperate zone, ultraviolet radiation is increasing. Hence, pigmentation once again will become an ecological necessity. Okay, so that those are changing situations, but in this specific time in which the blacks who were trapped in Europe underwent pigmentation change, is a period that lasted 10,000 years. It's not an overnight phenomenon. It's not a passing phenomenon. That became a very cold zone of the earth. Okay, so that you have not only pigmentation change, you have hair change, because in heat you have a tendency to have scant hair, because it's you're supposed to throw off the heat. In cold, you have a tendency to, your hair has a tendency to grow longer, because it has to protect you from the cold. So that you will have, also you have different kinds of drynesses and wetnesses in these ecological zones. So you'd have different, the hair follicles will grow differently. Those are superficial things. And because the Aryans, who were not as developed as the Africans, struck African capitals and defeated them in many places, the Aryan then began to set up what is the aesthetic, what you should look like, what you should do, and things like that. So that you have these problems. Their religion came from outside. The Christian thing, the Muslim thing, and so forth, those are things that came out of an elder people, the Africans. But the thing is that they set up a system, okay, and the problem that we have is that we begin to see in that system. Our eyes, even in spite of even all our protests, our eyes see things in that system. Okay, but what science has established is that those are very superficial, irrelevant indices of humanity. What is significant is the organic structure and the brain structure, which is Africa. That is what science has established, that anatomically we are all Africans, because the brain was developed in Africa. At the final stage, all stages of the brain, right up to the stage at which it now occupies on this planet, was developed in Africa. The breakaway, or rather speciation, it's not speciation really, it's mutation, because you don't have different species in man. The mutation occurred on the special conditions. Okay, we must break now. Thank you.
I appreciate everybody tapping in to that Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. That Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, you ever want to just sit back and listen to him, and you got it right there. I'm just going to stop this live once again. I appreciate the support for everybody on the road to 100 subscribers. I appreciate the love. Fact. One.